Thank you so much for letting us into your homes tonight. We are grateful. The Beat with Ari Melber starts right now. Hi, Ari.
Hi, Nicole. Thanks so much. Welcome to The Beat. I'm Ari Melber, and we are going to cue the music. It's another election night in America. We're 3 months out of the midterms, and that means we are going to keep having these primaries. Voters heading to the polls in 6 states: Alabama, Connecticut, Minnesota, South Carolina, Vermont, and Wisconsin. We're going to start getting results in an hour. And the Democratic hopes here are growing based on evidence, because we don't just have polls anymore, we have the early turnout. We have prominent elections forecaster Nate Silver, who now sees an 87% chance of Dems taking the House, 57% for the Senate, meaning more likely than not. That is quite a shift from the last election, when it seemed that Trump had the wind at his back. Cook Political Report looks at Ohio as going from likely to Republican to toss-up because of those serious domestic abuse allegations facing Republican Max Miller. He has denied all of the allegations. In Texas, there's polling that shows the Democrat, James Tallarico, is now leading the MAGA candidate, Ken Paxton, there. It is within the margin of error. And then you have Tomi Lahren over at Fox saying something that either she believes or that she thinks her audience might believe, that Republicans have fumbled the economy, they've failed dismally. The party, the grand old party, she says, has become a, quote, utter embarrassment. Now, Trump is facing a real lesson on the problems at the war front. Remember, back in the George Bush era, Ari Fleischer, who was the spokesperson during the other very controversial Iraq war that, of course, set the predicate, the reason why Trump had run against exactly this type of Middle East engagement, Ari Fleischer criticizing Trump on Iran.
That's why this has become so dizzying, and the bigger problem is it leaves it up to Iran to determine America's next move. If Iran attacks our ships, then we'll go back in. If Iran doesn't, we won't. It's getting hard to keep up with what our motives are here and what our end game is here.
As for the current end game, politically, when you look at the midterms, well, there are clear signs about what voters do when they're unhappy with this kind of war. In the 2006 midterms, Democrats took back the House and Senate. It was memorably described as a thumping by then President Bush. That was his way of acknowledging a big loss. The current president does not acknowledge loss. He lies about it. He sows misinformation and distrust. And as we've seen recently, he tries to fund, support, pardon, even violent attacks on the election outcome. So if there is a thumping, don't expect this president to acknowledge it. Now, as for what we're watching tonight, Democratic primaries in Wisconsin and Minnesota have progressives against what are considered the more typical or establishment Democrats. That is a kind of contrast we're seeing in increasing places that really matters, because some of these liberal candidates who might have been seen as perhaps unelectable or beyond the fray a decade ago are now not only electable, they're winning their primaries. How they do in the general is the big question. But on the Republican side, there's Mike Lindell, the controversial MyPillow CEO, who lies about elections and has cozied up to that sort of conspiracy wing of the MAGA party. He wants to get the nomination for governor in Minnesota. The broader story is Republicans are facing an economic reckoning and a very energized Democratic set of candidates. With that in mind, we want to start off our election night coverage tonight with Jay Komanduri, who's an Obama campaign veteran, and Elisa Ellman, who's a U.S. Army veteran, worked at the VA, and found herself sort of more in the fray than she might have counted on or planned for because of Elon Musk's brief but controversial tenure at the so-called DOGE program, which led to those layoffs. She is now the Democratic candidate taking on a Republican incumbent in the Buffalo area. Welcome to both of you. Che, your view on what more and more evidence and forecasters see as not only an uphill battle for Republicans in these midterms, but facing a potential rout.
Yeah, and I think that the 2006 example is very, very important here. What happened in 2006 is Democrats won the House, they won the Senate, and the Bush era was effectively over. And then in 2008, the Obama era began. I think we're setting ourselves up for the same thing. And keep in mind, I'm not being overly optimistic or a Pollyanna like SpongeBob SquarePants or, spouting off like really super hopeful things that are pie in the sky. This is very real. If Democrats win the Senate, that means that they will win states that Trump has won by over 10 points. That will mean that they have won rural voters. They will have won all kinds of moderate voters, center-right voters that they had not won before. It will be the beginnings of a major realignment in American politics, and I think the odds of that happening have greatly increased.
It's interesting to hear you say that, Jay. I mean, we're a long way out, and now you're projecting sort of more than one election in a row. But there is a momentum to these things, and the Trump economy is clear. It's almost impossible to argue people out of how bad it's gone for him this summer. I want to show you even the mixed messaging from the administration on that. Take a look at who they say the economy is owned by.
Biden's economic disastrous, reign, Biden's prices that we're still dealing with. It's Biden's disastrous economic record.
There are prices that we're still dealing with in the Biden administration.
Congressman, do you think that's a winning message to just say it's not our fault? And 18 months in, is it not Trump's economy yet?
President Trump was certainly left with a mess to clean up.
You said you inherited a mess from President Biden when it comes to the economy. But at what point is it on you? At what point are we in the Trump economy?
Oh, I'd say we're there now.
Jay?
Yeah, I mean, I think very much the bill has come due here on Donald Trump. Donald Trump has gotten everything he has wanted. He has twice gotten full control of the U.S. government. What problem has he solved? Everything is worse. The economy is worse. Your ability to afford health care, housing, college, that's all worse now. Climate change, worse. The deficit, worse. Our standing in the world, worse. The position of our military, which we're now losing lives in the Middle East, because of something Donald Trump has done. It's all become much worse. The only thing that has improved is Donald Trump's bank account. That has really improved. He is now a multi-billionaire a few times over because of being president of the United States.
Elisa, what do you see both in not only your own race, but in what Democrats are arguing in these midterms?
Well, there's definitely been a massive shift in how people are. I mean, last year we were doing parades during the summer and people were flipping us off and threatening to punch us in the face. And this year we're getting cheers. People are screaming for the Democratic Party as we're going out into rural New York, which may surprise you is very, very rural and very reflective of the nation and our rural areas. People understand what's in their wallet. When it comes down to it, you can only lie for so long.
Yeah. You look at the generic stuff, and you mentioned sort of being outside of an urban area in any state in America. A lot of times it's voters who are thinking about daily life, jobs, economy, schools, and not necessarily political junkies, unlike, say, Jay or myself or all the great, addicted news consumers who might watch the program. And so people tune in more as you get closer. I want to show you, Alyssa, the generic ballots we see, where you got +5, +8, +11, Economist, YouGov, a little closer. What are the issues that you hear voters caring about, meaning what they bring up with you, or what might account for what looks like a widening gap here?
The cost of things, it's affecting everyone, even people who are on the higher end of the middle class. I live in a pretty poor region. The median income here is $41,000 a year, and people are really hurting. When your electric bill is $750 a month, and that's more than your mortgage, there's no spinning that. There's no spinning that.
Yeah.
And people want a solution. They want to see.
Yeah, please, no, go ahead. I didn't mean to jump in.
Solutions are, and not every, it's really easy to sit in an ivory tower and call every solution proposed socialism. But ultimately, people don't care what you call it as long as the money stays in their wallet.
Right. Yeah, I hear that. Jay, tonight there's a bunch of races, and we'll be following that, through the night with all of our colleagues and tomorrow. There's a theme that, of course, is getting more attraction in sort of Washington or political circles, which is, well, are Democrats continuing to go for whoever the more progressive, bold, loud candidate is? Of course, it's a chicken and egg thing in coverage. We can point to a lot of places where the traditional incumbent, whatever word you want to use, sometimes establishment person, is also just becoming the nominee again. But at least in some of these high-profile cases, Che, what do you see there? And do you think the lesson is only ideological, which is somehow how D.C. boils it down, or does it also have to do with, as you've pointed out before, a generational change, energy, new faces and ideas?
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideological at all. I mean, look at like Roy Cooper. Look at Jon Ossoff. Look at Mary Peltola in Alaska. You know, these are fairly moderate candidates who are doing extremely well. What they have is they have the energy and the ability to communicate and the willingness to fight Donald Trump. When, you know, when the establishment runs candidates who are not particularly good, who cannot communicate effectively, who do not offer the kind of change the voters are looking for. And it's not an ideological change. It's not that, you know, our voters have read, you know, the Communist Manifesto and then gone to the polls. What they're looking for is somebody with the energy and the enthusiasm to fight Donald Trump and make a change, a positive change in their lives.
Yeah. Really interesting as we're here on Primary Day. Che and Alyssa, thanks to both of you. Also, I want to tell everyone we've extended an invite to this candidate's opponent, Republican Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, to also join us on the beat. So that's an open invite. And again, thanks for both of your time tonight. Later, by the end of the hour, we'll be fact-checking some of the vaccine misinfo as Donald Trump walks away from his many claims that vaccines are good. That's how he ended the first term. We have the receipts. Also, Mamdani going on offense.
You can fight for the people that the right has left behind, and you can do it by asking yourself, what are the challenges they face, and then asking your team, how can we deliver on those things?
But next, we turn to some extraordinary reporting about a high-level ruse designed to protect the president, which is a good thing, but that also involved Trump sneaking into this catering car, lying to reporters, and further questions and heat on him for his potentially unsafe gifted jet. This is a story you really have to get into the details to believe. That's coming up along with Gary Steingart and Josh Marshall. I'm back with you in 90 seconds. When you look at what's happening in our country, when people often say this isn't normal, let's not pretend it's normal, or when does it end, there is a through line in all of this, and it is anti-democracy and autocracy. And that is something we've all discussed. There's various experts. You can get into it piece by piece, detail by detail, or you can broaden out. Right now, we've got some really great guests lined up, in our view. We booked them, but I want to talk to you about some extraordinary reporting and some of what we're dealing with on that through line that relates to autocracy. Let's start with the corruption that is not only not normal, but is exactly the kind of thing that has sent other officials to jail. There are legal reasons why the president is a little different, but it is not a criticism of Donald Trump, but rather a legal fact when I tell you that some of what I'm about to list off is exactly what would land him in jail if he were a judge or a member of Congress. There's the crypto dealing that is vast self-enrichment, dwarfing any money he's made, not only in the private sector, say in the year before he came into office, but obviously his presidential salary. There is a rank effort at government insider trading where Trump admits, this is not an allegation, they admit they want to charge up to $100,000 so certain people, not you, but other people, can get early access to what he does with your tax dollars in your name in our public interest government. He wants to sell that to the highest bidder so they can do what with it? Well, who knows? Trade on it, enrich themselves, deal with foreign governments, who knows? But it is a blatant insider trading scheme. Then there's the diamond-encrusted bling from a Belgian company that Trump received after exempting gemstones from his tariffs. That would look like the kind of illegal quid pro quo bribe that would get most officials in trouble. Indeed, there's a Democratic senator who is in prison right now for taking gold bars and doing other corruption, and that's wrong, and we covered that story extensively on this broadcast as well as across the channel. But of course, it's not just about party. We're talking about a corruption on a grand scale, much, much grander by Trump than what that individual sits in prison for right now. And then you have Trump, of course, buying these shares in public companies and then using his office to promote them.
Go out and buy a Dell computer. They make a great product. They're not looking for any publicity.
He committed to 200 Boeings. I told this to Boeing and General Electric. We're going to go to the General Electric engines, which are great.
Apple, a great company. Oracle will be building a $14 billion worth of cloud computing and AI infrastructure in the kingdom. I didn't know that, David. We have to talk to your father about that.
Now, what is the Trump side of the story here? Well, on some of these issues, they have a kind of defense. They will say that Trump is not personally involved in placing those trades and that the president is always a kind of booster for American companies, that Trump might be a more voluble style and, names the company or the executive, but that other presidents do this. Well, that's a defense that only goes so far. Because if that were the only thing we were talking about, then you might want to give him some benefit of the doubt or say, who knows? But we're not in a who knows situation. We are in the autocratic kleptocracy corruption phase of this sort of no holds bar, anything goes second term, where Trump blatantly sells, as I mentioned, the announcements of the government and self-enriches by billions of dollars of crypto and then takes a plane from a foreign company. Qatar giving this gifted jet to Trump. And that's at the center of the new scandal I mentioned that you really got to hear the details on, because Trump was flying on that new plane to Turkey last month for the NATO summit. And then when he was scheduled to return to the U.S., he made a switch to what was the former Air Force One amid all of these security concerns about the gifted jet. So, one, there's the corruption question. The Constitution bars these kind of foreign gifts. Trump is just breaking that and seeing if he can get away with it. And in a future government, maybe they will research and investigate it. Maybe they'll try to claw it back. But that's one. But two, there's the security concerns, because the Times and other outlets have reported that the jet is not up to par. And then something odd happened on that trip I mentioned. This is from Washington Post reporting that Trump, under Secret Service guidance, had to secretly flee the original Air Force One because Iran was credibly deemed to be a threat, a potential attack or assassination of some sort. Here's how that news broke.
A secret flight, a catering truck, and a nation kept in the dark.
Trump boarding Air Force One from one side and then secretly exiting on the other into a catering truck. That truck then transported the president to a smaller plane parked beside the main jet. And Trump flew to the UK on that one, while the press was unaware they weren't on the same flight with the president.
They used this ruse with the cart there in Turkey.
This is a president that's actively deceiving the public, number one, and as many critics are pointing out, putting the lives of unwitting Americans, everyone on board Air Force One, in real danger.
The jet problems are real. The security precaution, which you can see on your camera and the isolated sort of circle there, is right out of a spy movie. They're basically smuggling the president out in a catering truck, as all of the journalists who report on these things and are supposed to have a skeptical eye are nearby. But this went to a whole nother level. The public kept in the dark. The Times is reporting that the journalists on the plane had become something of a decoy. And news outlets were effectively tricked into reporting on Trump's travel that day based on the misleading information from the White House. One of the differences between, let's say, the government lying to you and the press reporting for you is that when we get new information, we update and correct. That's part of what's going on in this story. Now, the Times called this an elaborate deception that purposely misled the reporters. And this wouldn't be the first time. Now, before I go further, I want to tell you one other thing. Anything the Secret Service does to try to protect the life of the president or its other protectees is generally valid under law. It is their job, and that can include deception. In the same way that when you report on the CIA and spies, well, any spy stationed abroad is in an ongoing act of deception. Calling a spy a liar is not so much a criticism as an observation. But once they have secured the safety of the protectees, ongoing lies here are a problem. Now, for context, the service, which is of course supposed to be nonpartisan, operates to protect the president, whoever it is. And in the past, Clinton, Bush, and Obama have all done secret flights and visits, which involve some level of subterfuge during at least the period of danger. And yet the White House isn't really in the clear here, even though I'm being very careful to say that the Secret Service actions to protect the president and the protectees are valid and usually good. But then after this whole thing was cleared and they're not in that danger, you had the ongoing not only lies about this and attacks on reporters, but then the potential abuse of power. Remember what I said about all of the corruption running together and all the autocracy? Trump demanding the DOJ go after not only those reporters involved in covering some of the questions about the jet security, but also their family members. And the Times is reporting about safety that in any other presidency would not lead to this kind of harassment. Potentially illegal, that can be tested in court. This hostility to the free press, even when it's reporting on how to keep the government safe. This wasn't exactly some random weird story. This was about whether the jet that the president might go on should be safer. This kind of attack is a hallmark of autocrats.
Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men. They call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. I want to thank China, President Xi. I was with him, and I want to thank Vladimir Putin. Reporters asked me if I thought President Putin was smart. I said, of course he's smart. I got along with Putin. Let me tell you, I got along with him really well.
This has been a theme for a long time. And Donald Trump doesn't need to be in some secret, cozy deal with all of these autocrats to muse about wanting to govern like them. He's admitted it. Wanting to wield their kind of absolute power, however far it goes. Crushing the opposition, destroying freedom of speech, overriding elections you don't win. And the corruption is not a bug, it's not a sidebar. It is, over the long haul, how these things work. Putin did not start out as rich as he was, neither did his friends. And so the abuse of government power extended not only to holding government power, like going after elections and the free press, but ultimately towards undercutting the economy and having a full kleptocracy where only the winners win as picked by the government and everyone else loses in that system. So what can we learn, not only from how that has happened in Russia, but how to thwart it? If it is not too late in America, we have the perfect guests to get into this, including a critic of Putin and Trump, Russian-born novelist Gary Shteyngart, I should say, and Josh Marshall. Next.
Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men. They call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. I want to thank China, President Xi. I was with him, and I want to thank Vladimir Putin. Reporters asked me if I thought President Putin was smart. I said, of course he's smart. I got along with Putin. Let me tell you, I got along with him really well.
Trump's Putin-esque corruption and autocratic dreams here are under scrutiny, with a lot of stories colliding tonight. I'm joined by the acclaimed novelist Gary Shteyngart, who's written extensively about his native Russia, autocracy, and related issues. His latest novel is Vera or Faith. And journalist Josh Marshall, founder and editor-in-chief of Talking Points Memo. Gary, I'm wondering what parallels you see here, because a simple or ahistorical view would think that someone who wants power would abuse power to hold power. But very quickly it turns into wanting a lot of money, too.
It's kind of incredible because I don't think we're doing, obviously, the comparison to Vladimir Putin. You wouldn't even do corruption this openly in a country like Russia. You would not do that brazen, obvious level of corruption. This is like old school, I don't know, 17th century, the king is always right and takes whatever he wants levels of corruption. I mean, nobody crimes like this. Idi Amin didn't crime like this because even corruption, if you want to do it properly, takes skill. To me, the great image of all this, as a novelist, I, of course, look for images. It's this airport catering cart truck. This whole thing happened, obviously, because of the corruption with the Qatari jet. But I love the image of our president forced into this small, sad space. He's this bigger-than-life character who's actually, in so many ways, he's so small. And it's such a great metaphor for this presidency. And it comes right on the heels of the reflecting pool debacle, which is another instance of corruption. It's another great metaphor.
Well, let me slow you down. Let me slow you down. We've got eyes on that truck there from July 8th, and you're making the point that a novelist would make, that there is a comparison, an allegory here of someone who claims to be so powerful, but actually must be scurrying around, sneaking into this small space, and going after journalists' family members as if he doesn't have better priorities, all because he's angry that people are writing critically but accurately about this jet he insisted on taking as a lavish, potentially unconstitutional gift, Gary.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. His corruption got him into this catering truck. If it wasn't for him accepting this Qatari jet, none of this would be happening. But it's also incompetence. We also forget just how incompetent these corrupt autocrats are. You know, it's the same thing with Putin and the war he started in Ukraine. Now he can't even, when he visits a lot of the places he visits, it's not even him, it's a body double, which often looks absolutely ridiculous. So these corrupt autocrats, they put themselves into that catering truck. They squeeze themselves into these ridiculous places where they shouldn't be. It's really just a combination of both stupidity and evil. And that's what satire is. Satire is stupidity and evil colliding in great ways.
Josh?
Well, I'm a little upset with Gary for stealing all the good points before I got a chance to get at it. But I couldn't agree more. You know, I was thinking about today, so many of the stories that you know, make up all of the sort of the news content that we're in the midst right now. They are the knock-on effects, the downstream effects of these instances, either of cupidity or grandiosity from 6 months ago or a year ago. I almost guarantee you the reason that the White House went after those New York Times reporters on a case where, you know, sometimes when there is at least some strong national security nexus, you'll get some of that even in a normal presidency. But there's a very garden variety article, and I almost guarantee you they went after them because they knew this food cart story, which Gary captures perfectly about the imagery. He seems so silly and petty and diminished and pathetic, right? That they knew that was out there.
Well, let me jump in, Josh. I'll let you finish. But
yeah,
the abuse at the DOJ, which is a scandal in its own right, what you call this knock-on or second-order effect, was actually, even by Trump standards, a little hard to decipher in the moment. I mean, we know about his enemies list, but he's going after reporters' family members. We covered that at the time. The conversation you're having, we had earlier today with some of my news colleagues and producers, where we said we use the question format because we don't have it dead to rights. But I said, is this why he was so exercising going after reporters' family members? Because he knew then that what the public didn't know, and what Gary so artfully wrote up in a verbal novel for us, and a prologue here that I hope makes it into one of your future books, of the mightiest man in the world, you know, hiding out and hoping no one knows that that's what it took, even though, of course, we all encourage safety. Josh, your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, you have this, and again, as you say, the reflecting pool, you know, that you have. We know that initial, you know, vandalism case fell apart. There was an article in, I believe, the Journal today that the White House wants them to go after the guy again because Trump cannot let go of the idea of this vandalism, which again, we've all known from the beginning is just absurd, right? It's just not even like really physically possible, especially in such a surveilled setting. But you know, why did he go after this? 40 years ago, it's always kind of funny to me. His epithet is Olympic canoeist, right? This kind of strange Homeric kind of thing. Going after him again. Why does Trump care about this? Because it messed up his original lie when he couldn't admit that he tried to. Make this reflecting pool into a swimming pool bottom and tried to do it in 3 weeks, and it fell apart, and he couldn't admit that he'd screwed that up. So that meant they had to do the sabotage, the vandalism story, and then that meant they had to do this absurd prosecution. So again, so much of what we're dealing with are these, you know, going back to these things, which are all based on a presidency that again is based on grandiosity and cupidity. I mean, you know, one thing that people I don't think it's a huge risk, but they got this from the royal family of Qatar. Qatar's sort of, brand in that region is that they're close to Iran, they're close to Saudi, kind of close to everybody. They're the intermediary, right? The idea, if Iran is your regional adversary, the idea that you would get a gift plane, we just had the Odyssey movie, right? That you get a gift plane from a government that is actually fairly close with the Iranian government is insane, right?
Yeah.
These just all these crazy things that pile up on each other.
Now, Josh, the Odyssey movie, that is an adaptation,
Yeah. Well, I hear you. But, I hear you.
Gary, that was a joke about, reading the Odyssey.
I was waiting for the novelist to come in. I was waiting for you to catch me there, Gary.
Right. It's really, I'm out of my element here. But Gary, Putin famously, tried on somebody's championship ring and then mused about keeping it with the energy and the power. Even that story is a little overdone. The classic story of the autocrat or king saying, I could do it. What I could do to you, it means I could take stuff. And then I always hear those kind of stories and think, you got all the power in the country that you rule, and your thought is to take a ring or go gilded, or as the New Yorker wrote this week, one of their pieces, Trump wants to redo D.C. to look like Paris, basically. All of that is grist for Obama and Larry David, Gary, and I want you to speak on any of this on the other side, but take a look.
Yeah. Nice job on the recreation. You even have the apples. It's fantastic. Although I do want to point out there's no gold sign on the outside that says Oval Office. I can't believe I didn't think of that.
Gary?
Yeah, I mean, look, these are very sad, lonely boys, Trump and Putin. Something in their life did not go wrong. Somebody didn't love them enough. And they are trying to, fill that hole with something. But I think, look, we can all wait for the end of this to come. And I really do want a camera to be present when all those golden details and tchotchkes are taken out of the Oval Office, off of the walls of the White House. Maybe the triumphal arch gets blown up like the statue of Stalin when they all came down in 1956. A real cleansing would be so refreshing. But, there, at least I will say, and I can't believe I'm defending Putin vis-a-vis Trump, but Putin actually is able to dive many leagues under the sea and fetch a Greek amphora that they put there for him to find. He can actually ride a horseback and shoot a bear with, But Trump, again, just to create the context of him in that little cart, this is not even bear-worthy or, diver-worthy material. This is just really sad, sad overweight man in a small truck scenario. So I think we really need a palate cleanser when this is over. I'm so glad we have screwdrivers and can take off all that gilded stuff and hopefully tear down some of the other monstrosities he's building.
I appreciate... I appreciate your poetic license, Gary, because you kind of give us that view. While I have you running over on time, so with a minute left, do you also see this rising bigotry and hate that runs with the autocratic instinct? Because we're seeing in America right now an increase in anti-Semitism, also an increase in Islamophobia this week with certain things that we're not even going to quote on this program. At the same time that we have at least a group of people in the country who say, well, it's their way or the highway, and others are less than citizens or less than human.
Oh, absolutely. And I think I think in the authoritarian right-wing playbook, sometimes even in the authoritarian left-wing playbook, this always comes up. There's always the need for a scapegoat. And the scapegoats are, it's amazing actually to see Jeanine Pirro, who was such a part of this hate machine, and all of a sudden she gets called out onto the rug for the reflecting pool. And the reflecting pool is also, along with that cart, it is the most beautiful image. This Narcissus looks down into the pool. He wants to see his own reflection, but all he can see is his own incompetence and his own corruption in hiring the worst group of people to fix the pool. It's, again, I want this to be over so badly, but while it's happening, as somebody who writes about as a Soviet-born citizen, it's like being back there again and having it present right in front of me all over again.
which means something coming from you. Gary and Josh, we wanted to convene this as kind of the bigger convo, and I appreciate both of you walking us through it. When we come back, a fact check for RFK and Democrats studying the Mamdani playbook. It's another primary day, and Democrats are especially interested in who their voters are more excited about. There's been this sort of intramural debate. I mentioned it briefly with Jake Omenduri. And you think about someone like the mayor of New York City, a big position by all accounts, and the current mayor, Mamdani, came out of nowhere. I mean, had no name ID 3 years ago, and now is one of the biggest Democrats in the country. Even Trump speaks nicely about him as a kind of a reference to how popular he seems to be. Now, he's been on the job about 6 months, and he has been doing something that reminds you how he is different than many elected Democrats. Because in Washington, after they win, I could just tell you from a straight-up media perspective, they become harder to book sometimes, and they certainly stick to what is their comfort lane. But Mamdani, like AOC, uses the internet, talks to untraditional media, digital podcasts, and we want to remind you, if you've been watching maybe traditional television, we're happy about that. But politics is evolving and changing. You can watch us, and on this program, we'll keep you abreast of everything else going on, including a summer media blitz where he's been talking to all kinds of traditional and untraditional interviews.
This, to me, is part of what it means to actually go out into the city that you serve and make sure that you're reaching out to the New Yorkers who you serve. It was never about one office. It was about one movement for working people. We talk about the cost of living crisis. Every New Yorker experiences it, right, but it is not evenly experienced. Right. And Black New Yorkers have borne the brunt of this crisis. We have to have an understanding of the impacts of class, and we have to have an understanding of the impacts of race. You can fight for the people that the right has left behind.
This has been a really, really legendary year for New York.
There's only one place to be, and it's New York City.
Mamdani not exactly resting on his laurels or assuming everybody already knows who he is and his ideas. He's getting himself out there, and you saw the range from New York Times and MS Now to digital-only platforms. And he's also advocating for progressives.
How has it been thus far?
It's been 6 months of putting our city on a path to universal child care, saving parents more than $20,000 a year for each 2-year-old that enrolls into this program.
We have returned tens of millions of dollars to tenants who were taken advantage of by their landlords.
And paving 175,000 potholes across the city at the same time.
We've done all of this while delivering the lowest recorded number of murders and shootings in New York City history. The more you're in politics, the more you're told this is just simply how it is. And to me, I just never think that's a good enough answer.
Channeling his version of change. It was a winning argument in New York. Mamdani is one of the faces of the progressive movement now, and the follow-along effect is in the midterms. He's endorsed candidates who are doing well, while also punching back against his many critics.
Are there criticisms that bother you? Are there ones you laughed on? You know, the city tweeted out during the heat wave, put your thermostats to 78. and immediately, Ted Cruz from Texas is like, the warmth of collectivism.
I took offense when they came for socialist icon Rudy Giuliani's energy policy. I said, you say what you want about me. It is easy when there is this much noise to tell yourself that all of it is exactly that. Tune it all out. But that's also what it will leave you in an echo chamber. You cannot have it that you are only surrounded by people who agree with you.
That's a fair point, and one that all the politicians have to keep in mind, because change moves fast, and if you're an incumbent, chances are there's a lot of people who disagree with you, no matter what party you're in right now. When we come back, the fact check for RFK. Donald Trump is urging you to get vaccinated. He says vaccines work, they're good, and they'll help improve the safety and health of our country. Everything I just told you is true, at least according to Donald Trump's longstanding position for years during his first term. Indeed, could be easy to forget now, but if you don't remember anything else, remember that he was promising that Operation Warp Speed would quickly deliver COVID vaccines and help Americans. Things were so different back then, he was giving out an award to none other than Dr. Anthony Fauci for Operation Warp Speed for vaccines. He urged everyone to get their recommended vaccines. He touted the measles vaccine. That's where he stood.
They have to get the shot. The vaccinations are so important. This is really going around now. They have to get their shots.
The vaccine will be safe and it will be effective.
Would you recommend to our audience that they get the vaccine then?
I would recommend it, and I would recommend it to a lot of people that don't want to get it, and a lot of those people voted for me, frankly.
Trump recommends getting vaccinated, including the people who don't want to get it, including his own voters. That's where he stood. And that is essential when you look at this new executive order, which tries to undermine childhood vaccine recommendations. There's a backlash from doctors, health experts, White House advisors. Trump is backtracking, apparently, because he has seen that what he said then he can no longer fight against. His base has turned increasingly against vaccines. And maybe people like RFK Jr. that he put in power are calling some of these shots more than him. We'll be right back.
Hey, good evening, friends, and welcome to the weeknight. I'm Michael Steele with Vaughn Hilliard and Eugene Daniels in for Simone and Luke. Breaking right now on the last major primary night of 2026. Thank you. Election deniers are trying to win power in two critical swing states, and Donald Trump is entertaining an extreme plan to override the rules governing our elections.
Also ahead, Todd Blanche, just hours after being sworn in as Attorney General, moves to make it harder for Congress to hold the president accountable.
And breaking just moments ago, a Republican senator is melting down over Trump's effort to roll back childhood vaccine guidance. And it's not even clear the president has the legal power to do it. We'll get into it.
All right, folks, but let's begin with some breaking news. It's the last major election night of the 2026 primary cycle. Tonight, 6 states are holding primaries ahead of November's midterms. Polls just closed in South Carolina and Vermont, and polls closed later in Alabama, Connecticut, Minnesota, and, oh, yes, Wisconsin. Stay with MS Now for live results throughout the evening. Now, right now, tonight, we'll keep an eye on key races in Minnesota and Wisconsin that could kind of help determine control of the House of Representatives for Donald Trump's last 2 years in office. The stakes are also high because of the type of candidates on the ballot. And folks, I keep telling y'all that matters.
Over in Wisconsin, Congressman Tom Tiffany is the front runner in the GOP primary for governor. Now, Tiffany voted against certifying Joe Biden's 2020 victory. And if he becomes governor, he'd have power over certifying the 2028 presidential results in a key swing state and also the 2030 midterm results. And in Minnesota, notorious election conspiracist Mike Lindell is seeking the Republican nomination for governor over there.
Some themes around here. Also breaking tonight, a federal judge just extended an order blocking Trump's attack on mail-in voting in 23 states. The order banning the Postal Service from implementing the president's push to crack down on mail-in ballots now expands nationwide. This is a similar case, you might remember it, to the one the Supreme Court is currently considering on its emergency docket. Meanwhile, Trump is openly considering new ways to undermine the vote. Last night, a far-right radio host pitched the president an unconstitutional plot to seize control of state-run elections.
If you declare a national security emergency as the President of the United States, they can't challenge it. It can only be overturned by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress. So if you do this in the next month, we will get photo ID, proof of citizenship, and a limit to mail-in ballots. And
let me say that stranger things have happened. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
That's your president. Quote, stranger things have happened. Tonight, Sky Perryman and Sarah Matthews are joining the conversation.
Can I just start by saying to our audience, what you just heard there was simplistic stupidity, okay? It was telling the President of the United States something that is just constitutionally and factually incorrect. And the reality of it is, when you engage in simplistic stupidity, particularly when you're speaking to someone who doesn't have the intellectual capacity to understand that it is simplistic stupidity, and the best answer they can give you is, well, stranger things have happened, you know you're on a roller coaster to election hell. And that's the reality that's been set up for us by this administration for the past 2 years. We started this conversation at the beginning of this term, warning people that the end game was to get to a point where Donald Trump could somehow engage in invoking the Insurrection Act, declaring a national emergency so that these 2026 elections could be taken by him and redesigned however he wants.
We've seen him do the emergencies, right? And so this is something that I think is really interesting with Trump. It was interesting in the first term, and it's doubly interesting now because of he uses it in a different way. He goes out and he says something like this to some random radio host, right? He plays with it, and then they think, oh, maybe that's a good idea. In the first terms, often they wouldn't do the thing. But now people have to be on guard that he's going to do the thing, Vaughn. At the end of the day, the President of the United States seems very interested in some kind of national emergency. No idea how he's going to be able to do that, what constitutional rule of power he's going to claim. Right. But we saw him do this when it came to throwing in National Guardsmen and women in states around the country, calling some kind of emergency.
Stranger things have happened. The only thing stranger I can think of is a 2-month period in which he was trying to pressure his own vice president to not certify election results. The only stranger thing I can think about is January 6th and a Capitol attack and an appearance down on the Ellipse that helped galvanize folks to attack the Capitol. That's a stranger thing. And so for the president, he may not be wrong in that assessment here. But I think that that is where you see in 2022, I go back to the importance of those midterm elections and the fact that election deniers were beat for governor and secretary of state and attorneys general races in Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. In a defining midterm election that folks thought Republicans were going to win, not Democrats, but independents and Republicans came out and voted against those election deniers. If those folks had got in, they would be the ones in charge of certifying this November's election results. And the conversation we would be having right now would be a lot different because it wouldn't be about the pressure from Donald Trump and the use of federal agents, but it would be about using those state officials that are allies of his to circumvent the vote.
And that's why, Sky, those state officials in some instances are already there because they've already in certain elections where they're elected and in certain cases when they're appointed, they are in place in some places. They're running, obviously, for governor in the 2 states we mentioned. How are organizations like yours focusing at this point on the end game? I noticed when we were coming in, you were sitting there shaking your head when you were listening to this simplistic stupidity with this talk show host feeding Donald Trump a bunch of crazy that Donald Trump will go out and try to act on.
Yeah, I mean, first, let's just be very clear. The president does not have the authority. He can go out and try to declare a national emergency, but that national emergency does not change the Constitution. So he may try, and it may create some drama, but we are very confident that on these areas, this is a place where the courts across the board should be the guardrail there. But the other piece is the people. And what we're seeing is that people across this country, this is deeply unpopular. The president trying to cheat, the president coming out. Yes, it's popular with Donald Trump's base, but his base is not the vast majority of people in this country, which is, of course, why he wants to undermine the election. So we are getting prepared for an all-hands moment. There are going to have to be a lot of lawsuits, and I believe he'll continue to lose in court, but it's also about community mobilization, which is another big piece of this, and educating state and local officials as well.
Help us all walk through this legally, because Donald Trump says on October 31st, which is just a few days before, that there's a national emergency and he has to send the National Guards or ICE or whomever. Right. He has to, the federal government has to be around as people are voting. Todd Blanche has to bounce around all day long and at 50 different locations around the country to different states around the country to engage in whatever shenanigans. How does that actually get stopped? Because we have seen over and over this president go beyond the bounds of what the Constitution says. He doesn't care.
Well, he goes beyond and then he gets stopped in many instances. So let's talk through what could happen here. He goes into
Damage can be done in the interim.
Correct. But he goes and declares a national emergency. Depending on what the basis of that is, and depending on which agencies are acting, there's probably going to be claims there if agencies start operating unlawfully, which they often do with this administration. But let's say he calls the National Guard in. We saw him do that in Illinois. By the way, court blocked that in Illinois, and the Supreme Court did not disturb it because there was not a basis for the National Guard to be in Illinois. So I just want to be very clear that even the Supreme Court on its shadow docket has not waltzed with the presidents on this one yet. But let's take it a step further. Let's say the National Guard does get to come in to a state. Well, there is this law out there that is very clear that in election time, that when you are in an election, the military can have no role with polls and with the election. So I'm not saying he's not going to try to create some chaos, but there is very clear, black and white, not gray area law there. Talk about ICE, okay? We've been able to block ICE in many instances. In other instances, we haven't been able to block them. But there's this criminal law that is on the books that makes it a crime for any federal official to intimidate voters. And that statute of limitations, it runs after Donald Trump is going to, be out of the White House. And so I just think this is a much messier situation for the president. That is not to minimize the threats. And that's why we're having these conversations. It's why we're all preparing. It's an all hands on deck moment. But I want to be very clear that this president has not really been able to show that he is going to be able to take down an election system that is run of, by, and for the people. He has shown that he's going to try. And that is not normal, and it's something we have to be prepared for.
Sarah, I think the question that I have here in 2026 is whether conservatives or, independents that would like to think themselves as old school Republicans still view the integrity of our democratic elections as an issue worth voting for a Democrat over. Because if you look at Rick Jackson, he's the gubernatorial candidate down in Georgia. He's somebody that called Brad Raffensperger Judas. You're looking at the likely gubernatorial candidate out of Wisconsin, who joined that lawsuit to try to overturn the 2020 election results in multiple battleground states. You have people like Andy Biggs running for governor in Arizona, who is also somebody that was at Stop the Steal election rallies. This is a moment where we've been talking about election denialism for a lot of years, but as it is, it's still an issue that would move conservatives to vote for a Democrat.
This is probably what's most depressing about January 6th to me, is that I thought election denialism would be over after January 6th, that would be the end of it, that people would stop with the lies and conspiracy theories about the 2020 election. And 5 years later, here we are, where most of these Republican candidates on the ballot for governor, as you guys lined out, that is a credential in order to be a candidate in the Republican Party nowadays, for the most part, across the country. We see that it's a requirement that you have to be willing to go along with Trump's lies about the 2020 election. But let's be very clear. There's zero evidence of fraud. He's never been able to prove it. Our election system is not compromised in any way. So there is no need to declare a national emergency. The only national emergency I see in Trump's eyes is that he's deeply unpopular with the American people. And he knows that the Republicans are not going to do well when it comes to the midterm elections. And so what does he need to do? He wants to interfere in these elections to get the results. And I'm someone who, as a conservative, I believe in states' rights, but I guess these conservatives now think that states' rights are out the window if there's an election in a state where Donald Trump doesn't like the results. And it's really appalling to me, and I would hope that more people who are heading to the voting in the election in November would take that into consideration, because this was something that I talked about a lot in the lead up to the 2024 election, was the threat to democracy that Donald Trump was, and that didn't seem to really make much of a difference when it came to voters. But now we're seeing that you guys voted for Trump because you thought that he would follow through on these campaign promises, whether it were bringing down prices or it was going to be not starting a war in the Middle East. And he's broken campaign promise after campaign promise. So I would hope that now people are waking up to this idea of him being a threat to democracy when he's floating things like declaring a national emergency in our elections when there is no emergency.
I think very much to Sarah's point, if I'm just going to put it on a political landscape and sort of, you can put a little legal bow around it for me, it shows the degree to which my party have become the most unserious political actors on the planet. They don't have the ability to govern because they haven't. They don't have the ability to put forward vision because they lack it. And they don't have the ability to level up the kind of individuals who are the better reflections of the American people. I give you Mike Lindell. And if Mike Lindell is the best reflection of the American people, we are, as they say on the streets, well, y'all know what they say on the streets.
Cooked is a good word. 13 p.m.
Not the one I was going to use, but we'll work with that. If that's the best the Republicans can put up to run for governor of a state, it just says a lot about where we are. So when I hear someone, let's play this. This is a little bit of a full screen from Mike Lindell, headlines from out of his mouth. Quote, I don't trust any election ever done with the computer. Dude, where the hell have you been for the last 50 years?
Making terrible pillows.
Okay. And then win or lose, I will say something if there's a problem with the machines. I mean, he functionally does not know. This is, folks, this is what I'm talking about, simplistic stupidity. This is it right here. When you're just functionally not prepared to step into a job because this is your mindset. So to your earlier point, and to Sarah's about sort of the dynamics around it, it becomes critically important that we be able to level up people out of folk organizations like yours, grassroots activists, to go and help support voters get to the polls so that their vote will actually matter.
Absolutely, but this administration, you know, they're wanting to talk about all this and their allies and Lindell because they've got nothing to show for what they've done. And I think that is what is motivating voters to go to the polls. We do hear there is a large amount of Americans that are very upset. They know that January 6th was a step too far. Even people that used to support the president, it was more than a step too far, but these are even people that supported the president that might have been concerned about some of the things that they were throwing out. It's like, this is over. You see that happening. But you also see so many people across this country, right, needing serious government, needing serious governance. We have an affordability crisis. We have, you know, AI that we need to, you know, data centers. I mean, we have all of these things. And instead of that, you have, you know, you have this really farcical effort by the Republican Party to distract people into things that, as you say, are not serious at all. But what's important for people to know is that in many of these instances, I mean, the president is not prevailing on his voter suppression agenda in court. He's not prevailing on it in communities. You're still seeing massive amounts of turnout. These aren't like quiet primary elections where nobody's turning out. You're seeing really interesting patterns as well among people, and that's what the president's afraid of, and it's why he wants to subvert the election. But I don't believe the American people are going to let him. I don't think the courts are going to let him, and we're really going to show him and his allies, it's going to show who they are.
But I think what you say there is very, very important, and so hopefully we will see. We'll see. Sky Perryman, Sarah Matthews, thank you both very, very much for being here. So, folks, we want you to check out Sky's upcoming book, Ordinary People, Extraordinary Time. It's coming out Tuesday, August 25th. We're looking forward to that as well. Stay with us. We are tracking the latest election results coming in right now. Also ahead, Todd Blanche is already moving to protect President Trump from accountability, trying to hide his communications from the public. Surprised? No, we're not. And later, Donald Trump and RFK Jr. are not doctors and seem to know nothing about science, and yet they're trying to spread dangerous lies about vaccines, lies that are affecting your kids. You're watching The Weeknight because we're going to talk about it. Just hours after Todd Blanche was sworn in as Donald Trump's Attorney General, the Justice Department moved to shield Dear Leader from accountability, releasing a memo from the Office of Legal Counsel expanding the scope of executive privilege. Now, instead of privilege being limited to the president's communications with White House staff, the new guidance would extend privilege to communications with, quote, private advisors, so long as they relate to official presidential decision-making, involve or reflect communications with the president or his direct advisors, and are confidential, end quote. The biggest reason this matters is if Democrats win Congress in November, this move could throw up roadblocks to potential oversight efforts. Well, let's get into it with our friend, MS Now legal analyst Mary McCord. She's former acting assistant attorney general for national security at the Justice Department and co-host of MS Now's Main Justice podcast.
Mary, so many questions.
Don't you love it when it starts like that?
Yeah,
right?
very concerning. On the executive privilege aspect, let's start there, which is where the chairman started. Does this feel like a big change, and why would they want to change it? And why change it in the middle of your administration?
So I think that this is really sort of a signal to the troops, right? Here's the marching orders. If you get subpoenaed, you meaning leadership at DOJ, leadership at any other department or agency, your marching orders are you resist and you say executive privilege.
But isn't executive privilege if you talk to the executive? I guess that's what I'm
it wouldn't
trying to figure
be
out.
anybody rank and file, but it is about the part of it that is about presidential communications is about providing advice to the president or even being among his top advisors as you're discussing your communications with the president. And I will say, every administration, no matter the party, they would like to expand the scope of presidential communications privilege, right? And, reveal less, if they can get away with it. But I think this is really a signaling thing. And I agree completely with Michael. This is all about preparing for the potential of being real oversight, whether it's from the Senate or the House side. But whatever the scope of executive privilege and whatever the OLC says, right? The OLC is not the arbiter of law, the Office of Legal Counsel. A court is. And so what this could do is it could slow things down. If you have resistance to subpoenas and Congress has to try to go to court to say, court, will you resolve this dispute? Because executive privilege, even where it exists, is not absolute. It can be overridden by Congress showing a demonstrably critical need for the information in the exercise of its legitimate functions, legislative functions, oversight functions, which is why, for example, in Trump v. Thompson, when the House Select Committee wanted the presidential records, right, from when Donald Trump was president, related to January 6th, the privilege that Donald Trump asserted, even as a former president, the court recognized former presidents can assert it, but Congress has a demonstrable need for this information.
And what's so particularly unique about the Trump administration is, even if you go back to 2020, just the number of people on the outside of the White House that Donald Trump relies on in his communications. And this played out in Steve Bannon's battle over the executive privilege conversations that he claimed to have. He ultimately went and served time for contempt of Congress. That is still being debated in the courts here as we speak. But how do you see potentially this actually playing out in the courts? Because if Democrats do take control of the House and the Senate and they have these investigations, they're going to have a very narrow window of time. And so what's to say that if you're Boris Epstein, his outside legal advisor, that you try to go and throw a wrench and take this to court? I mean, can Democrats do that much over the course of 2 years? What do you see? How do you see this playing out?
I mean, that's often the strategy, right? Try to just throw the roadblocks up so that it times out, right? And then you're out of time. The House is a 2-year body. Litigation is slow. Courts will always say these things are best worked out, and they have colorful terms in court cases like the hurly-burly of, the legislative and executive branch going back and forth and accommodating. And they go back historically throughout history. I mean, to Aaron Burr's trial, right? And the asking the president for information, and oftentimes the president eventually provides it. But the courts would rather not get involved. They will when they have to. But again, that means getting the House or Senate committee to actually bring this to a court. That means litigating. That means more, briefing and arguments. And sometimes by the time you get a favorable ruling, you're pretty much at the end of the 2 years of the House if it's on the House side. And we'd be at the end of this administration potentially. So it can make things tougher.
So, Mary.
Yes.
I'd like to have a little fun.
Okay.
Because some of this, the 2 points. The first point is just a point I want to make for the table. No one has comment on it, but I'm just going to make it. And that is what we've witnessed with the executive privilege piece here is a sort of a bastardization of this privilege over succeeding administrations over time. As you rightly noted in the beginning, every administration tries to find that corner. This administration with this kind of president always takes it to the furthest extreme that just really kind of frays the ends of it. And that's what we're seeing here. I think in the end, the Congress, if you have a Congress that, very much to your point, Vaughn, wants to assert its authority there, and it wants to hold individuals accountable, whether it's, person A or person B, they will. The other thing I want to switch to, because I found it very interesting, the subtext to this privilege thing is what happened with the reflecting pool. And what you saw there was Donald Trump said that something happened that didn't happen. Everyone went out and tried to find evidence of the thing that didn't happen. They couldn't make it up. So Jeanine Pirro said, okay, nah, they just a bad contractor. They just couldn't do it. It's just a botched job. That ticked off Donald Trump. And so now everybody's scrambling to try to go back because Donald Trump has claimed that vandals cut a massive gash, varying in his statements from 250 to 350 feet up to 300 yards into newly renovated lining of the Lincoln Memorial. So I'd like to show people, if I could, what a 300-foot playing field looks like and a 360-foot playing field looks like with the ends of. That's what he said that a person did with a box cutter to the reflecting pool. All right, do you know what a box cutter looks like, people?
Well, we might have.
Do we have? That's a box cutter. Okay, that's what the president said. That Mr. Hearn went into the reflecting pool in the dead of night with, by the way, the cameras overhead from the Washington Monument, which monitors the reflecting pool 24 hours a day.
For a situation just like this.
For a situation just like this, right? So, Mary, you have this combination of lies looking for facts, right, and privilege. Talk about why that's so dangerous.
Well, I mean, that case has its own issues because if Jeanine Pirro now tries to revive this and bring a case, we all know exactly what the argument's going to be. This is just vindictiveness. But taking just sort of like this sort of direction of the president to the Department of Justice to think about oversight. I think, members of Congress would want to talk more about the things that the president is directing his Department of Justice to do. And I think this is one of the areas. Now, if he's talking directly to the Department of Justice, that's sort of the things he would normally say are within executive privilege. But he, like he usually does, will talk to a whole bunch of outside folks, including probably outside lawyers, and try to assert privilege over that when Congress wants to get to it. And it's just, we know there's so many things going on because we see it play out every day that Congress would love to get behind and get some facts on, and this is going to make it tougher. But Congress has other tools besides going to court, too, right? They do have a few other levers they can pull.
Please share it with them, because they seemingly don't know they have them.
Yeah,
we have to do a briefing for the members of Congress there. One question that Donald Trump and his administration continue to ask, no matter what the topic is, the American people ask the courts, ask Congress, who is going to stop me? And that is what we're seeing here. Mary McCord, thank you so much for joining us at the table. As always, laying it all out, making it clear, paying attention to what the actual 360 feet are.
360.
That's evidence. That
is evidence.
That's a long.
This is like for my lawyer people. Here's a legal advice. Ahead, Donald Trump is spewing lies about childhood vaccines. And even a Republican senator is now very shocked and alarmed by the dangerous rhetoric. That's next only on The Weeknight. Breaking tonight, Senator Bill Cassidy, y'all know him, he's denouncing Donald Trump's move to roll back childhood vaccine guidance. Cassidy, who is also a doctor, says, quote, parents are losing faith in this administration after Trump signed an executive order calling for vaccinating children against 11 diseases instead of the 18 currently advised by the CDC. The order also recommends separating the combined measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine into 3 individual shots. To state the obvious, y'all, Donald Trump and RFK Jr. are not medical experts of any kind, vaccine recommendations in this country are made by a committee of experts who advise the CDC and are then adopted by the agency's director. That's the process it's supposed to be going through. It's also very unclear whether his order has any real legal power. Per usual, joining us now is Dr. Joshua Sharfstein, Distinguished Professor of the Practice in Health Policy and Management at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. Michael, please.
Michael's ready.
Everybody knows, Doctor, I'm really passionate on this because it involves the health of our children. And it just drives me absolutely nuts that anybody would second guess that. The way we have seen over the last 10 years this country move from protecting children to exposing them without seemingly any consciousness towards the effect to all of these diseases, which we have eradicated in many cases.
We're in the middle of a huge measles outbreak.
Exactly.
And I wouldn't even call it second guessing. If you think about it, there is not a legitimate scientific organization in the world that recommends separating the MMR into 3 shots for measles.
Mm-hmm.
There is not a nation in the world that separates the 3 shots into 3 shots for measles. And the president was saying, I think that's the only way to do it safely. The entire basis for that idea comes from a study that was published over 25 years ago and then retracted because it was scientifically invalid. That's it. There's no study that examines it. There's no recommendation from a legitimate group. There's no nation in the world that does it. And the president is sending a message that the vaccine, which is absolutely necessary to stop this outbreak, is not safe. And that is incredibly dangerous. It's not just second guessing. It is essentially making up an entire case out of thin air in the middle of the biggest measles epidemic we've had in over 25 years.
And so just the other point for that for me, and it goes to the heart of this, I'm sorry, I started talking tonight about simplistic stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a very good example of that. To your point, taking something that has been disproven medically and scientifically, taking something that has been identified as not correct because it is harmful and therefore is not valid, and then putting it into the mainstream of conversation. You know, God help us, we can't help stupid parents who don't want to be helped, all right? But someone has to care for their kids, and that is, if you're going to expose children like that, it exposes the entire universe of kids. Because how do school systems, do public health systems deal with this?
The issue. I don't consider parents stupid. I think they're confused. And I think if they, for example, support the president politically, they may want to take his medical advice in this case. But that would
He's not a doctor.
That would be very dangerous.
That would be stupid.
Right. Well, I would say that, you know, I am worried about those parents. I'm worried about their kids. I'm worried that they are you know, when I worked as the health secretary for the state of Maryland, you know, I was responsible for every child, regardless of who their parents voted for. In public health, we're thinking about every child. And I think the most important thing here is for parents to turn to their pediatricians and not look for an Oval Office press conference on how to vaccinate. This should not be about politics. This should be about science, medicine, and the people that you trust to take care of your children.
Yesterday, the president said from the Oval Office, nothing bad can happen from what we're doing. Stephen Miller, his deputy chief of staff, he claimed that no one has studied the impact that childhood vaccines in the way that the schedule currently recommends parents move about the vaccination of their children, what the impacts are, which of course is not accurate. As somebody that's got a 4-month-old child myself, we're going through those appointments right now, and it's a lot to get a kid in.
So I'm worried about your 4-month-old child because that child is too young to be vaccinated against measles. Every 4-month-old child in the country is too young to be vaccinated against measles, but we have a raging measles outbreak in parts of the country, and that is very scary for parents of 4-month-old children because you can't protect them. The only way you can protect them is if enough people are vaccinated that there's not measles virus circulating, and we're losing that control.
I want us to show up on the screen. Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary for the president, posted this image of comparing an American child and the number of vaccine injections that they are supposedly getting versus a European country. They're 72 injections. And I think it's worth noting that about half of those are annual flu and COVID vaccines, and it's not a child that is getting that. That is up through the number to the age of 18 years old. Well, can you put into context what the reality is of the image that the White House is depicting?
That is a completely misleading image. The U.S. is not an outlier in the number of vaccines that it gives. I think the U.S. vaccinates against 17 diseases, South Korea 17, a bunch of other countries 16, a bunch of other countries 15. You know, the president likes to talk about Denmark, which is down at 10. That's the outlier. The U.S. is right in the middle. And in fact, in this country, we do a lot of vaccine science. We have fantastic vaccine studies, and we have actually, launched a bunch of vaccines that have saved many lives. I mean, I'm a pediatrician. I have been in the intensive care unit. I have seen 4-month-olds with pertussis. I've seen the stress on their parents' face where they cannot stop their children from coughing, and they're worried whether those children will live, and some of them don't. You know, there's so much at stake from the fact that when we vaccinate children, we are protecting all the children. And the result, if we, get misled, if we get confused, is that we wind up losing that control and we turn the clock back to a time when parents routinely lost children from vaccine-preventable diseases.
Dr. Sharfstein, we have the largest outbreak of measles since the disease was declared eliminated in 2000. There are 2,465 confirmed measles infections in the United States so far this year. Already surpassed the total number of confirmed cases in 2025. 1991 was a record year for measles cases with 9,643 cases, and that was a 65.3% decrease from the 27,786 cases reported in 1990. That's according to the NIH. When you look at a country that folks in the White House and this administration, RFK Jr., say, this is the greatest country in the world. And yet, what I just read you, we had eradicated something. We had moved past it. The work that you and your colleagues had done for years in making sure that children around the world, us, all of us, got the MMR shot in some way, shape, or form. When you think about where we are as a country, as a health professional, what do you say to parents? What do you say to the parents who now are concerned that this is an administration that is changing the schedule, that is telling doctors that they don't have to give all of the shots that the CDC has said in the past, and therefore maybe your insurance won't cover it? What do you say to those parents?
Well, what I think pediatricians are saying to parents in this situation is that my recommendations haven't changed. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommendations haven't changed. I'm still vaccinating my own children if they have children. They're connecting one-on-one. They are relying on the trust that's been built up. That's why the surveys show parents have a lot more confidence in their pediatrician than in politicians to tell them what to do. But we are going to lose measles elimination status. And for a long time, the administration's been saying, we're doing everything we can on this epidemic. In fact, even RFK was saying, I'm out there, I'm telling people to get vaccinated.
Too late.
But what just happened? They came out and they said that the shot that we're all relying on is unsafe, essentially. And they are confusing parents in the middle of an outbreak. So the question of whether or not this is being responsibly managed has been asked and answered. It is not responsible to put out an executive order calling into question the safety of a vaccine that is known broadly to be safe in the middle of an outbreak that has killed a couple children, is putting a lot more children at risk, and could get a lot worse.
This is what happens when vaccine hesitancy becomes a major pillar of an entire.
And it's not just measles, it's rubella, it's pertussis, as you mentioned, there's a whole bunch of other respiratory diseases as well.
It's a long list that continues. Dr. Joshua Sharfstein, thank you so much for coming on the weeknight.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. After the break, new details from MS Now on the president's secret bait-and-switch security maneuver at the NATO summit last month. You guys have to listen to this. Did his team leave the news media and some of his own officials in danger? The answer when the weeknight returns.
Tonight, MS Now confirms Donald Trump secretly swapped planes at that NATO conference last month in Turkey due to security threats. Well, you can see Trump appeared to board Air Force One on July 8th. Shortly after, the president was secretly shuttled to a smaller decoy plane on the tarmac using an airport catering truck. The journalists aboard Air Force One were told by staff not to, or I should be clear here, they were told by staff to lower the shades on the plane there as the president was apparently doing this, as the president changed planes. They were not made aware of the active security threat. The Washington Post was the first to break this story, and we should note news outlets, including MS Now, originally reported how the president traveled back from Turkey based on what could be seen, in addition to White House updates via the press pool.
Well, if he wasn't on a plane that he shouldn't have been on in the first place, because had he not accepted it, it would not have been a problem, then we wouldn't be here, right? Because he would have been on an Air Force One that would have all the required military and security and so forth on it, that he could get on the plane and not have to go out a back door to get into a catering van to get on a smaller plane and hide.
It's a national security issue.
It is.
And that is why this is important. It's a national security issue. He is the commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces. He is the executive of the federal government. This isn't just about, oh, the press didn't know, he went to another plane. In a moment in which there was an aircraft potentially struck, there would be questions globally about the state of international affairs and who was calling the shots and whether the president of the United States was in fact dead or alive. That is why this was an issue. Not because the press likes to know where the president is all the time. It's on behalf of the public that the press conveys how his health is, his safety, and his well-being at any given moment.
The reason that it matters that the press does know where he's at is because the American people deserve to know where their leader is. We don't live in a dictatorial country. We live in a country where we are there to provide information to the American people about their leader. We talked about it before, I'm former president of the WHCA, so I say this with the level of expertise. The press pool, the WHCA, in normal times, get lots of information that they do not share, right? When I was president, they told us a lot of things that I could not share with anybody because of national security reasons, because it wasn't done yet, because we were worried about it getting out, right? And then that's called an embargo. Then the information comes out later, and you're able to report on it. And the idea that they did not tell the folks on the plane that this was happening is baffling to me. That the press pool was sitting on the plane with his staff and they didn't tell them the information. They tell us this kind of stuff all the time. This has happened before. This is not the first time that a president has had to switch planes, but in those times, the press knew.
I just want to know, why didn't they put his behind on the plane he ultimately got on in the first place? Why you got to go through all this drama? It's because Donald Trump wants the majesty of getting on a plane he shouldn't have and pretending that he's going someplace. Anyway, didn't need to be on a plane.
Not even to mention the actual serious threats.
Exactly. So coming up next on All In, maybe Chris will work this out. Primary coverage continues with polls closing at the top of the hour in Connecticut and Alabama. That's at 8 o'clock Eastern right here on MS Now. We'll be back. I'll just pass this on to Chris. Well, that does it for the weeknight. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. Congressman Jamie Raskin, the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, will join the show. And be sure to follow us on social media at Weeknight MS Now. I'd like to thank you for watching. All In with Chris Hayes starts now.
Hey, everybody. Good evening from New York. I'm Jacob Soboroff in for Chris Hayes. It is a Tuesday in a midterm year, which means it is election night in America once again. And honestly, it feels a little weird to be in the studio, as the dude who is normally walking backward down the voting line out there, where at this hour, votes are still being cast and counted too, and we have got you covered. The vote count is well underway in South Carolina, where Darlene Graham is hoping to keep the seat formerly held by her brother, the late Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. In 1 hour, polls will close in that marquee race in Minnesota as well as in Wisconsin. We're watching a bunch of fascinating races there, including the Republican gubernatorial primary, where the election-denying conspiracy theorist Mike Lindell, a.k.a. Mike Pillow, a.k.a. Lumpy Pillow's Kiss My You-Know-What, could advance to the general election. On the Democratic side, Senator Amy Klobuchar is the clear favorite to be the gubernatorial nominee. She has given up her seat in Washington, D.C. to return home and replace the outgoing governor, Tim Walz, who declined to seek a third term after his vice presidential loss in the 2024 election. Meanwhile, there is also a competitive Senate race in the North Star State. Former Sunday Night Football reporter Michelle Tafoya, believe it or not, is running for the Republican nomination. She is hoping to fend off a challenge from former NBA player turned right-wing conspiracy theorist Royce White. And the state's Democratic Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, she is a progressive darling, is facing a very well-funded challenge from the more moderate Congresswoman Angie Craig for their party's Senate nomination. In neighboring Wisconsin as well, folks are very closely watching the gubernatorial primary. Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong is leading a very fractured field there in the polls. Republican Congressman Tom Tiffany, he is a far-right election denier, is hoping to square off with Hong in November. And as of this moment, polls are now closed in Connecticut, as well as Alabama, where something pretty interesting is unfolding, actually. If you follow this stuff as closely as we all do here, you might recall that Alabama already held its primaries back in May. Do you remember that? But they are voting again today in districts that are newly redrawn to why? Erase a majority black district and oust the black Democrat representing them. Donald Trump demanded these red state gerrymanders to rig the maps in his favor and his party come November. It's part of this larger scheme, by the president to January 6th, the midterm elections. In other words, to undermine free and fair elections and to retain power for his party by any means necessary. And the president, who is near singularly focused on his voter suppression bill, he calls it the SAVE Act, he's not exactly being shy about his disdain for our democracy.
Let me put an idea in your head, okay? Because it's so hard to get the Senate to do anything, now they're on recess, they don't get anything done if they never get the Save America Act done. You have the right to declare a national security emergency for elections. And the Supreme Court ruled in 1983 under Reagan that INS versus Chadha, that if you declare a national security emergency as the President of the United States, they can't challenge it. It can only be overturned by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress. So if you do this in the next month, we will get photo ID, proof of citizenship, and a limit to mail-in ballots. And
let me just say that stranger things have happened. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Whoa. Stranger things have happened, like Trump goading an armed insurrectionist mob, which stormed the Capitol and attempted to overturn an election that he lost. And as I saw up close, sending military troops and armed masked federal agents to the streets of America's cities. So tonight, as Americans, as you practice your constitutional right to vote, let us not lose sight of how little this president respects that process. But the process is still unfolding as we speak tonight. It is election night once again, and on nights like these, there is only one dude we turn to break it all down, MS Now chief data reporter Ali Velshi, who is at the big board. And I am so jealous that you are not wearing a suit.
You stole my clothes, dude. You're wearing a tie. This has never happened.
I'm getting a rash. But what's happening in South Carolina right now?
South Carolina is one of the few places that we've got votes in that we can actually see. This is the weird situation. They had a primary already. Lindsey Graham won that primary, although not decisively. He got under 57%, which is unusual for a senator who was on Trump's side. Anyway, he passes away. His sister, Darlene Graham, is appointed to the position. We've got her down as an incumbent, but it's not really technically the case. She's filling the position, and they have gone to a special primary tonight. Now, this being the South, it's a runoff, which means someone's got to get more than 50% of the vote. Right now, she's in the lead with 31%. So not a big lead. It's 5,500, almost 6,000 votes, 28% in. Now, what will happen here is if you look at the way the vote is splitting, 31 here, Russell Fry's got about 26%, Ralph Norman, the congressman, 21.6%, and Mark Sanford, the former governor, 14%. Not likely anybody's getting to 15% tonight. So what is likely to happen is this will advance to a runoff. Probably Darlene Graham will advance. We don't know that yet. And then one of these other candidates will advance. They're all doing well in the places they're from, by the way. This is where Russell Fry is from. This is where Mark Sanford is from in Charleston. You've got Ralph Norman. in this area. So this is to be expected, but it's an unusually tight race. We'll see what happens. Now, whoever wins tonight or whoever advances, there'll be another runoff in 2 weeks, and that person will then be the candidate for the senatorial election.
It's such an interesting race because while the president of the United States has backed Darlene Graham,
Yes.
it doesn't seem like there is any particular candidate who is walking in lockstep with the president.
Correct.
Is that part of the reason that this runoff might happen?
There was an understanding Russell Fry was probably going to get the endorsement, and then Darlene Graham comes in, and she was just going to sort of fill in, and then she decided she was going to stay, and Donald Trump then said she should run. And it wasn't the most robust endorsement, but she got Trump's endorsement, and you're seeing that reflected. But yeah, look at these numbers. They're pretty strong. And again, people are voting for their hometown candidate at this point. So that'll be interesting to see. And again, the Democratic candidate, because they already had their primaries, was polling very close to where Lindsey Graham was. So it's not one of our toss-up states, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on.
And Alabama's closed. Do we know anything about Alabama yet?
Alabama is closed, and we've only got stuff from the first district right now. Jerry Carl is decisively in the lead, but look at that. This is all advanced vote. We don't have any day of vote.
We got like 125.
So far too early to tell exactly what's going on here. Clyde Jones is obviously uncontested in Alabama 1. So it'll be a little while before we get stuff there.
The great Ali Velshek. We're going to be checking in with you, I'm sure, all night long. Good luck tonight. Drink a lot of coffee.
Thanks, buddy.
See you, my friend. Ben Wickler is the former chair of the Wisconsin Democratic Party. Alex Wagner is an MS Now senior political analyst and the host of the Runaway Country podcast on Crooked Media, and they both join me now. First of all, hello to both of you. Ben, I want to start with you. Your expectations, nobody knows Wisconsin better. What are you thinking about what's going to happen tonight?
Well, Wisconsin's primary season has been the kind of poster child for twists and turns in the political system. So the thing I can confidently predict after the primary is that Democrats in this state will unite with a common message around affordability and fighting back against one of the most extreme Republican nominees that the country has ever seen. We have a guy named Tom Tiffany who tried to overturn the 2020 election. He's not as interesting as Mike Lindell, but he is every bit as dedicated to thwarting democracy and doing whatever Donald Trump wants to do. So I think we're going to have, it might be an early night, it might be a late night, but tomorrow morning, the unity tour begins and the fight in a toss-up state is going to be well underway.
Yeah, Tom Tiffany, I think, is one of, dozens is maybe an understatement to say election deniers that are running in the midterms all across the country this year. And I want to talk more about that in a second. But Alex, the Minnesota Senate race, it doesn't seem to be getting the same kind of attention as Michigan last week. But I was there. It seems like there's a lot of the same dynamics between Flanagan and Craig as there were between Abdul Sayed and Stevens, right?
Yeah, some of the same dynamics. The difference being there is not a Muslim American running for office and who is the target of Islamophobic attacks from both the broader Republican Party and this very racist, very Islamophobic president. But yeah, I mean, the dynamic is similar insofar as Angie Craig is a more moderate centrist Democrat who has the backing of the establishment. She has outspent Peggy Flanagan, the lieutenant governor, by I think 4-1. Some of that money is presumably from AIPAC, which has been a backer of her traditionally and this year. They're litigating some of the same concerns relating to Medicare for All and Israel-Gaza, basic issues of affordability and whether or not it's time for wholesale broad change within the party or whether it's more about incremental steps forward. And I think, yes, I think there will be broader lessons drawn about the future of the Democratic policy platform after we get the results in Minnesota. But you can't take away the other thing that all these progressives have in common, which is they're running really exciting, very insurgent grassroots campaigns. They are doing shoe leather campaigning in the most traditional sense of the word. And they've thrown out a lot of the old playbook that says you win only on the air.
And I know you've seen it too. The energy is ridiculous when you go out there and you go to not just the events, but people who, when you meet them on the street, talking about all these folks. And Francesca Hong-Ben is one of those people. And I was reading this Politico report that's preparing, and I was surprised actually to shake up her campaign. What do we know about that?
I think what's interesting is that it was kind of seen as newsworthy. It is a totally normal thing. Campaigns pretty much always bulk out, expand, retune for the general election. And in Wisconsin, we've built at the Democratic Party of Wisconsin this really election-winning machine, a whole bunch of extraordinary folks. The Hong campaign has come kind of out of nowhere, done this massive organizing push that meshes, I think, really beautifully with the massive grassroots organizing machine at the state party. So, I'm sure there's going to be a whole bunch of talent flocking into the campaign to join the team that's already been really blowing people's minds with what they've been able to do. And then it's onward to the general election with this kind of, expanded machine. That's if Hong wins, if Crowley wins, or another candidate wins, I'd expect the same thing. More people joining up, an expanded effort. That is a part of the recipe for why Democrats have won 17 out of the last 21 statewide elections in Wisconsin.
Yeah, what's happening to Hong seems like what was happening to Abdul El-Sayed at the end of that race. And you can see a lot of those strategists actually on election night there. Alex, put Francesca Hong, if you might, in the larger context of the progressive millennial insurgent candidates that we're seeing this cycle. How do you see her fitting in?
Listen, I think part of the reason they're also telegraphing they're going to do a change of staffing is because Francesca Hong has not had the smoothest primary season. And she's, her articulation of why she wants to be governor has been complicated by past statements. She is not the same joyful warrior that I think even Abdul El-Sayed was. Now, Abdul El-Sayed is an incredible communicator. He was a former podcaster at my network. So, he has a background in communications that is fairly unusual for a candidate. But at the same time, she has been dogged by past controversy that's not just about policy, but also about, sort of personal preferences around holidays and the like. I'm not going to get into all of that, but I think they do need to signal that they're ready for prime time if, in fact, she does get the nomination. If you're talking about her place within the broader progressive landscape, again, this is someone who was fueled by an army of volunteers. I think she had 7,000 volunteers for her campaign and was out there after the No Kings rallies. Her volunteers were door knocking. She was making the case in person using networks that pre-existed any kind of political campaign. And I think that's a difference maker. And to be honest, I think a lot of these were lessons learned from the Mamdani campaign in New York City. It really reinforced how essential person-to-person campaigning is, and that's something she's certainly learned, and it's, I think, the reason why she's the front runner today.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Tom Tiffany, Ben, you mentioned him, and I said at the top, he's an election denier. There are so many of them. This one is in Wisconsin. So is Mike Lindell Pillow, as they call him on this broadcast, next door in Minnesota. You and I talked about on my show about your book and about the playbook for Democrats in the 2028 midterms as it relates to the idea of stealing elections. What is your level of concern at this point about the Republicans laying the groundwork to overturn or overtake the 2028 elections?
Well, as they say, what do you call a failed coup? It's practice. And this is someone who practiced overturning elections when he was in the U.S. House and voted to reject the Electoral College votes of his own constituents, of Wisconsinites. This is someone who, if he gets in the governor's mansion in Wisconsin, could be part of a plot to try to subvert the next presidential election, which is why the stakes are so high. Now, the other interesting thing is that, as I argue in my book, and you can see play out in races across the country, the number one issue on voters' minds is the cost of living. It's affordability. And Tom Tiffany has sided with Trump on everything that has sent the cost of gas and groceries through the roof. This is a guy who couldn't be bothered to vote for the housing bill that Donald Trump couldn't be bothered to sign. This is somebody who has supported the war in Iran. He said he was against it, then he voted against the Iran War Powers Act. So there's a direct connection between the cost that Wisconsinites pay when they fill up their gas pump, when they fill up their grocery cart, and Tom Tiffany's votes in Congress. That is going to be a giant anchor around his neck, which makes it harder for him to subvert future presidential elections, especially given that Democrats are running so intensely on things that matter for folks' pocketbooks.
Alex, Donald Trump saying, what did he say? Stranger things have happened when he was asked about the national elections emergency is both nuts but totally plausible given the things that have happened just in the last year or so. We saw all the strange things that happened, like the president sending armed troops to occupy blue cities. I saw it. Let me play some of what all these governors said to me at the time when troops were walking around on their streets. If the president invokes the Insurrection Act, you said you use every tool at your disposal to stop the deployment of federal troops on the streets of Chicago and throughout your state. Are you willing to direct the state police to arrest any federal officials for what they're doing here?
Look, we don't break the law here in Illinois. I'm not going to direct our state police to break the law the way that Donald Trump directs people to break the law.
He's now saying, this is a quote, it's only a question of time before he does it again, perhaps in a much different and stronger form.
Yeah, which I assume he's implying the Insurrection Act. Which would give him carte blanche to be able to do it. I mean, look, he's just winding up.
You invoke the Insurrection Act, and my opinion on this, that's the end of your presidency. So you better understand why you're using it, and you better assume that that's going to get you the outcome you want.
He hasn't just done it once, he's done it at least 3 times in all of these states. How likely do you think he is to do it again?
I mean, if only anybody could predict what Donald Trump was going to do about anything. I think everybody should be on high alert. To be honest, my concern is not so much in the streets insurrection. It's more using sort of bad actors like Tom Tiffany, who voted not to, who didn't want to certify the election results in Arizona and Pennsylvania on January 6th of 2021. It's about the folks inside the government whose job is to certify the election, including all of the House leadership and the people at the state level that are election deniers that Trump has installed. It's my concern is that inside the machinery of democracy, there are bad actors who will do anything Donald Trump wants them to do. And that is less seen by the public, but no less dangerous.
Yeah, I think there's already 25 or so election deniers in some of these offices that are overseeing elections as we all speak tonight. We will continue to follow this, and we got a big election night ahead. Ben Wickler and Alex Wagner, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You can catch much more, by the way, of Alex on Crooked on MS Now, Saturdays, 9 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss that. And coming up, the wild new reporting about how Donald Trump used a plane full of journalists and his Secretary of State as a decoy. That's coming up next. Okay, we got some breaking news on this very busy election night. The Associated Press projects that Darlene Graham, the sister of the late Lindsey Graham, will advance to the runoff election in South Carolina. We are still waiting to see which Republican candidate she will face in that race. That runoff will then determine which candidate on the Republican side will face Democrat Annie Andrews come November. So that's the development at this hour. Darlene Graham advances to the runoff in the South Carolina Republican special election for that Senate primary. Meanwhile, tonight, after a year and a half of bombing and blockades, along with threats to destroy, as the president said, Iran's whole civilization, the Wall Street Journal reports that Donald Trump now wants to give new financial sanctions just some time to force Tehran into negotiations rather than relying on more strikes. We are also learning more about how truly scared the White House was of an Iranian threat against the president in July, just after Trump ordered renewed strikes on Iran, when he left last month's NATO summit in neighboring Turkey. Did you guys see this? He reportedly slipped out on a secret flight while White House staffers and reporters unwittingly flew home on Air Force One as decoys. Check out the video. Watch this. I have watched it so many times, actually. You can see Trump boarding the old Air Force One. There he is, which the White House said he was using for his return trip instead of the less secure 747 that was gifted to him by Qatar. Okay, check that thing down there, airport catering truck. News outlets, including MS Now, originally reported that the Trump traveled back on the old Air Force One because of what the White House said and what could be seen at the time. We later learned that the switch happened because of this Iranian threat. But then you see a food catering truck. That's it. At the rear of the C-32A, which is the military jet. It detaches from the far side, and he was reportedly inside that truck. And as the White House press corps boarded Air Force One and were told to keep their window shades down, Trump was actually being delivered to the other plane. And after both planes landed in England, it appears, wow, there he is popping out of the Air Force One. He was quietly spirited back on board the old Air Force One so he could be seen getting off of it, walking down the steps, all to avoid a reported Iranian assassination attempt, or a threat, at least, right after telling journalists that the war was, I think he said, a tremendous success, and that Iran's Air Force is gone, and they want to do a deal. Details about that threat remain unknown, but some of the journalists who rode Air Force One as decoys to protect Trump without their own knowledge say, obviously, understandably, the stunt crossed a new line. There was a journalist who told the Washington Post, quote, reporters take risks as part of the job, but not on behalf of the president. David Rode is an MS Now. He is our senior national security reporter, and he joins me now. Wow, this whole thing is, it's quite remarkable. How wild was it to you?
I just want to say first that, like, President Trump has faced enormous threats. There have been 2 assassination attempts, and I think the Secret Service should strive to protect him. It would be a disaster for this country if anything happened.
Right, obviously they thought it was credible enough to hatch this whole plan.
Yes, and I just, like any president of any party, and we're so divided as a country, so I'm glad he's safe. It's extraordinary that President Trump did this. There have been past efforts, as we were just talking about off camera. President Clinton was flying from India to Pakistan, and he actually got in a small private jet. The difference there was that the head of the White House press corps at that point, Susan Page, who many people have seen on different, now as a commentator on different shows, she was told about it beforehand. So she was, the press was trusted.
Am I right also they didn't try to keep it a secret as well after they landed?
Yes. The funny little detail is that Air Force One lands and a Secret Service agent who looks like Clinton, I guess he was kind of tall, and
wow.
And then out of the smaller plane comes Clinton. And then fast forward, George W. Bush, he's, the Secret Service, the public is told he's in Texas for the Thanksgiving holiday. He gets on Air Force One. He flies all the way to Iraq. But again, there was no decoy use of journalists or White House staffers at that point, and they announced it publicly. And then again, President Obama, same thing. They publicly said he was in Camp David. He flew secretly to Afghanistan. I think this wasn't made public because the specifics of it, hiding in a catering truck.
Unflattering to Trump?
Again, he's this rhetoric about we've destroyed their Air Force and we've totally dominated Iran. The President of the United States cowering in a catering truck because of an Iranian assassination threat. I don't think that's the image Trump wants out there.
But it is unbelievable that he put all of these journalists and his own Secretary of State in the position that he did. The Post reporting is so good, and it also notes the exchange between Trump and the press corps at the time, which feels kind of, it's ominous at least. It says, hours after landing, a reporter peppered Trump with questions about whether there was a security threat to Air Force One that warranted the shades closed. So what he says is, well, I have a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you, Trump responded. But if I go, you go, right? Perhaps someday you'll want to change professions. What do you say to that? What's nuts about this is it's not if I go, you go.
No.
It's if they think I'm going, you're going.
He is number one, there's no question, but they would have been, if they had shot down the old Air Force One, the baby blue one, it would have been those journalists. And it's new, I didn't realize it as of this evening that Secretary of State Rubio was on that plane as well.
This is all happening as you and I have talked so many times on my show, and it feels like deja vu about his attempts to end the war. And he was asked by reporters today about all that. Let's watch some of that.
I'm reading today that we've kind of changed our strategy. It's not going to be bomb, bomb, bomb. It's going to be just starve them out at this point with the naval blockade.
I never say
dead.
I don't talk about strategy. Why should I talk strategy? Maybe, but we have two very powerful strategies. We could just keep it alone, and they're going to fail. We could just keep, doing sort of just like nice and easy, relax. Like I said, I'm sort of negotiating. You see, they're very devious negotiators.
I said reporter, but Wayne Allyn Root is a very, very friendly interviewer. What did you hear there?
I heard that Wayne Allyn Root was talking about starvation. That's a war crime, but it's false. We have blocked ships going into the Strait of Hormuz to Iran. They have borders with multiple other countries. There's plenty of food coming into Iran. The economy is terrible. This is a horrible regime. Inflation is running at about 80%, and they're rationing food. But the feeling is that the Iranians, they don't have elections, can wait this out. They've been under sanctions for years. And so this tactic, it's the latest shift back and forth by the president. It's not going to work. They're not immediately going to, cave into the president's demands. And most of all, they know the midterm elections are coming. They see that as Trump's weakness, and I think they're going to hold on until then.
He seemed there to pivot away from the strikes today. And is that because he understands that there's just diminishing returns domestically on the strategy, or is it because we're running out of missiles, which seems to also be affecting what the military is doing at this point?
Yes, we are running out of missiles. They've tried to keep that low, and that's just like malpractice for military planning. You have to think through worst case scenarios. The war's gone on for 6 months. Secretary Hegseth should have planned that we run low on missiles, and essentially. And then the president himself has just failed again by going back and forth. He doesn't, when he threatens to bomb, it just doesn't intimidate the Iranians. So this is an astonishing mess at this point, 6 months into this war.
Nobody I'd rather talk to. David Rohde, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Still ahead, the fallout from Donald Trump's dangerous new plan that will make it much more difficult for children to get vaccinated. That's coming up next on All In. Donald Trump was furious that Health and Human Services Secretary Bobby Kennedy Jr. was not doing enough to draw a connection between vaccines and autism, of which, by the way, we need to be clear, there is no link. But Donald Trump demanded RFK Jr. step it up, despite the White House political advisors telling Kennedy, quote, to tone down his vaccine efforts ahead of the midterms. So before appearing to take a snoozeroo in the Oval Office yesterday, I think while Stephen Miller was talking, Trump took matters into his own hands, spouting dangerous and irresponsible lies about the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, and he signed an executive order that recommends breaking up that safe and effective shot into 3 separate jabs. He also wants to remove vaccinations for hepatitis A and B and flu and COVID-19 and others from the recommended list, and ordered, quote, states and territories are advised to review the gold standard childhood vaccine recommendations and consider updating relevant laws and regulations such as school enrollment and attendance based on the scientific assessment and best practices from peer-developed countries. While that part, peer-developed countries, is not spelled out, it does seem like it is a nod to Denmark, which has less recommended vaccinations, but as the New York Times points out, also has a population the size of Wisconsin and universal health care. This is Donald Trump once again asserting his will on the apparatus of the American government. Claire McCaskill served as a Democratic senator from Missouri, and she joins me now. Wow. Jeanine Pirro got the special Donald Trump treatment because she did not prosecute this gentleman over at the Reflecting Pool, and she seems to now be hanging on by a thread. What do you see of Robert Kennedy Jr.'s future?
I think that Trump is, he's so weird, right?
Weirdest
I mean, he's so weird because he thinks having Bobby Kennedy in his cabinet somehow elevates him to
the
Camelot.
The Kennedys, yes.
Or, some BS like that. So I think the last name helps Bobby Kennedy a lot more than anything he's going to do in office. But the thing that kills me about this, Jacob, there are 20 members of Congress that are doctors.
Yeah.
There are 20 members of Congress that know better. 13 of them are Republicans.
Bill Cassidy.
We have 4 Republican doctors in the Senate. Cassidy, who got beat, spoke up and has said this is wrong. It is terrible. I mean, this is terrible. Kids are going to die. Now, where are the other doctors in the Senate? Where is Roger Marshall, who, by the way, has got a race on his hands now? And where is, Barrasso, who's in leadership? Where is Rand Paul, the guy who likes to fight with his neighbors? Where are these senators? Why aren't we doing a bipartisan press conference with the doctors in Congress, the 7 Democrats, the 13 Republicans, and talk about the science that is real, which is vaccines save lives?
To say this could literally kill our constituents. Let me read what Bill Cassidy posted on social media. He said, this executive order is wrong. The president does not have the expertise to make these changes. Vaccines are overwhelmingly safe. Vaccines are effective. Vaccines do not cause autism. Parents should listen to their child's pediatrician about vaccines, yada, yada, yada. This is so wrong. It's not. Why is it not breaking through with Republicans?
Well, I think they're so used to being afraid of him because of primaries. And honestly, there is a little bit of a syndrome where they like to talk about Trump derangement syndrome. Well, I've got we've bent the knee to Trump syndrome going on in the Republican Party that they just can't seem to break through. It is fascinating to me that we're also not talking about access to these vaccines. I mean, one of the biggest problems we have in our country right now, when you talk to public health professionals, Jacob, is that there are so many parents that have difficulty accessing vaccines. Now they're going from 2 visits to as many as 6 to 8 visits.
That's crazy.
Now, people in rural communities, people who don't have insurance, people who don't have a pediatrician, the access to vaccines now has gone down even further, which means more and more unhealthy people. And guess who picks up the bill for people who aren't insured when they get sick? It's taxpayers.
All the rest
that
of
pick
us,
up the bill.
because they show up in the emergency room.
Exactly.
In the Oval Office, one of the things that he said, he actually went beyond falsely linking vaccines with autism. And the word that he used, he said that the safe MMR vaccine, lethal was the word that he used. There is no good answer to this question, but they continue to let him push this stuff that is so detrimental to public health.
And it's lies. The only thing we can do really is just continue to stress to everyone, trust the person who went to medical school. Bobby Kennedy did not go to medical school. Donald Trump certainly didn't go to medical
Nope.
school. So trust your pediatrician, trust your doctor, trust your friends that are doctors or acquaintances. Maybe you know somebody in your kid's little league that's a doctor, their father or their mother. Talk to them. Get your information from people who understand the science behind vaccines, not these clowns.
The thing that's so infuriating about the Cassidy situation is, though, he let RFK Jr. sail through and voted to confirm him. How did he do that? Why did he do that?
Yeah, well, it's, you know, he could have stopped it.
Yeah.
His vote would have stopped it.
Yeah.
And he didn't do it. By the way, his vote probably could have stopped Blanche, too, who, how many cabinet members can I name where just one or two Republicans could have stopped really incompetent people from doing really serious damage?
Despite the fact that the president himself campaigned against him and compelled him to lose the primary in Louisiana.
Yeah. And by the way, he's not exactly been kind to many other Republicans that you think at this point would stand up to him. I think his approval rating today, and in the latest poll I saw, was 38. I haven't seen a poll where he's above 42 in a while. So what kind of power does he have politically that they're so afraid of once they're past their primaries?
He's not even listening to what people say. There's a YouGov poll that says 65% of Americans agree that schools should require vaccinations. It's politically popular and a good idea to allow people to have access to these vaccines.
Yeah, and they've given this wonderful man who's running in Kansas, who's a minister, Adam Hamilton, they've given him a real issue to use against a doctor in Kansas who's not standing up for the kids in his state that need these vaccines.
There are, though, in Pennsylvania and in Maine and Connecticut and Illinois, the governors of those states are accusing him of playing politics with the lives of our kids, and they're pledging to follow the vaccine science. Is there anything that he can do? Can this executive order actually override the governors of these states when it comes to giving medicine to children?
No, the governors can. They have some power here. But the really interesting thing is, who's telling him to do this if this is popular? I mean, who is this guy listening to at this point? That's what's really an enigma to me. Is there somebody saying to him, this is really good for you politically, to wipe out the vaccine regimen in the United States of America?
I see Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife, who, as a side note, is the one who invited me into the facilities to look at the families that are being separated and the children that they were harming at the time, have Jenny McCarthy on her podcast and talk about vaccinations. Perhaps it could be Ms. Miller?
Yeah, maybe. Her husband certainly has more power than he deserves.
Although Donald Trump falls asleep while he's talking in the Oval Office. Claire McCaskill, thank you so much for being here. It's good to see you.
Thanks.
All right, everybody, still to come. Speaking of Todd Blanche, Senator Chris Van Hollen on the ominous first day for Donald Trump's former defense attorney. That's coming up next. If you were worried that the guy who became Attorney General of the United States after the narrowest confirmation vote in U.S. history might be the wrong person to helm the Justice Department, he is already proving you right. Just hours after Todd Blanche was sworn in, the Department of Justice issued a memo expanding Trump's use of executive privilege to protect Trump and his advisors from Democratic probes. Trump knows that if Democrats win control of the House in November, investigations and subpoenas will follow, including of private companies and individuals, too, who have helped Trump and his family rake in literally billions of dollars in profit while he's been in office. The new Justice Department memo seeks to shield them from all of that by declaring that Trump can withhold from Congress communications, not just with his staff, but also with basically anybody that he decides to call private advisors. Do you remember when Todd Blanche slipped and told Congress he is Donald Trump's lawyer? Seems like he was telling the truth. Senator Chris Van Hollen is a Democrat from Maryland. He joins me now. Senator, thanks for being here.
Good to be here, Jacob.
What's your take on the new memo?
Well, when Todd Blanche had the title of acting attorney general, he was still acting in his old job as Donald Trump's personal attorney. And now that he is attorney general, that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, this is all about protecting Donald Trump, not the rule of law. He's still being his personal attorney and doing his bidding. And this is an effort, as you know, to expand executive privilege in a way to prevent the American people from getting a sense of what's happening, to cut down on transparency and therefore accountability. And it's all in preparation, as you indicated, about what apparently they judge to be very good chance that Congress will be in Democratic hands.
I was going to say unbelievably, but very believably, actually. The Wall Street Journal is also now reporting that the White House is pushing the Justice Department to consider a new prosecution on the reflecting pool. I had Norm Eisen here last night after Jeanine Pirro declined to prosecute in the case that Trump obviously wanted her to prosecute. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, this is outrageous. I mean, this should scare every American, right? That you have a U.S. Attorney, Pirro, who was, told by Trump to look into this case. She looked into this case. She found that there was no evidence. And then when the president blasted out a tweet and ordered her to come to the White House, he sent up a follow-up tweet saying, we hope you're going to come after him again. David Hearn is a constituent of mine in Maryland, and no American should be treated this way. It would be really a sick sign that our Justice Department is completely disappeared if they proceed with this. And by the way, back to Todd Blanche. I mean, Todd Blanche has the authority over U.S. attorneys. So this is another example of where he could show that he's just not following Trump's orders at every juncture.
And these election monitors. I saw when I was in Michigan last week, they had sent more than a handful of election monitors throughout the state, including, I think, they showed up at 3 places in West Detroit and 2 in East, or maybe have the other way around. Now, The Hill is saying that the Justice Department is it sent 20 election monitors to observe Minnesota's primary elections. What is this about, in your view?
This is about voter intimidation. This is not about anything else. And as I think all your listeners know, when it comes to elections, states have jurisdiction over these elections. And so what this is Donald Trump trying to take over the election process. He would like to federalize the entire process. I just asked people to imagine if he got to count the votes at the White House, what would have been the outcome of some of the past presidential elections. After all, he ordered the folks in Georgia to come up with, 6,000 plus votes for him. So this is the danger of federalizing these elections, and they're just trying to intimidate people.
And that is why, exactly as you said, the elections are designed and said we're in ununited states of voting on purpose when it comes to elections. And there are so many jurisdictions, not just state, but local, county, city, and it's designed that way so that the federal government doesn't have its hands all over the way and day we administer our elections. And now Minnesota is the latest state, which, by the way, you were there a few days ago campaigning with Peggy Flanagan, if I'm not mistaken, who's running for Senate, and she's running against another Democrat, Congresswoman Angie Craig. Why are we seeing so many primaries, do you think, pitting progressives against establishment Democrats, particularly in this moment?
Because, Jacob, I think there's a real hunger among Democrats to have representatives in Washington who are not only going to take on a lawless Trump administration, all of us should be doing that, but also to shake up a broken status quo in Washington and in our politics. And what we're seeing in Minnesota is Peggy Flanagan is the candidate that's generated a lot of excitement at the grassroots level. Her opponent in the primary is raking in lots of money from outside special interest groups, including some of those that we witnessed in Michigan just last week, including crypto and AIPAC and others. So I think Democrats are really looking for senators who are going to stand up and do their bidding, the bidding of the people, and not essentially the bidding of these outside special interests.
How worried are you that these splits that we're seeing are fissures that would not heal by, come November?
If you look at Michigan, I think it's really remarkable how quickly everybody's come together. And I want to really salute all the parties, all the candidates who were part of that election. And the National Democratic Party's come together quickly. That was even more of a divisive primary than the one we're seeing in Minnesota. So I do believe Democrats recognize that the differences among us are much smaller than the differences we have between different Democratic candidates and Republicans who are running, who are guaranteed to be another rubber stamp for Donald Trump. That's true of Mike Rogers in Michigan. It's true of the candidates in Minnesota. It's true across the board.
I want to ask, you've been working so hard on the immigration issue as well, including at the very beginning, working to free Kilmar. Now this whole TPS ordeal is going on. We're seeing footage of Haitians in Ohio specifically literally break down crying because they have to go and get ankle monitors on. Syrian folks, too, who have lost temporary protected status. You have a bill to restore those protections. Will you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's called the Secure Act. And the idea is that these individuals should not live in constant fear of being deported. These are individuals, Jacob, that are here with legal status, right? They have work permits. They're some of the most vetted people in the country. Exactly. Every year they show up and get a background check. And they're trying to send them back to countries where it's obvious they would be put into imminent danger of their lives. Yes. I mean, if you look at Haiti, for example, if you go to the State Department website, it says to Americans, don't travel to Haiti. It's dangerous. And yet they want to take people who've been part of our communities for a very long time and put them back into certain danger. It's really disgusting what they're doing.
It is preposterous that someone who has gone to Haiti and reported from Haiti when the previous administration, the Biden administration, was sending them back to for sure danger, if not death. Stephen Miller saying it's safe there for Haitians today. Give me a break. Senator Chris Van Hollen, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it.
It's great to be with you. Thanks, Jacob.
Thanks. Stay tuned, everybody, because Jen Psaki will have full coverage as polls close in Minnesota and Wisconsin. We'll be right back. All right, that's all in on this Tuesday night. You can always catch my show, Connect, weekend mornings at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. out on the West Coast. Right now, we have some very big polls about to close, and the briefing with Jen Psaki starts right now. Good evening, Jen.
Jacob, I love seeing you there, but I wish you were at a polling place, because look at election days are Jacob Soboroff talking to people waiting in line at polling places, and I'm missing it.
I told Ali Velshi I'm starting to get a rash on my neck from wearing this jacket and tie and suit, and I just want to be in my black tee out there walking backwards down the voting line.
Well, there's plenty more election nights to come, so that's the good news for everybody watching. We love election nights. We're going to dig into all of it with a group of very smart people. I will see you tomorrow.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Okay, everyone, it is primary night in 6 states across the country, and polls are now officially closed in Wisconsin and Minnesota, where some of tonight's marquee races are happening. We've got Ali Velshi, of course, standing by at the big board, wearing his special vest, as we have all come to love, and he's going to bring us the latest results as they come in as well. We'll keep you very updated on those as we get any results. I've also got some of my favorite people to talk politics with here at the table. This is quite a group. They've probably been through, I don't know, approximately 100 elections or more as a collective group. They know a lot of things. They've been watching all of this very closely. And there are a ton of interesting races and dynamics to keep an eye on tonight, including some that will test and maybe even confirm, some of the big political trends that we have seen play out this year to date. So here are just a few, and there are a lot of things to watch tonight, but here are a few of the things that I'm watching tonight. First, there's the power of Donald Trump's endorsement inside his own party. His record of success within his party has been mixed at best this year. He has won some of the races, the primary races. His candidates have won where he has endorsed, and more recently, he has lost some of the primary races where he has endorsed. Just 5 days ago, we watched Trump-backed Congressman Andy Ogles lose his primary in Tennessee. 2 days before that, Trump suffered an even more embarrassing loss in Michigan when his chosen candidate lost already race. And no matter what he says about the midterms, about the perception of his own power here. And that's an interesting thing to watch. Now, in South Carolina, Trump threw his weight behind Darlene Graham, the sister of the late Senator Lindsey Graham. But Trump's endorsement didn't exactly clear the field there, not at all. A recent Emerson College poll even found that 53% of South Carolina Republican primary voters said Trump's endorsement has no impact on how they would vote. And remember, this is a very red state, one that has very much voted for Donald Trump in every time he has run for president. As of this hour, we can report that Darlene Graham will not win enough votes to clinch the nomination tonight. She wasn't expected to coming in tonight, to be fair, but she will advance to a runoff against Congressman Ralph Norman. But again, with the full backing of Donald Trump, Darlene Graham is barely cracking 30%. So the success of Trump-endorsed candidates is definitely something to keep an eye on tonight. There are others to watch there, too. Now, on the Democratic side tonight, it's also a test of whether or not voters will once again reject establishment-backed candidates in favor of insurgents, in favor of people who don't feel like traditional politicians, who don't feel like they come from Washington in some cases. In Wisconsin, State Assembly member and Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong may be poised to become the Democratic nominee for governor. And this is an interesting story because she has unexpectedly risen to the top of a field that included the state's current and former lieutenant governor, who were both forced to exit the race amid lagging poll numbers and campaign issues. Wisconsin's Democratic governor and much of the party's establishment have rallied around Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, who, and this is another bizarre twist in this race, left the race last month and then re-entered the race just over a week later at the urging of some in the party establishment. Now, keep in mind, as we're watching this, people in Wisconsin have been casting early votes and voting by mail through the month of July, and many people did participate in that already. So whoever wins that race is likely to face off against Wisconsin Republican Congressman and election denier Tom Tiffany, who is seeking his party's nomination for governor. And what a guy, lots to be said. But for those of you just getting to know him, Tom Tiffany was one of 147 members of Congress to vote against certifying the 2020 election. But honestly, as we look at the results tonight and who's running, his election denialism looks kind of like child's play when you look across the border at neighboring Minnesota, where tonight, conspiracy theorist and failed pillow salesman Mike Lindell, yes, that guy is still kicking around, is running with Trump's endorsement to be his party's nominee for Minnesota governor. Now, if he wins tonight, he will likely have to face off against the state's very popular Senator Amy Klobuchar, who is seeking her party's nomination for governor. So the potential rise of election deniers is certainly also something we're going to be watching tonight. I'll also be keeping an eye on the Democratic primary for Senate in Minnesota, where we are watching yet another contest between the progressive and moderate wings of the Democratic Party. Minnesota Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan is running with the support of progressive lawmakers like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, as well as the state's outgoing Senator Tina Smith. And she, of course, is facing off against Congresswoman Angie Craig, who has the backing of Democratic leaders like Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, and Pete Buttigieg. So like I said, there is a whole lot to follow tonight, all of which could tell us a lot about what kind of candidates and what message is appealing to voters and what to expect this November. And on that front, we also got some big news tonight from the world of elections forecasting. It's quite the time for elections forecasting. We're going to be watching all of it. Polling guru Nate Silver just released his forecast for November's midterm elections. His models put Democrats' chances of retaking the House at 87%. And even more notably, those same models put Democrats' chances of retaking the Senate at 57%. What matters is what happens on Election Day, but still interesting data as we look to the next few months. With all that in mind, let's dig into tonight's results. Joining me now here at the table, MS Now Chief National Reporter and host of the excellent news show that launched this week, State of Play, Peter Alexander. MS Now Chief Washington Correspondent and co-host of The Weekend, Eugene Daniels. MS Now Political Director, Shauna Thomas. And also joining the fun tonight is Democratic strategist and senior advisor to majority Democrats and the bench, Liz Smith. Liz, you wish you were at our fun table with us, but we are so happy you are still here with us. Let me start with you, Peter. First of all, welcome.
Thank you
so
for
glad
having me.
You're here.
I'm used to doing this in the briefing room, but now we get to do it on one team.
That's right. That's right. It's not. You can grill me if you want. It's fine. I want to ask you about South Carolina because, you know, Trump has endorsed a number of candidates through the course of the primary season. Some, as I mentioned, he has won. He has spent. There's been money spent that I think some in the Republican Party would prefer he not spend, but that's a different story. He decided to weigh in this race for Darlene Graham, presumably because of his relationship with Lindsey Graham. She cracked 30%, barely. You need 50% to not have a runoff. I don't want to overread into it or underread into it. What do you make of it?
Well, we got a long way to go to the general for the president to get his candidate to win this thing. There are a lot of other votes out there. Almost 7 in 10 of the other votes among Republicans in that state went to someone who Donald Trump did not endorse. That's saying something at this point right now. Let's focus on the Graham name in that state. Obviously, it's as resonant as any that there is there. But just a reminder about Lindsey Graham himself. Take a step back. I remember traveling with Jeb Bush. We were in South Carolina during that 2016 campaign. Lindsey Graham was on the campaign bus, and he was fuming about this this guy named Donald Trump. Boy, did times change quickly. And then after January 6th, Lindsey Graham came around again, and Lindsey Graham said, you know, I've had enough of it. I'm done. I'm off. Of course, he came around and supported Donald Trump when he won once again in 2024. So obviously, as it relates to loyalty, the Graham name gets a whole lot because they have come back to Donald Trump over and over. The question is, as noted by the polls that you said there, do the folks in that state care? Mark Sanford, and we know all the controversies about him. His name has still got plenty of votes so far in this early primary. The bottom line is the expectation is whoever wins that Republican primary, though, and then wins the runoff that comes, is going to be the likely Senate, the person that serves in that seat for the next 6 years.
It is. The 7 in 10 who did not get votes is an interesting thing because uniting after a primary, the general election electorate is a whole different story. Sean, let me ask you, you've been digging into all of the nitty-gritties of these races. We were just talking about a primary happening up in Connecticut before we came out here.
Which you wouldn't think we'd care about.
Which
but
you wouldn't think.
No offense to Connecticut.
No. It's all interesting to watch. We're political nerds here. What are you, as you're looking at these 6 states and these races, what are you most watching tonight?
I think what I'm watching, and I'm actually going to go back to that Connecticut race. It hasn't been called yet. It's Connecticut 1. It is long-term incumbent John Larson, Representative John Larson, running against, I believe, the mayor of Hartford.
Former mayor of Hartford,
Former mayor of Hartford. And right now, it looks like the former mayor of Hartford is up. Not all the votes are in, we understand. But I keep coming back. We keep having this conversation about progressivism versus moderate Democrats and these internal primary fights. And I'm starting to wonder if really the story that we are seeing is about establishment and age to a certain extent versus the outsider candidates. And I think in that race, if the former mayor is able to pull it out, I think that plays into what we saw, let's say, in Colorado, where Diana DeGette lost to a young, now that was a progressive movement person, but a young person. And I think we are also seeing that play out in states like Iowa, Michigan. We may see this play out in Wisconsin, that people seem to be, at least in these Democratic primaries, seem to be wanting the person who isn't the person from Washington, D.C., who isn't the person who has been in office for a long time and wants to continue to have that power. But a lot of the people out there think they have nothing to show for that power when it comes to their own lives. So I am wondering, will you see, a coalescing around someone like Francesca Hong, who is running for governor or who's running for the Democratic, in the Democratic primary for governor, and see the Democratic Party try to coalesce around her if she were to pull it out, because there's an energy that is happening when it comes to not being the establishment. And in Iowa, as I mentioned, there is this situation where you have 2 interesting Democrats running for senator and for governor there. And they're not necessarily progressives. They seem to both be moderates. They seem to both be running the race they are supposed to be running in Iowa. But neither of them is necessarily totally aligned with the Democratic Party. Neither of them is running as though they are part of the establishment. They are running against the establishment. And I think that's the thing we're going to see. And we're going to see, does that energy carry you to the general, which is when this all starts to matter.
It is really, and I want to bring Liz Smith into this conversation because Liz and I grew up in Democratic politics. We're still young, of course, but we grew up in Democratic politics together, and I think we both remember well when party leadership really selected the nominees. Now, you would never say it that way exactly, but they would.
But you can now.
Now we can. We're free. You know, they really did, because they would put money behind it, they would endorse, and now it looks very much like party leaders are not picking the nominees. In fact, party leaders pushing nominees is a negative. It's a negative in many of these races. But I want to ask you about Wisconsin in that regard, because you brought up Francesca Hong. I think this is one of a really interesting primary race. I think most people would not have bet that she would be the nominee just a couple of months ago. I mean, there was the sitting lieutenant governor, the former lieutenant governor, both who were pretty popular in the state, relatively so among the Democratic Party. Both of them had to drop out of the race. The establishment had to kind of encourage Crowley to get back in the race. There's a lot happening here, I would say. But I want to ask you just what you think Democrats, party activists, party workers should take away from Francesca Hong kind of rising in this race? The general election is a whole other question, but I want to ask you about how we got here.
Yeah. So let's put aside her tweets and past statements about Thanksgiving and defunding the police. She's actually shown herself to have some really good political instincts that allowed her to tap into what Wisconsin voters care about. And the issue that she tapped into very smartly was data centers. Wisconsin really is one of the ground zeros across the country for the data center debate. All across the state, communities are up in arms about what they see as an intrusion of data centers, on their water and air and quality of life and land. And this is not a partisan issue. It is an issue where 76% of people in Wisconsin feel like the deck is a little bit too stacked toward the data centers, including 67% of Republicans. And that tells me that she has found a message that, yes, worked really well in a Democratic primary, but could be really, really salient in a general election. And keep in mind, Jen, you talked about how we had a long history in Democratic politics. So I'm going to do just a short history of Wisconsin politics. In 2018, Scott Walker lost in a squeaker of an election. And the deciding thing was his decision to give out a massive, massive set of tax breaks to a foreign corporation called Foxconn that came in, took billions of dollars, promised to create 13,000 jobs, and didn't deliver on it. The data center debate is very reminiscent of it. And it shows that, yes, even though Francesca Hong is on the far left of the Democratic Party, that she's tapped into an issue that could motivate Democrats, motivate independents, and get MAGA Republicans even on her side. And I think that's something that we sometimes don't think about in national politics. We focus on the tweets and all that, but there are some really important local dynamics there that she has been very astute in playing off of.
That's such an interesting, sometimes we don't talk enough about the issues that are local that really determine. Iowa cancer is a huge issue, and the rise of cancer. It has one of the highest rising rates in the country. And on data centers, Tom Tiffany, who is likely to be the person who is running against Francesca Hong if she wins this nomination, has even said, I think he said that he's against tax breaks. My point is, he said a little bit on data centers because they're so unpopular that there's like bipartisan opposition to them. Okay, Eugene, I want to bring you into this.
Yeah.
We've jumped around a bit because I think there are a lot of things to pull from tonight. There always are. But what are you watching for? What do you think is most interesting?
To me, it continues to be about fighting, right? Like, I think the thing, especially on the Democratic side and the Republican side, what we're seeing from voters is that they're looking for people who are going to fight. Whether that means fight with the establishment here in D.C., fight with the establishment within their own states, fight with the Republicans in November. That is something that when I was on the ground in all the places that we've all been, talking to folks on the ground, that is what voters are looking for. And if Francesca Hong is able to pull it off, I think it's still going to be tough. The polling has been difficult. And the polling has been difficult because for Francesca Hong, for Abdul El-Sayed, they are trying to create a different coalition than usually comes out, right? And so that's why polling is sometimes in these moments kind of unpredictable. You have, usually Michigan, for example, because that's what we have. You have black voters that are always going to come out. You have some of the moderates who are always going to come out. What they were anticipating in the polling was all these young voters who are at the Abdul El-Sayed parties at the rallies. That's the same thing that we're seeing with Francesca Hong. If that holds, it's still going to be the same thing, fighters. Who are the people who are going to Washington, D.C.? Who are the people who are going to be running my state who are going to fight? And I think, there's been this conversation about, oh no, the DSA is taking Democratic Socialists are taking over the Democratic Party. I don't think that's the case. I think you're seeing some people who are probably a little bit more moderate around the country also winning. But that's because they sound like they are ready to fight. I think what people are sick of is people who sound like a moderate, people who seem like they're going to go along to get along.
I was going to say to the point that Eugene is making, I think the gist was that these people are dissatisfied, these Democrats are dissatisfied just with a anti-Trump message. They want a pro-something message. They want someone who is fighting for something, not just I'm going to take on Donald Trump. And that's a message that's resonated. Another takeaway to Eugene's point that we're also seeing here that we should acknowledge is Marquette Law School does a lot of the polling as it relates I know we have opinions on polling, but broadly in terms of trends, it can help you out.
Yeah.
And over the last 15 years, there has been a doubling of the number of people in the state of Wisconsin who now identify as very liberal. And that's moving much faster than the number of people who identify as very conservative. So Tom Tiffany, you got a House Freedom Caucus guy here, right? So that's going to be a little interesting, conceivably against a Democratic socialist. But the Democratic energy is moving further and further to the left right now because they are the ones who are saying, we want to fight for something in particular. And I think that's resonant.
And Jen, you only have an insurgency. It only is able to flourish if the moderates, if the establishment has not done their job. If people are discontent with their behavior, if people are discontent with the work that they've done, whether it be at the State House or here in Washington, D.C., if they're discontent with their
you go ahead, Sean.
Well, and I think, Eugene, you went to the DSA convention. You went with Hunter Woodall, our researcher. And one thing from y'all's reporting that really stood out to me was the discontent with the Democrats in that case because Trump won again.
Right.
And that is that same, like, okay, what does it mean for you to fight for me if Trump won again? That's where some of that anger is.
Like, we need something different.
We need something different.
Yes.
And I don't think that particular, just because that was Democratic Socialists talking to you, talking to Hunter, okay, yes, that's part of the progressive argument. But I think you see that anger with Democrats in general in a lot of these places. So what are you going to do for me now?
Yep.
You haven't done anything before. Maybe I should choose something else.
I want to bring Liz back in here because a part of this, we're going to move by tomorrow to the general election. And that is the key part of this that will determine who wins seats, who's up against who. And we've seen with some of these candidates that have been really exciting people. They've been saying, we're a part of a movement. We're in this movement together. We're inviting people into a movement versus I'm electable, which is a message you've heard from a lot of these candidates who are losing. But they also have, I'm going to say it's kind of the millennial candidate problem, is they have, Twitter histories, they have YouTube histories, they've done hundreds of podcasts. You referenced earlier before, Francesca Hong, she's got a lot of things going for her. She's created this movement in the state. Trump is very unpopular, but she also has a number of past statements that are not going to sit well, probably, with people who are independent voters, more moderate voters, or she's going to have to answer for them. I'll say it that way. You've advised lots of people through lots of things. What should, El-Sayed, I'm going to say he is also, Dr. El-Sayed has been having the same challenge, right? Which is having to answer for past posts and statements as much as they are exciting movements. What should they be doing in this moment? Are they doing the right thing? Should they be doing something else? What do you think?
Well, I think a great example of someone who handled this very, very well was Zohran Mamdani in the New York City mayoral race. A lot of people would have thought that no one who would ever embrace defund the police would win a citywide election in New York City. But he was able to. And how? Because he came out right away when he was asked about it and said, that is not my position. I will not defund the police. Not only that, I'll keep the headcount at the NYPD stable. And then when they found old comments of his criticizing NYPD, he went and he apologized directly to NYPD, and he apologized on Fox News. And I think just be normal about it. Don't go around, laughing about it, saying, oh, woke one was crazy. Just own up to past mistakes. A lot of people make past mistakes and move beyond it. Because if this race is all about Francesca Hong's tweets, that's not great terrain for her. But if she can disavow those old tweets and make it about Tom Tiffany's record being an extremist on, an election denier, on abortion, someone who has supported Trump's Iran war that has raised prices across the board, that's a fight that she can win. But if it's all about her old tweets, it's not. And I think, again, not everyone, Francesca Hong nor Abdul El-Sayed, has the communication skills that someone like Zohran Mamdani does, but they would be smart to look to his example and how he handled these during his mayoral race.
Okay, everyone stay where you are. We have to take a break. We know how this goes. We can share with you that Tom Tiffany will be the nominee in the state of Wisconsin, so we do know that from our results. There you go. You can see the results on the screen. Not exactly a close race there, but he will be the nominee. Ali Velshi is standing by at the big board. He's going to tell us where things stand when we come back. Okay, we're starting to get the first results out of Wisconsin, where a ton is on the line for tonight's primaries, especially in that Democratic primary for governor. We've talked about it a little bit, but Ali Velshi is at the big board to break everything down for us. Ali, what are we seeing right now?
Well, I want to just start in Minnesota for a moment because we have the Associated Press has just projected that Amy Klobuchar will be the Democratic candidate for governor. This is not a surprise. Interesting to see that 0% in. There's just some advance vote in a few places, but this was never really that much of a contest. There's 7 candidates in total, so Amy Klobuchar is there. Let's go over to Wisconsin and take a look at what's going on there. We also mentioned Tom Tiffany is the Republican nominee for governor, but let's go over the Democratic governor's race there. With 9% in, David Crowley is in the lead right now. Francesca Hong is in second place, about 4,500 votes separating them. Francesca Hong is only at the moment winning in 2 counties right now, La Crosse County in western Wisconsin and down here in Kenosha County, which is Kenosha. She's leading there. We do not yet have numbers in from Milwaukee. We do have numbers in from Dane County, where she's from. Very, very close. It's within 90 votes in Dane County. Now let's take a look at the Senate race in. Hang on a second. Let's look at the governor's. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong place here. Let's take a look. Let's go back one more time. Let's go to Wisconsin. Okay, let's look at the Senate race in Wisconsin. The governor's race in Wisconsin. This is the one that you were just talking about. We're looking at these numbers coming in. It's only 13% in, but this is not what what polls have been telling us that we're expected to see. A gain of 4,000 points for David Crowley. David Crowley was in the race, then he was out of the race, then he was back in the race after so many people dropped out in favor of Francesca Hong, who was polling very strongly. You were just talking about that. So we're watching that very closely. And then I want to look at the Minnesota Senate race for just a moment and tell you what's going on over there. Again, 0% in, so we're in no position to make any predictions about what's going to happen. Peggy Flanagan has a small lead of about 300 votes in Minnesota. But let me show you how this is coming in. In sort of population centers, in Alexandria, for instance, Angie Craig has a small lead, again, just 40 votes there. In a little bit south of that, 58% for Angie Craig. Angie Craig also winning in Washington County, 49. But again, look at that, a lead of 1 vote. Take a look at where we haven't got vote from. We've not got vote from, we don't have vote from Hennepin County, which is the most populous part of the state, but we do have votes in from Ramsey County. That's St. Paul, and Peggy Flanagan has got 54% of the vote, but again, this is just 73 votes. So this is going to populate over the course of the next hour or so. I'll stay very close to you to tell you what's going on. On the Republican race, by the way, Michelle Tafoya is in the lead right now. When I spoke to Peggy Flanagan and Angie Craig last night, they expected that they'll be facing off against Michelle Tafoya, but that hasn't been decided yet. And in the Republican governor race, worth noting, Mike Lindell, the foam pillow guy, is in 3rd place right now with 18% of the vote. Lisa DeMuth is in the lead. Again, very small numbers, 117 votes there. Jen?
Ali Velshi, thank you. It's early, but it's interesting. This is why we have to kind of keep our eyes open and be open to where the results are, what they're telling us on election nights. We're going to be checking back in with you very shortly. Here. Thank you, as always. Peter, Eugene, and Sean are all back with me. And joining us from Francesca Hong's campaign headquarters in Madison, Wisconsin, is MS Now reporter Will McDuffie. Will, tell us, you know, it is early. The reporting is very early. The numbers are coming in. We're very early stages here. We're only 30 minutes since the polls closed. But it's closer, I think, than many people expected. What is the mood there at the Hong campaign?
Well, Jen, I'll be honest, you know, we've been here since Friday morning, and it hasn't felt like a 20-point lead for Hong, which is what a poll on Friday said. We've just met so many Democratic voters who are worried about her electability in November, and that includes people who identify as progressives, people who like her policies. They just don't think this is the race to push that kind of platform. They don't think it's going to work. They're smart. They've lived in Wisconsin. They know how close these races are. And at the same time, though, I mean, it's important to note that Hong has built this remarkable campaign. I mean, she came out of nowhere. No one knew who she was when she entered this race a year ago. She was a chef in Madison. She had a very popular ramen restaurant. She's been a state assemblywoman. And as you guys have noted, she's a Democratic socialist. But she's been able to really build a groundswell of support that's gone beyond just the young progressive base. I mean, we were in Sheboygan with her on Saturday night, and she held a town hall, and we met 3 couples over the age of 60 who had been turned on to her by either their grandkids or their children. So they've been able to build that movement beyond just the base. And one thing that Liz said earlier in this hour is spot on. She hammers the data center issue, and she got in on that early. And in fact, she told reporters this morning that the first thing she's going to do if she wins this race in November on day one is to call a special session of the legislature to try to impose a moratorium on new data center development.
Yeah, it's such an interesting, we've seen obviously the rise of data centers as an issue, but this is a race where I feel like it's so present in what people are talking about, what she's talking about. Let me ask you, as you've been talking to voters over the last couple of days, did they know who Crowley is? Are they excited about him? Or it's more for the people who told you they weren't voting for Hong, they were worried about vulnerability she had? What are you hearing from people in that regard?
I'd say it's a little more anti-Hong, and they realize that Crowley is probably the best moderate establishment option. I mean, he's endorsed by the governor here, Tony Evers, but his campaign has been like a total odyssey. I mean, he dropped out a month ago. He had a planned vacation to Jamaica that he had to cancel to get back in the race. And a couple of voters have told me they don't like the looks of that. They don't understand if he's such a fighter and is worthy of being governor, why didn't he stay in this thing and fight it out the whole time?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, also people were early voting in Wisconsin and voting by mail, and I'm so interested in that factor. Will McDuffie, thank you so much for all of your reporting on the ground. We'll keep checking in with you, too, throughout the evening as well. All right, I want to come back to the table here. So let me start with you, Shauna. I mean, polling is imperfect, right? Sometimes you assume, and we saw this in Michigan last week as well. There were polls showing El Sayed, who still won the primary, up by 10, 15, 20 points. And you start to see many of those, and then you start to assume this is where it is headed. What do you make of the dynamics of what we're seeing? Again, it's early, but so far with these numbers.
I mean, I think, one, I think it's very difficult to poll primaries in battleground states, open primaries, which Michigan and Wisconsin, which means if you're an independent, you can go vote in whichever one you want. If you're a Republican, you can go vote in the Democratic primary. If you're a Democrat, you can go vote in the Republican primary. You got to choose one, but you can do that. I think that makes it a little bit more difficult to poll. And one thing as I was reading Nate Silver's, what you mentioned earlier today, is his forecast is going for instead of just likely voters, registered voters, I believe. And so that is a larger group. And if people like Abdul El Sayed, if people like Francesca Hong, even in the primary, are able to get some of those slightly more low propensity voters to actually show up in a primary, that can kind of skew the polling a little bit as well. So I think in both of those states, as we saw in the 2024 election, as we've seen in other elections, they're battleground states. These are 50-50 states. People are trying to figure out who's going to win come November. And I think any of these polls that you see that are way, way, way in one direction or another, you have to keep coming back to the idea that Michigan, for example, 2024, Trump won. 2024, the Democratic senator won as well. These are these states, and really, like, on a day like today, what I like to say is voters are voting. We have to just let them vote at a certain point.
It's very, go ahead, Peter.
I was going to say one of the takeaways, this is a conversation. It's nice to watch as the numbers come in. This is going to be close. We'll likely be up late, or we'll wake up in the morning and watch State of Play and find out what happens here. But
hopefully we'll be up before that, but we'll watch for what you said.
But what I would say is this, just a reminder to folks at home, excuse me, because so much of the conversation is about the intra-party fighting between the progressives and the moderates. I was speaking to the former Democratic state party chair in Wisconsin today, Ben Wickler, who said very clearly to me, he said, Peter, this is a 48-48 state, not even a 50-50 state. You got 48% vote for Democrats in the general, 48% are going to vote for Republicans, and then the remaining folks in the middle, that's what's going to decide this thing. And that's what happens over and over again. 2.6 million Wisconsinites voted in each of the last two elections in 2020, not in the general election, voted, I should say, in 2022 and in 2018. In 2022, the Democrat, Tony Evers, won by 90,000 votes. 4 years earlier, he won by 30,000 votes out of 2.6 million. This thing is close. So we can talk about it all we want and all the divisions and what have you. At the end of the day, the belief is that everyone sort of coalesces. So it really comes down to that little core number of Wisconsin folks who make these decisions.
But I also think the data centers issue, I have heard, Liz brought it up We know that Francesca Hong has made a big deal of it. I have heard multiple Democratic groups, multiple campaigns behind the scenes say, this issue allows me to talk to Republicans and independents. Now, that doesn't mean they expect the Republicans to come vote for them in November. It doesn't mean that those independents are going to vote for them in November. But it does mean they've found something that allows people to get a little past their partisan divide and have a conversation about what do these data centers mean for the area of town that I live in. And you know, in Texas, there was a headline last week. Greg Abbott, the governor, the very long-term Republican and well-liked governor in Texas, put a moratorium on data centers in Texas. And I looked at that and I said, he knows he has a problem. That doesn't mean he's going to lose, but it means they are seeing something. This is how I analyze it. They are seeing something in their numbers that says, one, this issue resonates. Two, I got to do something, and I have the ability to do something because I am the sitting governor.
I mean, Francesca Hong and Steve Bannon are talking about data centers. Eugene, one last thought before we go to commercial break.
I think what's so interesting, we're looking at the numbers. Francesca Hong, a Democratic socialist, should not in normal times have a chance, right? Like this idea that the party's been taken over by Democratic socialists, not true. But what it does show is that Democratic socialism is not as scary as it used to be. People are so desperate. Voters, normal humans, are so desperate for change in their lives. They're looking at capitalism and they're saying sometimes, you know, that hasn't really worked, especially for young voters and young people. And so I think the voters are not just telling us who they want to be in office, they're also telling us the kind of things they want them to work on, whether it's data centers or other things, but they're also saying you have to go up there and shake the table. And if folks aren't doing that, if folks aren't actually listening to their voters, they're going to kick them out, right? That's how you end up with someone named Donald Trump after you just had Joe Biden.
To be clear, this is all a function of the Donald Trump era. That's what has changed this. The Trump model shifted everything.
It's no doubt about it. Yes, lots more to discuss. I will hold my thoughts. We have to take a very quick break. But this is a very live ball in Wisconsin tonight. We're polling leading up to tonight's show. Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong way up in this race. But where the early numbers are, they're showing a very close race. We will see. We're going to be tracking it closely. We'll be right back. Well, we have a race on our hands in the marquee race of the night in Wisconsin. Ali Velshi is at the big board, still there, wearing the vest. He's there. We love it. Ali, tell us what's happening for this race for governor. We just talked to you, but I know numbers are coming in. Tell us what's going on right now.
Yeah, well, lots coming, actually, since you and I talked. First of all, 43% of the vote is in, so it's coming in at a good clip. David Crowley is in the lead now by 7,000 votes, 42% to 39.6 for Francesca Hong. Now, you've talked about this, but it's worth reminding everybody. David Crowley wasn't in the race. He was in the race, he got out of the race, and he endorsed this woman, Sarah Rodriguez, who then got out of the race, but she was on the ballot before she got out of the race, so she's got about 10,000 votes. Mandela Barnes, former lieutenant governor, also has about 10,000 votes. So they've got 20,000 votes between them that are not actually counted in this whole thing. The lead's 7,000. Let's look at where these votes are coming from. We don't have votes from a lot of counties. The ones in white we don't have votes for, but we have votes from every populated area in the country, in the state. Milwaukee County is 74% in. The lead is 2,000 votes for David Crowley, 46% to 43.5%. Madison, which is where Francesca Hong is from, 44%. So that's on the low end, but she's running at 41 to 38. So not a very big lead in Dane County. In Eau Claire County, 72% is in. She's got a good lead there. Francesca Hong's leading, but 9% against David Crowley. In Wausau, 81% is in. Again, almost, look at the lead. It's 4 votes for Francesca Hong. And in Green Bay, 34% is in. David Crowley is leading there by 5 points. So this is a tight race. We obviously want to see more vote coming in from Milwaukee. 74% is in there. And Dane County, 44%. This is probably one of the most liberal counties in the entire state. This is the University of Wisconsin, Madison. So lots happening here. It's a tighter race than polls leading up to tonight were indicating. They showed Francesca Hong with such a lead that people like Mandela Barnes got out of the race saying, hey, there's obviously only one candidate. So a guy who was not fully in the race until recently is now in the lead in Wisconsin by less than 2 points.
All right, Ali Velshi, we're going to continue to check back in with you. The numbers keep coming in. This is turning into a real nail biter in Wisconsin. We're going to talk about what it means with the panel when we come back. Okay, I know we've been talking about this, but it's just worth restating that most polls headed into Election Day showed Democratic Socialist Francesca Hung with a very safe double-digit lead in the Wisconsin gubernatorial primary. And she could certainly still win. But as you can see, with a little more than half of the vote in, Francesca Hung is down to the establishment-backed candidate David Crowley, which is, I think, not where most people expected this to sit with 51% of the vote in. Peter Alexander, Eugene Daniels, and Shauna Thomas are all back with me. And I think we're going to go to Ali Velshi, too, and check with him in a moment as well as he's getting more votes in. First of all, I'm curious, and I'm going to ask Ali this. Early vote, what's interesting to me, one of the things, is that there was over 100,000 people who voted in July and during early vote and vote by mail. That was a period of time where Crowley was in and out of the in and out of the race, right? He was out for just over a week and then back in. So we'll see if those have been counted. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't been, but we'll check on that. But what do you think this is saying right now about the electorate? Let me start with you, Eugene.
I think part of it is I think it's more about us in the media that cover these things. Is we chase often what is the juiciest story that we can tell? What's the clearest story that we can tell about this election? What's the clearest story we can tell about this primary? Instead of sometimes just like letting the voters tell us what it is. What we heard from Will McDuffie on the ground is that like some people weren't interested in Francesca Hung to vote for. Just because someone goes to a rally does not mean they're going to vote for that person on Tuesday, right? It doesn't mean that they are going to actually think that person can be electable. And so we have to do a better job as, well, I think we do great here in MS, but like the larger media ecosystem in making sure that when we're telling the stories, we're telling all the stories. The exciting part of Francesca Hung is like, oh, out of nowhere, but then maybe that's not the story of tonight.
She is exciting. Yeah. And she has been running a grassroots campaign. But sometimes the people who are not the most exciting are what the electorate is looking for. We'll see what happens tonight. What do you think, Peter?
I think that the biggest takeaway for me and in the conversations with folks who watch this stuff very closely is that 2018, the last midterm for Donald Trump, specifically in Wisconsin, was resistance to Trump. 2026 right now is resistance to Trump and resistance to a system that the people feel like has not delivered for them. It's this whole point that we're making about a frustration with the establishment. I witnessed it on the ground when I was in Michigan just a matter of days ago, a frustration that Chuck Schumer was endorsing the more centrist candidate here. There is a sense that people want someone that's fighting for something. They're frustrated with being told the way they're supposed to think. And I think that's really honestly what for me is, again, the biggest takeaway. Not just for what we're watching tonight, but broadly, certainly across a lot of these states in recent months.
I mean, Shauna, you're going to be just diving into all of this data tomorrow. Yes. You're the nerd in the best kind of nerd. With your team, what are you going to be looking when you have time and you're not sitting on here talking now? So what are you going to be diving into about these, what we've seen so far, the results that we know of, even if Francesca Hung wins this primary?
I think I'm going to be looking at how many people actually vote in this primary.
Yeah.
We are in an August primary. A lot of people are on vacation. They aren't necessarily going to show up for a primary. How many people, and what does that say about energy? That's why I was sort of obsessed with the amount of turnout in Michigan. I've been looking into the turnout that was in the Texas primary. What does that tell us? How many of those people are Democrats versus Republicans? I think one other thing you have to remember is do not underestimate the voter. Yeah. Someone who decides to show up or even send their ballot in if they get a mail-in ballot or go to early vote in a primary, that means they are paying attention. Yeah. And that's why I'm interested in what the turnout is.
All things to watch. I wish we could keep talking, but Lawrence O'Donnell's going to do it up for us too. Peter, Eugene, Shauna, thank you so much for being here.
Doc.
Thank you. All right, we'll be right back. That does it for me tonight on quite an election night. The last word with Lawrence O'Donnell starts right now. Hey, Lawrence.
Thanks, Jen. We're going to continue the election coverage. We're going to begin with Ali Velshi and then get to the rest of our stories tonight. So we're going to get straight to it.
Sounds great. I'll be watching.
Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Jen. Well, as you should know by now, 6 states held primaries today: South Carolina, Vermont, Alabama, Connecticut, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, which means we begin tonight with Ali Velshi at the big board. Ali.
And Lawrence, let's take a look at Wisconsin to start with. 60% of the vote is in. David Crowley, who I want to remind people was out of the race entirely for a few weeks, is now in the lead. He's leading only by about 5,000 votes, 40.4% to 39.2% for Francesca Hong. And again, we have a lot of votes to come in still, but we have votes from every populated part of the state. So in Eau Claire, 71% is in. Francesca Hong is leading there by about 1,000 votes. In Wausau, 81% in. Francesca Hong is leading by 4 votes. In Green Bay, 34%. So I'm going to wait on that just to get more vote in there. In Madison, which is Dane County, 73% in. This is where Francesca Hong is from. It's 42 to 37. This is a 42 to 38. She, generally speaking, needs better performance in this in the places where she's otherwise doing well. And in Milwaukee County, 88% of the vote is in here. 45% is in for David Crowley, 43% for Francesca Hong. I will say, with these kind of numbers, even though we've got populated centers, we still only have 61% of the vote in the entire state. So we're going to be on this for a little while. I want to also take you to Connecticut, where we've got a number of races on, but I want to show you one House race in particular in Connecticut 1. Luke Bronin has been projected to be the winner by the Associated Press with 54% of the vote, 47% in. He has defeated John Larson. Yet another Democratic incumbent has been defeated. Now, I will say this. There is not some outside force here. This isn't the DSA. This is simply a new contestant who has come in. He was the mayor of Hartford, and he has defeated long-term Congressman John Larson, who had a particular specialty and interest in Social Security and Social Security reform. So that is one of the stories tonight. An incumbent has suffered a loss. But we're going to stay on that Michigan story, on the Wisconsin story. One final thing I just want to show you is in the Senate race for I'm sorry, in the Democratic Senate race in Michigan, I'm not sure, in Michigan, Minnesota, Angie Craig right now is running second to Peggy Flanagan. Peggy Flanagan is ahead by 8,000 votes, but again, very little of the vote is in, 15%. Too early to make any determinations there, Lawrence.
Ali, we will get back to you later in the hour. Thanks, Ali.
Thank you.
Well, no president of the United States has been more influenced by movies than Donald Trump. Other presidents have appreciated movies, but never used them as their frame of reference for the world or for their work as president. Other presidents have befriended some of our greatest cinematic artists, like Steven Spielberg and Spike Lee, but Donald Trump shows no capacity to admire anyone other than himself. Donald Trump is the only president in history who likes to talk about the way people look when he announces appointments to government positions in his cabinet or elsewhere in the government. You are guaranteed to hear the phrase central casting from Donald Trump when describing his very favorite choices for jobs. In the 1950s, when Donald Trump's juvenile brain was being permanently captured by movie imagery, central casting was often publicly referred to as the place to call to get an actor who really looked like a cowboy or looked like a cop or really looked like he could get through medical school and be a doctor. But I haven't actually heard anyone use the phrase central casting since I was a child. And when we hear Donald Trump tell us that his choice for a government job looks like he came straight from central casting, Donald Trump is indicating just how long ago his intellectual development was arrested. To Donald Trump, heroism is something defined by movies, not by real life. And so he thinks of heroism as nothing but movie tough guy heroism, a purely fake kind of invented heroism. That is why Donald Trump posts fake images of himself like this. No president has ever done more than Donald Trump to reveal himself to be a deeply cowardly man, and no president other than Donald Trump would ever dream of trying to create a courageous image of himself by turning himself into a fake movie character and publishing a deeply perverse photograph like that one that we just showed you. And so it is uniquely Donald Trump among American presidents who wants to be judged on his personal bravery and all-around tough guy toughness. And that is what makes Donald Trump's secret flight out of danger uniquely undermining to both his own self-image and what he wants his most fanatic supporters to believe about him. Donald Trump has asked the world to see him as a movie hero, the physically bravest president ever, when he is clearly the laziest president ever, who obviously spends more time in golf carts than he does thinking about governing, which obviously he never does. Donald Trump is the only president who has, in effect, asked to be compared to movie heroes. And so Peter Baker of the New York Times wisely turned to Andrew Marlowe, who wrote the screenplay for the 1997 giant box office hit Air Force One, starring Harrison Ford, as the bravest president ever imagined by Hollywood, who has to save everyone on Air Force One, including himself, after the plane has been hijacked. Spoiler alert, President Harrison Ford did the impossible and, of course, personally killed the hijackers. Up until last night, that's the way Donald Trump wanted his most fanatical followers to see him, as the Harrison Ford president who would personally kill anyone threatening Air Force One. Screenwriter Andrew Marlowe sees a problem for Donald Trump, the movie hero, in the way he chose to escape danger by boarding a secret flight out of Turkey while leaving Air Force One to take off as a decoy plane full of government officials and reporters who would have been the targets of the threats against that plane from Iran that the Secret Service responded to by secretly moving Donald Trump from Air Force One to another plane, using a catering cart truck to do that. Andrew Marlowe, the screenwriter who gave us Harrison Ford as the bravest president ever, told the New York Times, "Now, real life isn't a movie, but given the circumstances, I'm not sure I could ever script a moment like that for heroic main character," Mr. Marlowe said. If the threat were that great, it's hard to imagine an audience rooting for any character who would trade his own safety by treating the remaining civilians on board as potential sacrificial lambs, especially without their informed consent. And so Donald Trump sadly failed his own self-imposed test, the Hollywood hero test, the standard he pretends to achieve in his fake images of himself as a brave, gun-toting tough guy. Bill Clinton's press secretary, Joe Lockhart, explained to the New York Times the difference from the time Bill Clinton switched planes during a dangerous trip in and out of Pakistan. The Times reports when Mr. Clinton traveled to Pakistan, he too switched planes to avoid detection by possible attackers. He had been urged not to go to parts of the country which were havens for terrorist groups, but since he was already going to India, he felt compelled to stop in Islamabad for a few hours. The original security plan called for fooling the accompanying journalists into thinking that Mr. Clinton had boarded the same C-17 military jet that they were on, while he would secretly get onto a separate Air Force version of a Gulfstream known as a C-20. My vehement protest was, "You can't use the media as decoys," Joe Lockhart said. And they came back with a plan that satisfied me. They had Mr. Clinton walk around the nose of the C-17 to the other side, where 3 smaller unmarked planes were waiting. The journalists were not able to see which of the 3 he boarded, but they saw he had not gotten on the C-17. Unlike the Trump team in Ankara, the Clinton team informed at least one of the pool journalists in advance, Susan Page of USA Today, who recounted the episode on Tuesday. And the White House then publicly disclosed the details more broadly once Mr. Clinton was safely out of harm's way. Mr. Trump's team, by contrast, never disclosed what happened in Ankara until the Washington Post broke the story. As Donald Trump's presidency continues to collapse into chaos, every imaginary asset that Donald Trump was supposed to be bringing to the presidency in the minds of Trump voters is collapsing too. His tough guy image was already weakened by the people of Greenland standing up to Donald Trump's madman threats on Greenland. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, who is normally as mild-mannered as Canadian prime ministers usually are, has stood up boldly to the incoherent bullying from Donald Trump and shown the world what real governing toughness looks like and sounds like, including the fact that real toughness is not incompatible with consistent dignity and politeness. Donald Trump's phony image as the great negotiator has collapsed completely, even with Trump supporters, during Donald Trump's war with Iran, now in its 165th day. In a right-wing media interview today, when asked if he was changing his strategy in Iran, Donald Trump began his answer by saying, quote, "I don't talk about strategy," end quote. And then, of course, you know what happened. Of course he talked about strategy.
We have two very powerful strategies. We could just keep it alone, and they're going to fail. We could just keep, doing sort of just like nice and easy, relax. Like I said, I'm sort of negotiating. Do what I'm doing now. Just bop along and look how bad they're doing. So economically, they are a mess. They can't borrow money. We control their money, what they had, which is a lot. They had a lot. And we have total control of it. I'm their banker. I am their banker.
I'm their banker. Imagine Joe Biden saying that. Imagine Barack Obama saying that. Imagine any other president saying, I'm their banker. I am their banker, says the most lost man ever to live in the White House. In that same interview, the same president who last week insisted that the United States military was not running low on munitions today said the American military is running low on munitions, and it's Joe Biden's fault.
The reason it's low is because he gave $300 billion worth to Ukraine. He gave more. He gave, right. They never mentioned that. They never like to mention that.
Last week, Donald Trump said the leakers who told the news media about his fight with Pete Hegseth about the reduction in American weapons of war should be sent to prison. He said the leakers of these treasonous statements are being hunted down. Long-term jail sentences will be sought, exclamation point. And then today, Donald Trump confirms some of those so-called treasonous statements about the munitions being depleted, American munitions. Everything Donald Trump has touched has turned to chaos. The reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. is now a poisoned puddle thanks to Donald Trump. He literally demolished 1/3 of the White House. And now a federal court has said that was a completely illegal act of the most extreme vandalism in the history of American government, and that court has blocked Donald Trump from building his ballroom where the White House East Wing used to be. Donald Trump has visited chaos on the world with his war in Iran, pushing up the price of oil worldwide, pushing up the price of gas and diesel fuel here in the United States, which, along with his illegal tariffs that now have to be refunded, have pushed up inflation in the United States. Donald Trump, the magical inflation fighter who promised to end inflation on his first day in the presidency, just end it, has increased inflation. Donald Trump, the great deal maker who promised to negotiate an end to Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine on the first day of this presidency, has negotiated nothing with Vladimir Putin, nothing. And so now Donald Trump engages in chaotic public negotiations with Iran on social media in which he issues threats, which he then forgets. He forgets his own threats, along with public lies, like the Strait of Hormuz is open and the United States is in control of it. And in the face of Donald Trump's chaos, in the response to Donald Trump's chaos, Iran has never been more clear and apparently more intractable in their negotiating positions with the chaotic Donald Trump. The Iranian supreme leader has appointed a new secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. The Wall Street Journal reports that the appointment of that new secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, quote, signaled Khamenei's determination to hold fast in a showdown with President Trump. Today, while Donald Trump was raving incoherently in right-wing media about his so-called strategies in Iran, the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council of Iran issued this written statement. Iran's message is clear. The Strait of Hormuz will not reopen until the U.S. ends the war. and blockade, releases Iran's frozen assets, and agrees to a region-wide ceasefire, including in Lebanon and Gaza. Until all conditions are met, the strait will remain closed. To which Donald Trump said nothing. Donald Trump took time today to comment on who should be running World Cup soccer, but nothing about Iran's negotiating position. Nothing about how Donald Trump can stop the chaos unleashed by his decision to go to war in Iran, a war that Donald Trump probably imagined would go as smoothly as it would for a heroic, fictional president in a Hollywood movie. Leading off our discussion tonight is Ben Rhodes, former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Obama and an MS Now political and national security analyst. Ben, I first of all want to get your reaction to the way the Trump team handled this departure from Turkey and the way it differs from the way it's been done in the past with President Clinton and other situations. I think everyone agrees that whatever is the safest way to get a president out of there is the way to do it. The question becomes, how long do you keep that a secret? How do you treat other people involved? Should they be treated as decoys the way it happened here? You've been on Air Force One probably more times than you can remember. What's your reaction to all of this?
You know, there are more differences than I could count. I'll just speak to a few quickly, Lawrence. The first is just in terms of standard protocol. I had to help plan several trips into war zones for President Obama, including to Afghanistan, where you'd fly in the cover of darkness in total secrecy from Andrews Air Force Base near the White House to Afghanistan, and you wouldn't announce that he was there until you landed. But, you know what we did? The day before the trip, we would bring in the White House Correspondents Association, and we would tell them, and we would say, select your pool. That's a group of reporters that travel with the president. They have to keep the secret too, but it's part of the job of the White House to make sure that the press is there to, document what the president's doing. By the way, that plane also belongs to the American people, right? This is not Donald Trump's private jet. This is something that the American taxpayers spend many millions of dollars supporting in terms of overseas operations. So there's a way to do this that takes into account secrecy and security without using decoys, without lying to people. And that leads me to the other couple of things. Well, another difference is there wasn't a multi-$100 million Qatari jet operating as Air Force One. That's a pretty big difference, right? And part of the reason we got into this mess is because he took a gift from a foreign government that he sounds like he kind of asked them for because he liked the kind of gold trim and luxury inside the plane. Like no other president in American history would ever do something like that. And Lawrence, it should matter, even though we're immune to it, that he just lied about it. He said that the Qatari jet flew ahead because the troops wanted to see it, or he wanted to show the troops in the United Kingdom. I mean, the fact that he did this not at all courageous thing of, going down a catering elevator and then using his own staff and the press as a decoy and then lied about it, all because he set this all off by having a Qatari jet in the first place as Air Force One. Like a lot of these stories, it encapsulates the corruption and incompetence and vanity of the Trump administration in one episode.
See, we're on day 165 of Donald Trump's war. Iran's negotiating position is more intractable, it sounds like, today than it has been in the past. How do you assess the current situation?
Well, I think that's right, because the Iranians clearly believe they have all the leverage. Because when I hear their statement, their terms, it's the absolute maximalist Iranian demands. We get to control this body of water. We get to profit off of it. You have to pull back, and we get sanctions relief for reopening the body of water that was open before the war began. Nothing on nuclear questions whatsoever. That tells me that they think the time is on their side. And look, Trump has no strategy. And the reason he has no strategy, Lawrence, is because before you can have a strategy, you have to know what your objective is. We don't know what the objective of this war is 165 days into it. At the beginning, it seemed to be regime change. Then we were going to obliterate the nuclear program for the, I don't know how many time in the Trump administration. Then we're going to destroy their military. Well, clearly their military is not destroyed if they can shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And Trump's not living in physical reality. He's living in a world of lies on right-wing media where the Strait's open and Iran is beaten and they're begging us for a deal. They're not begging us for a deal. They have shut down a major waterway upon which the global economy depends, and Donald Trump can squeeze Iran all they want. They don't care. if there's shortages. They haven't had access to their money for going on almost 2 decades. This is nothing new about Iran not being able to borrow money or having money frozen in U.S. sanctions. That's not new leverage. The Iranians have the new leverage in the Strait. And so we're in this mess just to reopen a body of water that was open before he launched this disastrous war, and nothing he says can change that.
Ben Rhodes, thank you very much for starting off our coverage tonight.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Coming up today, the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin, who will become the powerful chairman of that committee if Democrats win the House in November, announced he is investigating Donald Trump's, quote, bogus prosecution, end quote, related to damage to the reflecting pool. Congressman Raskin will join us with what he is trying to accomplish in that investigation next. The top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jamie Raskin, is demanding answers from the Trump administration about what he calls a bogus indictment of 3-time Olympic athlete David Hearn, who was charged with vandalism for harm done to the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. The United States Attorney for Washington, D.C., Jeanine Pirro, dropped the charges against David Hearn on July 31st, but Congressman Raskin is investigating exactly at what point the Justice Department knew that it was prosecuting an innocent man. Because 8 days before David Hearn was arrested, Interior Department officials had already written to the contractor complaining that the reflecting pool was peeling. And 2 days before David Hearn was indicted, a Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool damage assessment documented systemic failure and peeling of the liner around the area where David Hearn was accused of causing that damage. Joining us now is Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland. He's the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee. Congressman Raskin, what do you think is there in the Justice Department files as they develop this prosecution that will reveal what they knew and when they knew it?
Well, Lawrence, it's not just legal and political for me. It's personal because Davy Hearn is my constituent. So I'm feeling very strongly what it means for them to be going after a 100% innocent guy for totally trumped up, bogus, fraudulent political reasons. And we already have lots of indications that they knew days and weeks before they brought the prosecution against Davy that this was clearly the error of the pool guy that Donald Trump signed up down at Mar-a-Lago to do the work for $15 million. And this was a botched installation, as U.S. Attorney Pirro herself said in her representation before the court. But they knew for many days before that there were systematic failures in the installation of this coat of blue paint to try to change the color. It had nothing to do with Davy Hearn, who dipped his hands in the water like lots of other people did. But to me, it represents a far more structural and systemic crisis at the Department of Justice. They're going after people simply because they make political statements that the president disagrees with. That's true of 6 of my colleagues who the president wanted to have prosecuted: Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Maggie Goodlander, Jason Crow, simply for saying that armed service members have not just a right but a duty to refuse unlawful orders. Meantime, they've done everything in their power to block and obstruct the release of the Epstein files pursuant to a congressional command in federal statute. They've done nothing to investigate the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Good in Minnesota. They've shut down the anti-corruption apparatus of the Department of Justice in the Anti-Kleptocracy Task Force and the Anti-Foreign Corrupt Practices Act section. They've shut down the Public Integrity section. They're all about defending the corruption of the president. And of course, the hallmark of that now is the $1.8 billion political slush fund, which Attorney Attorney General Blanche cooked up as a way to transfer money from us, from the taxpayers, to Donald Trump for him to dole out to Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and other violent insurrectionists who attacked our police officers. So it's what this Strait of Warm Ooze case is all about is the total contamination and corruption of the Department of Justice.
So you are months away, possibly 5 months away or so, from having subpoena power as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee if the Democrats win the House in November. So Jeanine Pirro and everybody at the Justice Department is on notice that if they aren't responsive to you now, this can all be followed up with subpoenas in January.
Absolutely. We're going to have the subpoena power, and obviously we're going to use it because it's within our jurisdiction and within our legislative command to defend the justice system and to try to defend the integrity of law enforcement, prosecution, and adjudication in America. And, you know, we're living in a time of outrageous, unparalleled corruption. We're dealing with the most corrupt presidential administration in the United States history by far. And so we've got to confront them at every turn, expose what's going on, and then demand a restoration of the rule of law.
Congressman Jamie Raskin, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
You bet, Lawrence.
And coming up, while Donald Trump tries to convince people who are financially struggling, and I mean really struggling, that he has made everything cheaper for them, New York Times columnist Nick Kristof has been talking to Americans who are really financially suffering, including one woman who told him, quote, "I hit rock bottom daily." Nick Kristof joins us next. It is time for another check on election results tonight, and for that we turn to Ali Velshi at the big board. Ali?
Lawrence, I think it's going to be a late night. 84% of the vote is, well, that's in Milwaukee County. In the entire state, we've got, well, let's go to the right state. In the entire state, we've got 74% of the vote in. David Crowley is still in the lead, but look at this. It's 0.5%, about 3,000 votes. He's leading Francesca Hong. Look at the population centers. In almost all of them, Francesca Hong is leading. A place like Madison, where she's from, 92% in. She's leading 44% to 37%. Milwaukee is what we're looking at closely. 84% of the vote is in. He's leading David Crowley by 1,000 votes. But here's the interesting thing. If you recall, Lawrence, David Crowley was in the race. Then he got out of the race for about 2 weeks. He supported Sarah Rodriguez, then she got out of the race, and when she got out of the race, he got back in, and in that 2-week period, a number of people voted. Now, we don't know whether that's thousands or tens of thousands, but that's interesting because that's probably, anecdotally, we believe, some of the last vote that's going to come in Milwaukee County. If it's possible that people were voting for Francesca Hong because he was out of the race, we don't know that yet. So this is one of those instances where 84% of the vote is in statewide, and yet the Associated Press is not prepared to yet make a call. We still have to see what's going on. It's also very, very, very close. I mean, 1,000 votes separating them in Milwaukee County. Take a look at some of these other places. Marathon County, 81% in. That's gone for Francesca Hong. Eau Claire County, 78% in. It's gone for Francesca Hong. La Crosse County, 92% in for Francesca Hong. But look at all this light blue. That's David Crowley. He's winning in a lot of these other places, and there are about 10 counties that are not accounted for yet. So when you have numbers that are that close, it's very hard to know where this is going. I want to just go next door to Minnesota, where the Senate race is on there. This is coming in very, very slowly. When you and I first talked at the top of the show, it was 21% in. Now it's 24% in. Peggy Flanagan is leading there a little more decisively, almost 16,000 vote lead over Angie Craig. And we are seeing the votes in Ramsey County, which is St. Paul. Peggy Flanagan winning decisively there. Hennepin County, which is Minneapolis, again, almost 59% to 40%. So she's winning in a lot of the major population centers. But as you can see, a lot of holes left to fill in. 75% of the vote left to come in Minnesota. So we'll keep an eye on both of these races through the course of the hour and perhaps for the next few hours, Lawrence.
Thanks, Ali.
Pleasure.
Well, here is the latest version of the lie being told about Donald Trump's failing economy by Donald Trump and his White House team.
Thanks to President Trump and Republicans and common sense policies across the board, our country is safer, our country is more affordable.
USA Today reports in a survey of 1,075 consumers in June, 30% of respondents said they used a credit card to pay for essentials such as groceries, gas, utilities, or medical bills in the past 3 months, knowing they may not pay off their bill. In his latest column for the New York Times, Nicholas Kristof traveled the country to discuss the economy and found, quote, many of us are blind to how many people have been left far behind. So far behind that they scarcely inhabit the same country as the rest of us. And this pain across America is now magnified by President Trump's cuts in food stamps, Medicaid, mental health funding for children, pregnancy prevention initiatives, and other social programs, as well as by rising gas and food prices. I visited the home of Latoya Foster, 31, a single mother with 6 children who has lost food stamps. Without food stamps, Foster now is behind in her rent, $650 a month for a 3-bedroom home in a crime-ridden neighborhood, and accumulating a $25 a day late fee on top of the rent owed. I hit rock bottom daily, she told me. The more I work, the harder stuff gets. And then she broke down and wept. Joining us now is Nicholas Kristof, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and columnist for the New York Times. Nick, I know you have traveled the world, traveled to the poorest places in this world, seeing people struggle. Now you're bringing that eye to the United States and what's going on here. And Donald Trump would simply call it all lies, that this suffering just doesn't exist.
Yeah. You know, I think that there are a lot of policymakers who inhabit this bubble in which the price of gas doesn't much matter, in which cutting 1.5 million kids off of food stamps over the last year doesn't matter so much. But when you go in that other world, this other America, boy, the pain is already intense and it's getting worse. And, you know, and there is this myth about the undeserving poor. And, you know, there is no doubt that there are many poor people who make bad choices, just as there are many rich people who make bad choices. But the woman you just mentioned, Latoya Foster, you know, this is a woman who is working for $13 an hour as a shift manager at Taco Bell. She's trying to earn a college degree so she can be a teacher as well. She's raising her kids. She's really trying to do everything right. And all of a sudden, her food stamps were taken away, on which she and her kids completely rely. And so she can't pay rent. And so they're at risk of being homeless. And it's just, you know, everywhere I went on this 1,000-mile road trip, Lawrence, I ran into stories like this. It just broke my heart.
When you just use that phrase, the other America, as I'm sure you know, that's the title of Michael Harrington's book on American poverty that he wrote just at the beginning of the Kennedy presidency in 1960. President Kennedy read that book, and it changed the government's approach to this. It was the beginning of the war on poverty. President Kennedy went to some of those places that Michael Harrington wrote about. It now seems impossible that your writing in the New York Times would bring anyone certainly from Republican side of our politics in Washington, anyone in the Trump administration, to visit that other America now.
And one of the things that I admired about Michael Harrington's Other America was his focus on kids and the importance of supporting kids. And it seems as if right now we're doing the opposite, you know, that we are taking away food stamps from children. So I talked to a teacher who was describing how kids are hungry at school. We're abandoning adolescent pregnancy prevention programs, which means it's more likely that there will be teen pregnancy with complications for both mother and child. Head Start is being, well, $12 billion was withheld from it apparently illegally, and now it appears to be in the process of being transformed so that it won't serve needy children. And this, boy, Lawrence, you know, it's hard to overstate the desperation that this serves. And in Oklahoma City, I talked to a woman. You know what her total assets were? She had $3.78 in her checking account. She had 1 penny in her savings account to keep it alive, and 6 pennies in her piggy bank. And that was her total assets. She sells blood plasma to have an income.
And you quote her saying to people like Donald Trump, "You do not know what you're doing to people who are struggling to live. You got money in the bank. You don't know how it feels to struggle. Live in my shoes for one day. You wouldn't be able to handle it." And everyone knows that Donald Trump would not be able to handle it, but he couldn't live in a more different world than that woman is suffering through tonight.
And I think, I mean, it's not only Trump. I think, frankly, a lot of us don't understand those kinds of choices that they make. I mean, she has food stamps. She fears they're going to be cut off now, but she can't use those to buy toilet paper, to buy feminine hygiene products. And so she's desperately scrounging to get toilet paper. She cuts her own hair. And, you know, and for a long time, she was living in a place for reduced rent with a landlord who insisted on having sex with her, and she had to, you know, make this terrible choice about homelessness or coercive sex. And I think that there are just so many folks around the country who are being pushed into really difficult, impossible positions because of these benefit cuts that are taking place across the country right now.
Nicholas Kristof, thank you for your invaluable reporting on The Other America, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Glad to be with you.
And coming up, our next guest is demanding that Elon Musk be subpoenaed to testify to Congress and answer for his, quote, fraud on the American people. Congressman James Walkinshaw joins us next. A report by the Government Accountability Office now shows that Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency was consistently lying about what it was achieving. The Washington Post editorial board wrote, Elon Musk said he would cut $2 trillion of federal spending with his Department of Government Efficiency. When it disbanded, U.S. DOGE service estimated that it had achieved $215 billion in savings. Alas, even that figure was wildly exaggerated. Almost $35 billion of the $61 billion DOGE claimed in contract savings was either not terminated or could not be identified by the Government Accountability Office because of poor record keeping. As for government grants, the report says that DOGE did not provide sufficient information to verify the method used to calculate 96% of DOGE reported savings. Our next guest, Democratic Congressman James Walkinshaw of Virginia, is now calling on House Republican Oversight Committee Chair James Comer to subpoena Elon Musk. Congressman Walkinshaw, writing to Elon Musk on social media, quote, DOGE didn't just fail to accomplish its stated goals, it was a fraud on the American people. Will you come before the DOGE subcommittee to answer for it? Joining us now is Democratic Representative James Walkinshaw of Virginia, member of the House Oversight and Homeland Security Committees and the co-chair of the Congressional Federal Workforce Caucus. Have you gotten a reply from Elon Musk?
I have not gotten a reply. You know, it sounds like he's busy with some challenging earnings calls on SpaceX and Tesla, but I'm still hopeful that we'll get a reply. Look, I think both the GAO and the Washington Post were being polite. The reality is that Elon Musk and DOGE lied to the American people. They said they were going to root out fraud. Turns out they've committed a fraud against the American people and flat out making up these savings, and they did incredible damage along the way.
One thing he did succeed at was destroying the United States Agency for International Development, literally taking food away from starving people in famine conditions, taking life-saving medicine away from people. That was a small amount of money compared to what he was claiming he was going to do. but he was able to get at one of the lowest levels of spending in the federal government. But there's little else to point to of what he permanently achieved. What would you want to ask him in testimony?
Well, one, I'd want to ask why they falsified these numbers that were posted on their so-called wall of receipts. I'd like to understand that. I'd like to understand whether he really sincerely believed that you can make a significant impact in balancing the budget by slashing and eliminating agencies like USAID that make up a minuscule amount of the federal budget. I'd like to know why they fired nuclear weapons experts, why they fired cybersecurity experts, why they fired folks who we could really use right now to help the United States confront growing threats in all these different areas.
As you go forward, by the way, asking Elon Musk a question on social media, especially challenging, it doesn't seem difficult to get a response from him. He spends all of his time getting in angry fights with people and anyone who tries to challenge him. But somehow your question is the one he's afraid of answering, apparently, on social media.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, he likes to go down every weird internet rabbit hole that there is, but I don't think he wants to revisit or relive this failed Doge experiment. I mean, the other thing that Doge did, we haven't even talked about, they took the database that includes the Social Security number of every single American, you, me, and the other 300 million Americans. They put that on an insecure server and transferred it to an organization with a political agenda. We still don't know what has happened to the Social Security numbers and information of every single American that Doge put at risk.
Congressman James Walkinshaw, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Lawrence.
We'll be right back. Congressman James Walkinshaw gets tonight's last word. The 11th hour with Ali Velshi starts now. Hey, Ali, election night's still going on.
It might be the 11th hour, the 12th hour, who knows tonight, because it is still going on. Since you and I talked, the race in Wisconsin has got even tighter. So we're going to be watching it very closely. It's separated by 500 votes, and there's still 800,000 votes to come in. So we're going to stay with it till the bitter end, my friend.
Glad you're on it.
All right, the 11th hour starts now. Good evening. It is Tuesday, August 11th, 84 days until the midterm elections, and it's your pick as to what the weirdest story of the night could be. And listen, we're not counting the 18-karat gold ring gifted to Donald Trump by Belgium's diamond industry and the subsequent tariff exemption that the White House gave Belgium because of that, which the White House was required by the administration's trade agreement with the EU. We are watching primaries, however, in 6 states today, plenty of which have their own super weird stories. We can start in Wisconsin, where Republicans are all but certain to have chosen Tom Tiffany. The AP has decided that Tom Tiffany is advancing. He is a true 2020 election denier. It's not the fashionable kind that are around now. He was one of the actual 126 House Republicans who signed on to a lawsuit trying to throw out 62 electoral votes across 4 states that Joe Biden won, and one of the members who voted against certifying Arizona and Pennsylvania's results on January 6th. This guy is a tried and true election denier. In an ordinary year, that record would make him a tough sell in what is a true swing state. Democrats, meanwhile, have turned this into a 2-person race in the most unlikely way, by elimination. 7 candidates started in this primary. Some mail-in voters were sent ballots in late June. Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley quit the race on July 8th. Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez she got out of the race on July 17th when her campaign ran into financial problems. Then Crowley unquit the race on July 18th, jumping in with the backing of Governor Tony Evers once Rodriguez was out. She was his lieutenant governor. Early in-person voting opened on July 28th. The former lieutenant governor before Sarah Rodriguez, Mandela Barnes, he was the party's 2022 Senate nominee, dropped out on July 30th. So Crowley was the establishment's last option against State Representative Francesca Hong, a Democratic socialist who has led every poll of this race so far, not because she out-campaigned a strong field, because the field fell apart around her. Now, speaking of up north, Republicans in Minnesota nominated let's get out to that for a second. Republicans in Minnesota have elected. We're still in this race. It's the 2026 governor race, 47% in. But let me take you to the Senate race right now. They have projected that Michelle Tafoya will advance with 47% of the vote in, at 52% of the vote that she's got. This is a crowded field. It included Royce White. You can see him here. He is the former NBA player turned conspiracy theorist who's also currently pretending to be transgender to attempt to play in the WNBA. Not because of gender dysmorphia, because he's trying to prove a point. In the Democratic primary for Senate, however, the Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan is leading right now against Angie Craig, the member of Congress. 35% of the vote is in. There's a 28,000 vote lead right now, and I just want to see how many votes are outstanding. There's still more than almost 800,000 votes outstanding in Minnesota, so it's a little early to determine what that race looks like. The very few differences between Flanagan and Craig were among Minnesota's deepest fault lines in this entire primary cycle. After ICE agents descended on the state as part of Operation Metro Surge in the winter, Angie Craig's vote, which she cast for a 2025 bill which gave ICE more detention power, is the main attack line against her in this campaign. Flanagan also cut to the left of Craig on Israel's war in Gaza. She labels it a genocide, and she leans into health care. Flanagan supports single-payer Medicare for all. Now, progressives cannot count this as yet another win over moderates in a primary in which they were outspent. In the Democratic primary for governor, let's go to that for a second. Amy Klobuchar has secured the nomination. She's got 91% of the vote. The AP called this race with less than 1% reporting. We now have 34% in, but it's pretty clear in this crowded race that Amy Klobuchar is going to go forward as the Democratic nominee for governor. In the Republican primary for governor, here's where the weird comes back in. There's exactly one candidate in this fairly crowded race who has any government experience whatsoever. It is the Speaker of the House, Lisa DeMuth. She is winning with almost 45% of the vote, but the state party didn't endorse her. They endorsed Kendall Qualls, who is in third place right now. Donald Trump didn't endorse Qualls or DeMuth. He endorsed Mike Lindell, the founder of MyPillow, who stepped down as the CEO of the foam pillow company to focus on this campaign. This is a man who spent a self-reported $40 million on lawsuits and schemes to overturn the results of the 2020 election. When Donald Trump endorsed Lindell in July, Lindell wasn't even registered to vote in the state. All right, we have more to talk about today. I want to go down to South Carolina for a second and tell you what happened there. Republicans are logjammed in their attempt to replace the deceased Senator Lindsey Graham. The Associated Press has called this race to a runoff. You have to get more than 50% in order to win it. That didn't happen tonight. The runoff will be between Darlene Graham, who is Lindsey Graham's sister, and Representative Ralph Norman, the vice chair of the Freedom Caucus. He lost his bid for governor in the state. Then he got into the race for Senate, and they will have a runoff in 2 weeks from tonight. Also, let's go to Alabama. Let's get there. All right. In Alabama, voters in 4 of Alabama's 7 congressional districts headed to the polls in the second half of a primary process that was split in 2. After the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, Alabama Republicans rushed to adopt a congressional map which eliminated 1 of 2 Democratic districts in the state. The districts, unchanged by that move, went ahead with their primaries. Today, the remainder of the districts voted. In Alabama's 2nd congressional district, the one drawn to flip from a Democrat to a Republican, the Democratic incumbent, Shamari Figurs, will face the Trump-endorsed state representative, Rhett Marcus. All right, I also want to tell you about Connecticut. I don't have that on the board here, so let's just go to it right now. It's a House primary over here. All right, let's go to the 1st district in Connecticut. This is the first time in 28 years that the incumbent John Larson has faced a primary challenge, and he has lost. The 78-year-old was defeated by the former mayor of Hartford, Luke Bronin, 53.6 to 33.3. John Larson's loss marks the 7th Democratic incumbent to lose their primary, including two, Al Green and Julie Johnson. This is an unusual situation because these two were redistricted, and they were sitting Democrats running against other sitting Democrats due to redistricting. But if you count them all, there are 12 incumbents in Congress, including two Republican senators who have lost their primaries. All right, let's talk about this for a little while we wait for those results to come in from Wisconsin and Minnesota. Joining me now, Basil Smykel, MS Now political analyst and Democratic strategist. He's also the former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party. Abby Livingston joins us as well. She's a contributor at Puck News. Eugene Daniels joins us. He's an MS Now senior Washington reporter and co-host of The Weekend on MS Now and co-host of Clock It with Simone and Eugene. Guys, thanks all of you for being here this evening. Eugene, you've been following this very closely. Let's just go to Wisconsin. This race has been back and forth, up and down, but all of the polls favored Francesca Hong. She's run a strong campaign. She outperformed expectations, but Wisconsin is not New York City, right? When the Democratic Socialists won here, we don't know how this is going to end up tonight. But talk to me about it.
I think part of the thing that's really interesting, and when you talk to pollsters and folks who have been trying to figure polls out for a long time in the era of Trump and cell phones and people not having landlines, et cetera, is that sometimes when they're kind of creating the folks that they're polling for some of these polls, they're trying to capture the excitement. They're trying to capture, most importantly, what is the electorate going to look like on that Tuesday? And nowadays, the electorate in the excitement phase of the election before that Tuesday looks a little differently than it does on actual Tuesday. So you go to Michigan, for example, we also saw this, I think it was like 15 points before we went into the Tuesday where Abdul El-Sayed ended up eking it out over Haley Stevens, the sitting congresswoman for the Senate seat there, is that they kept going into, okay, well, the younger people are going to come out, more people that are on the left, and that ended up not actually being true. And so that is something that all of us who either folks that work in politics, like in Basil, or people that cover, like the other three of us, who have to figure out how to deal with that. Two, I think something that's really interesting is there isn't a through line, a full through line through every single one of these elections. And I think that's exciting as a political reporter. But like folks want it to be that the left is taking over, the moderates are standing up. It is different all over the place.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good observation. That's what makes these nights as interesting as they are, that as much as we think about this, Abby, and we have these prognostications, and they're as good as science in 2026 will allow them to be. They're wrong as much as they're right.
Absolutely. So polling is a little bit science and a little bit art. And this electorate, particularly on the Democratic side, is so volatile. And in Senate races specifically, Senator Schumer has been so good at clearing primaries that there just aren't many models to do this. So I think that applies to Michigan. When I made some calls today, there's been so much anger at the Wisconsin Democratic establishment because this has been pretty Keystone Cops. This is unusual.
Yes, very unusual. And people coming in the race, out of the race, dropping out. It's very strange. Absolutely.
And so I think what is an interesting part about this is that they got it together, and they seem to. Here's what I think about polls sometimes. Maybe they're not wrong. Maybe the electorate's mood changes in the interim between the time the poll dropped and Election Day.
Yes.
And so I just think we've got to let go of polls just a little bit.
Basil, so first of all, we have, last I checked at the beginning of the show, 11 minutes ago, we still had more than 700,000 votes outstanding in Wisconsin. The spread, as I can see it right now, is 745 votes. Oh. So we don't know which way this is going to go. Right. Michigan's done a pretty good job of El-Sayed and Haley Stevens and the party kind of saying, all right, this is over. We have less than 90 days to go before the election. Let's pull this together. At some point, someone's going to win tonight or tomorrow in Wisconsin. What does this look like? Because these are different kinds of candidates.
There are different kinds of candidates. And to Eugene's point, there is no real through line in terms of progressive versus moderate. I will say there may be one through line, which is that anti-incumbency is portable.
Right.
And that we're seeing voters say that they don't want to choose between who excites them and who they think is electable. They're just going to go with the person that excites them.
Right.
And that's why you're seeing these races get a lot tighter. And a point about the polling, which is I think really critical, because every poll that's straight stats, that's math, right? But embedded in that are really important assumptions about who's going to come out to vote. And what is hard to determine is how much a candidate or candidates are really going to excite voters, and the trigger which makes a voter say, you know what, enough is enough. I'm going to go out there and vote for this person because they've really excited me. And if you're bringing out a lot of new voters, if you're bringing out a lot of lapsed voters, there may be a lot of models that are just not taking that into consideration.
Well, this is very interesting because, Eugene, as much as people want to be specific about votes, about 80 million people vote for a Republican candidate for president. About 80 million people vote for a Democratic candidate for president. About 80 million people don't vote, who should vote. So while Donald Trump's very obsessed with stopping undocumented immigrants from voting and all this kind of stuff, the big problem in this country is 1/3 of registered voters don't vote. So there's something to be said about enthusiasm and excitement versus so-called electability, because if these enthusiastic candidates somehow draw out 5% more of some group of people who don't vote, go back to Barack Obama. You can win elections this way.
Yeah. And also different people are excited by different things. And we have to remember that as folks that cover this stuff, is that every voter is not excited by Medicare for all. Some voters are excited by a public option, right? Not every voter is excited about free college, right? Some just want to go to community college for free. And so these are the kinds of ways, especially when it comes to Democrats, that you have to pay attention to, that at the end of the day, the voters are going to eventually tell us what they are, how they actually feel. And so in the run-up, as we're writing the stories and as we're thinking about these things, as we're looking at it, we have to do a good job of looking at all of the ways in which the voters are talking. Now, the Wisconsin's a little bit different because, as you guys have been talking about, you know, that you have Crowley, who dropped out and was going, I think, going on a trip to Jamaica, was going to go on vacation to Jamaica when he got the call to come back in. But this, so this state's a little bit different, but it's kind of the same in that the voters are looking for someone who fights for them and that they feel like fights for them. So that may look different than Francesca Hong, right? She still may win at the end of the day. The votes are, as you said, still coming in, but voters do want fighters. What that fight looks like is going to look different in every single state, and sometimes even in these congressional districts.
So, Abby, this is interesting because I want to go to Connecticut for a second, where we've now seen the 6th incumbent Democrat lose to a challenger. But even that didn't have the same flavor as the incumbents who lost, for instance, in New York or elsewhere. John Larson, a real student of Social Security, interestingly enough, I mean, he was really a bit of a policy nerd, 78 years old, has been defeated by the former mayor of Hartford. What's that? Because to this idea that there isn't a common through line through all of these things, I can't find the one that fits there other than the fact that he's an incumbent. And he's older.
So in the October 2024, I sat down with a Democratic consultant who said, you know what, if Kamala Harris loses this race, there are going to be challenges all over this country to these older incumbents. And Democrats put so much more emphasis on seniority, particularly in the House of Representatives. And so one of the questions I've had, and I think like Eugene said, this is another split decision. In these big cities, these DSA candidates have challenged the incumbents. Yeah. But if you're, say, like Luke Bronin, I think he's the former mayor, but if you're this big politician in a district and you have been taught your whole life, you've got to wait for that incumbent to retire, wait for the open seat, then make your move. Some of these races, you've got older incumbents, and maybe the DSA candidate is the only other option. Right. And so my question, and we don't know the answer, but I think Bronin, he's not DSA.
Yeah, correct.
And so
that's what I'm saying. The other fault lines don't fit that race. Yeah.
So next year, let's think about that. You've got the 2020, or you've got the presidential contest, and a lot of these races, you're going to have the congressional ballot on there with the presidential. If you're an aging member of Congress, and you've got that kind of Luke Bronin politician in your district, do they sit that one out again, or do they jump in? Because if they don't run, then there's going to be another incumbent in there who's DSA for the rest of their life.
Right. Can I make a point? Because it's such an important point that, and I've been saying this, what is very common in all of these races is that you have a lot of younger candidates who are not going to be deferential to older establishment politicians, right? Whether it's because they've been in office a long time or they are actually old, they are not waiting their turn. There is no permission structure for them to say, I'm going to sit back and watch you do all these things that I'm uncomfortable or don't like, and then wait for my turn. And I'll just say very quickly, that happened to me. I ran for a state Senate seat in 2010 that was based in Harlem, and I can say this because he has passed away, but I went to Charlie Rangel, and a member of Congress, and I said, I need your support, although I know you're probably not going to get it because I'm an insurgent. And he turned and said to me, he told me the story of how he went to Adam Clayton Powell Jr. And Adam Clayton Powell Jr. told him to wait his turn. So he was going to tell me, therefore, to wait my turn. And my point is, when is that cycle going to get broken? And I think that's what you're starting to see now, that these younger candidates are saying, yeah, I'm not going to wait anymore.
It's all very interesting. We do not have have a victor in the Wisconsin Democratic primary race right now. You can see it on your screen, separated by just over 1%. David Crowley and Francesca Hong. We also do not have a winner in the Minnesota Senate primary. That one's looking like it's favoring Peggy Flanagan, the lieutenant governor, but we don't know that yet. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and continue to cover tonight's primaries. All right, Francesca Hong has taken the lead in the Wisconsin gubernatorial primary. Let me just show you what this looks like. Again, there are many hundreds of thousands of votes outstanding, but she has now just, and I think for the first time in several hours, taken the lead. Look at that lead. 254 votes. I'll check in a few minutes, or I'll ask one of my producers to check how many votes are outstanding. It's probably still about 500,000 votes, so don't worry too much about who's got the lead of 250 or 500 points here, votes here or there. I am here with Basil Smikle, Abby Livingston, and Eugene Daniels. Basil, as you pointed out, and as you can point out every Tuesday, your vote counts.
Your vote absolutely
This is proof
counts.
that your vote counts.
Absolutely does. And just think about Mandela Barnes. I wonder how many votes he's going to get tonight, even though, right? Yeah. Every vote absolutely counts. And, you know, as much as we try to tell people that, there's still a tremendous number of voters that just say, no, it actually doesn't. But race after race after race, we see, particularly as these elections get really close, your vote absolutely does matter.
Eugene, let me ask you this. This election potentially of Francesca Hong, and again, we just don't know how this is going to go. She could end up as the gubernatorial candidate. The question of electability is different here than it is when 3 DSA candidates beat opposition candidates in New York City when they took out 2 incumbents, because those people are going to be members of Congress. Bottom line is that's the case. This is trickier. Wisconsin is not New York City.
Yeah, Wisconsin is a swing state, right? It was the part of the blue wall before 2016 that got cracked. And so now they've been going back and forth between red and blue. And so that's number one. Number two, the thing I was talking to some folks in Wisconsin today about the electability argument. These are both moderates and progressives. So they consider themselves that. That's not me giving them the title. And what they both sides told me is that at some point, voters, Democratic voters, these are Democrats, have to figure out how to not be pundits, how to realize that being electable is being elected, right? That's what makes you electable. Crowley's also not electable because he hasn't been elected in this seat before. So that is the kind of thing, I think, that as voters are trying to game the system, because there's so much pain out there, right? And so there's a reason why voters are doing that, right? And they're also hoping that people are actually going to do what they say they're going to do when they get to Congress or when they get to the governor's mansion, whatever the position is. But at the end of the day, you vote for the person you think is going to win. You go knock doors for them. That is the way someone becomes electable. Now, the question about whether or not someone's ready for prime time, that's a different question. I think that's a thing that you ask when you talk to national progressives about Francesca Hong. Bernie Sanders and AOC, it doesn't get more DSA and more progressive than that nationally. They did not endorse her campaign just yet. And so those are the kinds of things that I'm looking out for, and whether or not the progressives see this person as ready for prime time or not.
Yeah, it's a good point. The electability question is really important because, as Basil said, you go out and vote. Unless you do ranked choice voting, trying to vote strategically is very complicated. If we all did ranked choice voting, then we should all be strategic voters because you do think about voting for this person so that this person drops out. But for the rest of us, just vote for the person you want.
And by the way, just very quickly, even the folks that do ranked choice voting still only used 1 or 2 of their votes.
Correct. That's right. One of the reasons that this is interesting, and one of the reasons why if Francesca Hong were to win tonight, the electability question is interesting and may work in her favor, is Donald Trump's approval ratings. In any way you cut it, on all the things he ran on immigration, the economy, wars, he's fully underwater. A brand new poll from Economist and YouGov has his approval at 33%. This is very consistent. I can throw up any poll. They all look about the same. About a third of people approve of him. That doesn't seem to change all that much. About 2/3 of people don't approve of him. In the case of Minnesota, they have the Republicans have chosen as a Senate candidate a full-out election denier, a straight-up election denier.
Wait, so Minnesota?
I'm sorry, Wisconsin.
Yes. So okay, so a big wave can paper over a lot of problem candidates. Sometimes folks get into office who would have never gotten in another year. With Francesca Hong, the issue is not just winning. It is winning big enough to have coattails to get the state legislature through. And so it's one point with the governorship, with the 2028 election denier issue that has caused a lot of concern. What is less noticed is the down ballot. And so underneath her, she's got, I believe, 2 competitive congressional seats that Democrats hope to pick up. But on top of that, she needs to get enough Democrats in the legislature because they want to redistrict next year. And so, you know, there have been so many leftists who've saying Democrats are not fighting hard enough on redistricting, but they cannot redistrict the maps if they don't have the power. And so it's not just enough for her to win by just a little bit.
Right. And here's the thing, Basil, if she wins, and there may be some Democrats who are uncomfortable with her, the reality is if the other guy wins, if the Republican wins, an election denier in a tight state, in this environment that we're in, that's something.
No, it's game over.
Yeah.
It's game over. And I want to also commend you for talking about the race in Alabama, because I think that is indicative of where we are, right? Because Shamari Figures is in a redistricted seat, as was Emmanuel Cleaver in Missouri. Now, they're going to end up running against Republicans in what could be a much more competitive race than they had even imagined that we imagined. And you may have a loss of African-American members of Congress that we haven't seen since before the Voting Rights Act. And so when we think about, you know, what's at stake here and the election deniers and all of the folks that were pushing redistricting, Texas, I think, started time. Texas, I know you're from there. You know, there is it's not just ballot access. It's the full-on loss of representation.
I'm going to ask you to hold on for a second. We've got 2 very important calls to make right now. We have in Minnesota. I'm just going to ask my team to put this up. We have a call in the Senate race in Minnesota. Peggy Flanagan will advance as the Democratic Senate candidate in Minnesota, defeating Member of Congress Angie Craig quite decisively, as you can see there, with 79% of the vote in. Peggy Flanagan at 59% to Angie Craig's 39%. Peggy Flanagan running to the left of Angie Craig. She supports Medicare for all. She has been the one who has said that the support for Israel should stop because she has called it a genocide. Angie Craig has said otherwise. She said she would like to limit spending on Israel, but would like to work toward a 2-state solution. Angie Craig has also taken outside money. About $20 million in outside money has gone toward her campaign. Peggy Flanagan has said that she wants to get out of that business entirely. I spoke to both of them last night. Peggy Flanagan will be the Senate candidate in Minnesota. I want to go to the Republican Senate decision in Minnesota as well, governor decision in Minnesota. Lisa DeMuth is the Republican candidate for governor in Minnesota. She has defeated Mike Lindell. Don't need to tell you too much about Mike Lindell. He's the foam pillow fellow who made a lot of money out of ripping up foam and sticking it into pillows. He is a massive election denier. Kendall Qualls is the guy who was actually supported by the state Democratic Party. Mike Lindell had Donald Trump's endorsement. A lot of Republicans found Lisa DeMuth to be a little too moderate. She worked with Democrats in order to get things done as the Speaker of the legislature. She will advance as the gubernatorial candidate for the Republicans in Minnesota. We also want to talk about Wisconsin for a second in the Democratic primary, which you see on the right side of your screen. This has been going on all night. It's very close. Crowley is back. David Crowley is back in the lead there. Again, it's a very tight race. It's a 482 vote lead right now for Crowley over Francesca Hong. Again, I'm going to ask Armand, my producer, to check on the outstanding votes in Wisconsin so we have a sense of how many votes are left. My guess now is it's somewhere above 400,000 votes are outstanding. David Crowley is in the lead by 498 votes. I will tell you that the most populous part of the state is Milwaukee, and we're waiting for the final votes. Now, anecdotally, those final votes tend to have been advanced votes. Okay, I'm looking, wow, there's not that many votes left. I'm looking at it right now. We have 130,000 votes outstanding in Wisconsin. However, that is a hell of a multiple from the 500 right now that Crowley's running in. So we've still got a way to go there. We are wondering about the last votes that are going to come in from Milwaukee. Those tend to, those are advanced ballots. And Crowley was off the ballot for a couple of weeks. He got off the ballot. He endorsed another candidate. She then got out of the race. This is what Abby was calling Keystone Cops. And then he got back in the race. And so this is where we stand. We are watching to see what the results of that are. I want to go to Eugene Daniels, who's standing by. Eugene, let's talk a little about this Trump hangover. Trump wanted Mike Lindell, first of all, which would have made that the weirdest story of the night. I mean, bar none. Didn't get that. But we've seen this a lot in these primaries, that Trump-endorsed candidates are not necessarily winning.
Yeah, just because internet is not real life, as our boss likes to say, right? Like at the end of the day, people on the ground are going to make a decision about who they actually want. In Mike Lindell, there was even a question, not from Democrats, from the Republicans about where he actually lived, whether or not he was even eligible to run for governor of the state. And so that's one of the things that's interesting here. I will say, you know, for folks who, both Democrats and Republicans, who are, you know, part of that democracy coalition, small d democracy coalition, who are concerned about people who have in the past lied about elections and had made promises to lie about elections. Folks like Mike Lindell, this is a win for those kinds of folks, right? That at the end of the day, he won't be anywhere close to the gubernatorial mansion there. However, I will say he has already said that if he's probably going to say that the election was stolen from him. So that's something that we would have to look forward to. And so there's that. But the thing about President Trump is that he does have a lot of power. It is, you know, ask Thomas Massie, ask John Cornyn, ask Tom Tillis, ask all the folks who were either retired or were pushed out. Cassidy, exactly. But it's not always consistent. And that's one of the things that these candidates have to figure out in the Republican Party, because it's going to go on even after Donald Trump is out of the White House, is that he is going to want to wield enormous power in choosing folks in the primary, but then those folks either not winning the primary or not winning in November. This candidate quality question is something that is really important. We talk about electability on the Democratic side a lot, but it's the same thing on the Republican side. Republicans looking at someone like Mike Lindell and saying, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, no, that's interesting, because there's a lot of hand-wringing about the type of candidates and electability on the Democratic side, but you got guys like Mike Lindell, who some people thought, some polling indicated might win. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to continue to cover these races, particularly the Wisconsin governor race. We saw it in Michigan. Now, as the results roll in from Wisconsin, how do the candidates, no matter who wins, and the party plan to unite and win in November after an extremely tight and contentious race for governor? Later on, I'll be joined by Rebecca Cook. She's the Wisconsin waitress and new Democratic nominee to flip a competitive House race in a rural district that went for Trump in the last two elections. All right, let's take a walk around Wisconsin, shall we? We have 84% of the vote in right now. David Crowley's back in the lead with 1,500 votes. However, there are 129,000 votes outstanding here. So this is going back and forth, and we can't really have a good handle on what's going on. There's only one county in the entire place that doesn't have a vote. This is Pierce County, but this is not a small county. There are, in the last Senate election, there were about 10,000 Democratic votes here. So we're waiting to see what's going on in Pierce County. Let me show you a few other counties. Brown County, which is where Green Bay is, 99% is in, and it's Francesca Hong over David Crowley by about 5%, okay? Look at the neighboring county right now. Better than 5%, 43 to 35, but 87% in, so that's mostly done. Now look at Winnebago County. This is important. Only 29% of the vote is in there, and David Crowley's got a 10-point lead over Francesca Hong, but there's no reason why Winnebago should be particularly different from these two counties. So as the remaining vote comes in here, we might expect Francesca Hong to take a lead here and win. So she's going to pick up some votes around the state. The other one we're looking at, and this has been stuck at 76% for a while, this is Milwaukee County. This is the most populous county in the entire state. It's only 76% in, there's this remaining 24% that we think a large proportion of those might have been advanced ballots. Now, here's the question. Because Crowley was in the race, then he was out of the race for 2 weeks, then he was in the race. When he left the race, there was probably some impetus for people to cast their ballots. This typically happens when there's a shakeup in a race. So there may be a number of ballots that favor Francesca Hong in Milwaukee County. So again, this is why with all of this vote in the state, we just can't call it. 84% is in. The lead is only 1,600 votes. And again, I'll remind you that there are 128,000 votes outstanding. I want to go to Madison, Wisconsin. Madison, by the way, is where Francesca Hong is from. Right now, we have 96%, 91% of the vote in there. She's leading 44 to 36 in Madison. I want to go to listen to her. She's speaking right now. Okay, sorry, that was bad information. She's not speaking right now. I want to go to Will McDuffie, who I believe is at the Francesca Hong headquarters right now. I think we've got Will on the phone. Is that correct?
Hey, Alex.
Will, what's going on there?
Well, I'll tell you what, for a crowd of people who saw their preferred candidate up by 20 points or so in recent polling, they're perfectly happy to see her draw even, which, in this feed that they're watching of live results, they're engaged and just happy to see her in the mix. And what I will say is, I've been here since Friday morning and have traveled around the state, and it's always felt like a pretty close race because there've been a lot of Democratic voters who've been concerned about her electability in the general election. And even progressive voters, Ali, even people who say that they actually like Hong's policies, they just don't think now is the time to advance that kind of platform. They're about Tom Tiffany winning in November. And one thing I will say, because now, really no matter what happens, there's going to be a whole discussion about unifying the party. And if Hong does win, I haven't found one Democratic voter here who opposed her who is not going to vote for her in November. All that to say, I expect the Democratic electorate to coalesce around whoever comes out of tonight. It's just going to come down to those independents, those folks in the middle, Alex.
All right, Will, I hope you don't have plans tonight because this might be a long one. We still have, I'm just trying to see, we still have 127,000 votes outstanding here, and it is a very close race. Right now, we're showing David Crowley with a 1,600 vote lead. This is 40 to 39.7. This is probably one of the most exciting races that we're seeing all season. Will McDuffie for us in Madison, Wisconsin. We're going to go back to him in a little while. And coming up, we're going to head to Wisconsin's 3rd congressional district, where a farm-raised waitress is now the Democratic nominee, hoping to unseat a Republican incumbent who's perhaps best known for heckling Joe Biden and getting caught cursing out teenagers. Rebecca Cook joins me next. I just want to talk to my control room for a second because I believe Angie Craig is speaking in Minneapolis. She has lost the Democratic primary. Let's listen in.
Michelle Tafoya would be nothing more than a rubber stamp to his dangerous agenda. In addition, we must do everything in our power to elect Amy Klobuchar as our next governor. And I'd like to take this moment as well to say thank you to Senator Tina Smith for her leadership and service to Minnesota. To my supporters, team, volunteers, and every person who's been on this journey with me, thank you. Thank you for your work over the last 16 months, for being in this fight with me, for knowing that giving up in the face of this administration is simply not an option, and more than anything, for fighting for Minnesota. But I especially want to circle back to thank the love of my life, my wife Cheryl, and our 4 sons. Love is built on joy, resilience, and deep respect. And Cheryl, I'm grateful every day for this amazing life and family that we've built together. Despite tonight's outcome, everyone in this room and on this team has something to be proud of. Tonight, I stand here proud. proud of my service to the 2nd District of Minnesota. And proud of what we accomplished over the course of this campaign, bringing people together into our tent, reminding so many people in this state that Democrats give a damn about their livelihoods and their lives, because their struggles, their hardships, their hopes, and their dreams, they matter. A year ago, right before I announced this campaign, I traveled across the state to Republican districts because I had a problem with the 4 Republican members of Congress not showing up in their own districts to do their job. Democrats, Republicans, and independents all came out because they felt like no one was fighting for them. I told them that if Republicans won't show up, won't hear your concerns and take them back to Washington, then I will. We must show up everywhere. We must listen to everyone, and then we must deliver. DFLers here in St. Paul and across our state will reject MAGA Michelle Tafoya and her Trump-aligned allies because we deserve a government that works for hardworking families. Folks, it's been a tough year for Minnesota and for our country. But what I've seen from Minnesotans across every corner of our state is a desire to be heard. I've met people who were desperate for someone to listen to them and for Washington to work for them. I will continue to be in this fight with each of you, each and every day. I know the moment we're in is difficult. Sometimes it's dark, it's exhausting, it's scary, but folks, all of the incredible folks who have kept me going through this campaign, none have inspired me more than my 3 grandsons and my 4th grandson on the way. These little babies remind me that hope is the best motivator. I believe to my core that if we keep fighting, if we keep believing, bringing people along, that around that corner lies this more perfect union. This is our moment, folks, to use democracy to save democracy. Thank you so much. We have to keep fighting for the country we want and the country we deserve. It's an honor of a lifetime to be in this fight with you. Thank you.
Angie Craig, having lost the effort to become the Democratic candidate for Senate in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, Angie Craig losing quite decisively to Peggy Flanagan, as you can see there, 58.7 to 39.7. The attacks against Angie Craig by her opponent, Peggy Flanagan, are twofold. One is that she took outside money, including money that was influenced by AIPAC. I did speak to both candidates last night. Angie Craig said that she specifically told AIPAC not to direct any funds to her during this campaign. However, Angie Craig had voted for the Laken-Riley Act, which expanded ICE's powers and funding at the beginning of the Trump administration. She has since said that she regrets casting that ballot. That was one of the things that Peggy Flanagan was using against her. On the flip side, Angie Craig had said that Peggy Flanagan is linked to the fraud allegations that brought down Tim Walz, that caused him to say that he's not running again as the governor of that state. But Peggy Flanagan will be the nominee. She'll be running against Michelle Tafoya, who will be the Republican nominee in that state. The gubernatorial nominee for the Democratic Party is going to be Amy Klobuchar. She has won decisively that tonight. All right, coming up, we'll have the latest results still rolling in. And as Democrats are looking to unify their party between progressives and moderates, Republicans are looking to defeat what they see as a Democratic socialist takeover. What a night. We are continuing to follow the many primaries across the country. Let me just show you what has happened until now. I'm going to get to the Wisconsin governor primary in just a minute, but I want to walk you through the board and tell you what's going on. I want to start in Alabama. This is a very weird situation. Alabama had a primary, but the Supreme Court, after the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, Alabama went and redistricted a couple of its districts. This second district, which is the sort of the most important one, this was a district that used to be down here and go into Mobile, which made it a black majority district. It is represented by Shamari Figures. It's not, as we've learned, voters vote, so we can't determine what's going to happen, but basically they've redistricted him out of his seat. As Basil Smikle was talking about earlier, some of this redistricting is going to result in the largest loss of black members of Congress probably since Reconstruction, since the end of Reconstruction. South Carolina, this was Lindsey Graham's state, obviously. He passed away, but he had his primary before he died. Interestingly enough, he only got 56.5% of the vote. This is very interesting. This is a Trump-supported guy who's never crossed with Trump since the 2016 election, and he only got 57.5% of the vote. His opponent is actually running pretty close to him, was running pretty close to him. Anyway, he passes away. His sister Darlene fills the seat. This is a state where you have to get 50% or more to win. Nobody got 50%, so Darlene Graham and Ralph Norman, the former congressman who had run for governor, is going to advance to the primary. That'll be in 2 weeks from tonight. All right, let's take another quick look at some of the things that are going on. Let's go to Minnesota. We have just called that for Peggy Flanagan. She, with 87% of the vote in, Peggy Flanagan, who is the lieutenant governor, has 58.7% of the vote to Angie Craig's 39.7. You just heard Angie Craig deliver her concession speech. In Minnesota's GOP governor, Lisa DeMuth, has won that with 83% in. This is an interesting story. Mike Lindell, endorsed by Donald Trump, has come out with 32%. Poor guy. He left his company, the foam pillow company, to devote all his attention to this campaign, I think like within the last 2 weeks or something. So now he has no pillow, and he's not going to be the candidate. Kendall Qualls was the one who was endorsed by the state Republican Party. Neither of them won. Lisa DeMuth has won and is advancing in that race. And finally, the Wisconsin governor race. We are still not in a position to call this. 87% of the vote is in. David Crowley has 40% to Francesca Hong's 39.5%. The lead has increased in the last little while. It's 3,365 votes. That said, I want to just show you what's left of the vote in Wisconsin, what's not counted. 108,000 votes remain to be counted in Wisconsin. So a 3,000 vote lead doesn't tell us enough. It doesn't tell the Associated Press enough, so we don't know who's won that. I want to take you to one last House race in Wisconsin. This is Wisconsin 3, in which the Associated Press has projected that Rebecca Cook will be the winner there. 88% of the vote is in. Rebecca Cook with 59.3%, defeating Emily Berge with 40.7%. I want to take a closer look at that race, so I want to bring Rebecca Cook in right now. She's standing by. Rebecca Cook, congratulations on your victory tonight.
Thanks so much, Ali. We're really excited and stoked out here to be able to not just win the primary tonight, but it brings us one step closer to flipping the seat, defeating Derek Van Orden and winning back the House majority.
You've been working on this for a while, and Derek Van Orden, even though you've run in this district before, Derek Van Orden did you some favors ever since Donald Trump was elected, because when the DOJ cuts came and the protests started and the town hall started, he was one of those Republicans who didn't show up for your fellow constituents.
Yeah, Derek Van Orden has failed to host any sort of in-person town hall to be accountable for his votes, and I think people are really frustrated. The only sort of in-person appearances that he's been making over the last 2 years has been with different cabinet officials that have come to this district. He had RFK Jr. come to this district, not to talk about healthcare and increasing, making it more accessible and more affordable, but to talk about moving milk to the top of the food pyramid. He brought Donald Trump to this district to talk about the wins that they've had for farm families. Instead, he spent the entire time talking about the ballroom that he was building and the reflecting pool. And it was just such a slap in the face to rural Wisconsin and rural America. And I think people are really fed up. Last cycle, I ran against Derek Van Orden. I outperformed every Democrat on the ticket, including Harris by 9,000 votes and our Senator Tammy Baldwin by 5,000 votes. And it's because we've been doing the work of showing up in rural communities and working class spaces, talking to people about the things that we know are really keeping them up at night and listening to people. And Derek Van Orden has really failed to do that. And if he's going to tie, his wagon to the Trump administration, people are pretty pissed. I've been talking to a lot of Trump voters in this district, a lot of Van Orden voters in this district who are interested in coming into the big cook tent and being part of our broad coalition of support that we've been building over time here.
I just pulled up the results from the 2024 House election. Derek Van Orden had 51.3 against your 48.6. It was a spread of about 10,000, 11,000 votes. It was very, very close back then. Yeah. So this is definitely one of those districts where the DCCC has suggested that it can be a flip from a red to a blue.
This is a pure toss-up seat. This is our best chance, not just to flip a seat, but to win back the House majority. And I think that our polling indicates that. We did a poll earlier in the spring that showed me 4 points up in this race. A similar poll that was done not internally by my campaign also showed that same kind of spread. And that was before any sort of communication. I mean, we've been running ads in this district over this primary, sending mailers, being up on TV. Could use your support as we're working to move into now a general election with 83 days to sprint towards that, and helping to make sure we have the resources to communicate. So if folks want to go to our Act Blue or visit cook4wisconsin.com, would really encourage you to do so to support us, to help us defeat someone who is very much a far-right congressman, but was also at the January 6th insurrection. And I think that's important to remember of where Derek Van Orden's roots really come from. He was at the January 6th insurrection, has carried a loaded gun through TSA, has gotten drunk in his official office and yelled at Senate pages. We don't want to be represented by someone like that. And I think there's a lot of folks that would agree with that. I've grown up on a dairy farm here, run a small business, waitress while I'm running for Congress. And I think we need more working class folks to represent us in DC.
So I want to ask you about that, because that whole theme, and I've got this great panel that I'm going to be discussing it with in a second. There's I think sometimes a little bit of a made-up tension in the Democratic Party, right, between progressives and moderates. You and I have talked many times. This is the most spacious place you've ever talked to me from. Normally, you're in a closet or a supply closet, or you're at work, or you're just finishing a shift or something. You were a 4-H kid on a dairy farm. I feel like the ideological battle is lost on you. You just said the words that matter. You want people who can represent working class people.
Yeah, I mean, I think like when I'm out talking to folks, like we're not just showing up in Democratic Party meetings or gatherings, right? And just talking to people in a liberal bubble. We're showing up at lutefisk lunches at church basements, county fairs, dairy breakfasts all across the third. If I see someone with a MAGA hat on, I'm going up to shake their hand. 9,000 people didn't just vote for Trump and vote for me for no reason. And it's because I'm willing to listen to people. We might not see eye to eye on every issue. And I just firmly believe that, you know, there's so much friction in the factions that exist across the political spectrum. And when I introduce myself to people in some of those sorts of spaces, it's like, you know, like, look, I think folks in DC they're so far left or so far right. And we need more people in the middle willing to work across the aisle to get things done. And I think my candidacy is proof of that. I identify as a moderate Democrat, but I'm somebody that has gotten the support of working class fighters, anti-establishment fighters like Bernie Sanders, while also having the support of the House Blue Dogs. And we can have nuance around ideas. There's a lot of things, you know, that I think fall under each bucket. But I think that's the problem right now with politics is people want you to fit in a perfect box. What voters want is someone that's going to do the right thing for them.
Well said. Do you care to prognosticate on the outcome of the gubernatorial primary, which is not settled yet?
I am not. Man, have you been following that, Allie? It's been crazy. So all I've been focused on is exactly what I'm doing in this district, the things that I can control and talking to the people here. I think that what's important, though, as I've always said, is that we coalesce around the winner of whoever that is in this race, and make sure we remind ourselves that it's about unity and it's not about purity. It's about electoral wins and making sure that we're winning back a House. We're winning back. We have a number of really competitive state assembly and state Senate districts that we're going to be working to help flip to win majorities in those chambers here in state, and that we're winning back, or we're maintaining, I should say, the governor's mansion here in Wisconsin.
Rebecca, congratulations. Thanks as always for joining us. I know you're always willing to come and talk to us, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
You're the very best, Allie, and thank you for covering our great state.
Rebecca Cook is the new Democratic congressional nominee in Wisconsin's 3rd District. All right, joining me now, Basil Smikle, MS Now political analyst and Democratic strategist. He's also the former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party. Abby Livingston, a great friend of our show and a contributor at Puck News. Michael Schur, longtime journalist and political reporter, and a guy who I've traveled a lot with covering elections in this country. And my great friend Eugene Daniels, MS Now senior Washington reporter, co-host of The Weekend on MS Now, and co-host of Clock It with Simone and Eugene. Thanks to all of you for being back here. Hey, Michael, let's go to you about this. I think Abby Livingston's with me, but she was making this point about what goes on in Wisconsin is not just about who becomes the governor. It's about this whole ecosystem of who gets elected. And I think Rebecca Cook put that very bluntly, where she sort of said, look, this is the way this has to go. Like, she's trying not to fall into buckets. We in the media would like everybody to fit into a nice, neat bucket.
Yeah, I think so. And what Rebecca Cook didn't tell you is that she wants David Crowley to win. I think that if you're a down ballot Democrat, that's what you want to see happen in Wisconsin tonight. Tom Tiffany, who is, slaughtered the field, and by that's one other person. What he did tonight was based largely on the fact that he is saying that his candidacy is where socialism will end in America. And if he doesn't have a socialist to run against, it's going to be hard to make that argument on a daily basis. And the trickle down, and Abby was 100% right. I mean, that is what this is about. This is about lifting also the 1st District, which the Democratic committee says is in play for them. It's Paul Ryan's old district. Brian Steele's there now. Mitchell Berman's there. He's trying to win that seat. These are seats that are in play. If you're going to have a blue wave, or you're going to have Wisconsin go blue, those seats will go blue, and they're going to have a harder time going blue if Francesca Hung is there and Tom Tiffany's running against her.
Although I would make the counter argument, Abby, and that is that Tom Tiffany is as pure an election denier as they get. There are some Republicans and moderates who just aren't interested in the brand of Republican that Tom Tiffany is.
Well, I mean, he kind of tracks with the MAGA brand.
Yes, completely.
I think what was so interesting about your Rebecca Cook interview is if Democrats are going to take back the House, this is the lowest hanging fruit. And earlier today, I saw some scuttlebutt on Twitter where she might not have gotten through her primary. So I think it was a competitive primary. Yes. I think it's also indicative that Democrats are on track of where they want to go in November because she's there. And just one other thing, I will say I've talked to a lot of Republicans in the last week, and boy, they have been heartened by El Sayed, and they've been heartened by the prospect of Francesca Hung, because they cannot wait to run the socialism argument in these 2 states, even if it's very...
Republicans are saying that.
Republicans are saying that, yeah. So it's just there's a renewed optimism amid all of the misery of the Trump polling that maybe they have a shot in these states.
Eugene, I know you're always talking to people. What have you heard tonight?
One, just to what Abby just said, she's right, but also Republicans are going to call every Democrat a socialist, right? Like every Democrat that's running this year is going to get called a socialist or a communist, right? You see that from Donald Trump. So that's one. 2, the thing that I have been hearing over and over, and these are from Democrats who operate in this world, and so take that for what you will, is how much the turnout on the Democratic side just tonight in general, really for weeks and months that we've been up on Tuesday nights late, guys, together, is higher than GOP turnouts. And that is something that is very interesting, because that tells people that there's a lot more excitement in some of these states where they have open primaries. That tells you that there's some folks who may be moving over, some independents who are voting as Democrats, some even Republicans possibly. I was talking to some folks in Michigan. They're trying to look through the numbers and see if they can figure it out, who voted in the Democratic primary just last Tuesday. And so that's something that I think that kind of gets lost as we're kind of moving through this and trying to figure out what's happening. On Wednesday, everyone's off to the races to the general election. But the difference in how many Democrats have been consistently voting for really months over Republicans says there is something true to what the polling tells us about what November may shake out to be, and that's both in the House and possibly in the Senate. Now, I will also caution folks that that doesn't just happen, right? Folks have voted in the primary. That does not guarantee you that they're going to come out for you in November. So both sides have to figure out how they're going to get those voters out, especially for some of these more progressive folks who are looking to recreate the electorate, have younger people out there who haven't voted before, try to get some, some disillusioned independents over to their side in a different way. But the excitement of the Democratic side continues to be palpable, and the data backs it up.
I want to ask my control room if they can pull up a graphic that I used last night, actually, to the point that Eugene's making about Democratic turnout versus Republican turnout in these primaries, both in states that are traditionally Democratic and states that are Republicans. I'm going to ask them to pull that up while I talk to Basil. Basil, one of the things about Rebecca Cook, which is interesting to talk to her about, every time I've talked to her, she's never really nationalized the conversation. She's going to win in her district because she was 4-H, because she's a waitress, because she's working class, because she understands the need for rural health care. She might be able to win in a place where a Democrat might not win either at the state level or at a different level because she's running against Derek Van Orden in her district. This seems to be the recipe that's going to work for whoever's going to win.
I mean, I think so. And we've seen examples of that across the country in these last primaries. And any strategist worth their weight in salt, I think that's the term, would say you got to run a local race.
Yeah.
It's always about the local race. Don't try to nationalize it. That may not always be true, but it's largely true. You run a very local race. Voters want to know what you're going to do for them at the end of the day and what resources can you bring back, which is why sometimes the seniority argument actually does resonate in some areas. And it also actually brings in a conversation for me or a thought for me about the Republican in Minnesota, DeMuth.
Yeah.
Because if the reporting is correct, and she does have a track record of working with Democrats, I'm curious, is she going to talk about that in the general election?
Right.
Because if she does, it would be really interesting to me to see a Republican have the kind of autonomy and run locally that you don't see generally from Republicans because of the influence of Donald Trump. But Democrats do have that kind of wiggle room to be able to run locally, to kind of draw from other places. You see Tallarico and Ossoff, for example, they're talking about faith in ways that a lot of candidates don't often do. A lot of that
typically a lot of Democratic
candidates. They got a lot of that from Warnock, who got it from other traditions, or older traditions. But they're finding ways to kind of bring a lot of pieces together that Democrats traditionally haven't, run in areas where Democrats traditionally didn't go, and talk about local voters and things that they care about in ways that, don't easily fit into a box.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, I've got that graphic I was looking for that I was talking about last night. Take a look at the turnout in some of these states. In Michigan, these are primaries. These are in highly contested races. Michigan, 1.49 million Democrats turned out in the primaries versus 931,000 Republicans. North Carolina, 828 versus 627. Georgia, 1.08 million Democrats to 913,000 Republicans. Texas, 2.32 million Democrats to 2.17 million Republicans. Ohio, a little bit less, 797,000 Democrats to 821,000 Republicans, but there are more registered Republicans in Ohio than there are registered Democrats. In Ohio, 192,000 to 207,000. Again, surprising in a place like Ohio. There's something to be said, despite what one might say about the difficulties in electability that Democratic Socialists or highly progressive candidates create. There's something to be said for the fact that there are voters who are showing up in these races who might not otherwise have been showing up. We've been seeing presidential level turnouts in some of these races.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, look, that's what got Donald Trump elected twice, right? Is that voters who didn't used to vote came out and voted for this guy. And to our great curiosity the first time and maybe greater curiosity the second time. But I think that you're right. I mean, you're seeing an energy. And that's what happens in wave elections. And I'm guessing, because I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm guessing you would have seen something similar in elections where either Republicans or Democrats have a kind of midterm wave and have this great success. Look, they're rising up against the sitting administration in the only way they can, which is with their vote, and they're having a great deal of energy about it. I think there's sort of whether it's the anti-Trumpism, I think there's some anti-incumbentism that's happening, but it's getting younger voters and more voters out in these primaries, and these close races help too. I mean, look, we haven't seen a closer race than what we're seeing tonight in Wisconsin. We've seen hard-fought races like we saw in Texas and other places in the primaries, but man, I I think that this has a lot to do with how close some of these races are and how the ideological differences are getting both sides of one party excited and energized.
So I guess that's, Eugene, let me give you that question. To some degree, there are people who are being activated by this process. Maybe it's because there are candidates who are further to the left, but they're getting activated to the process. Strikes me as a remarkable opportunity to keep them in the process.
You would think so, right? You would think that when you are the moderate who wins on Tuesday night or the progressive that wins on Tuesday night, on Wednesday night, you want to figure out how to get those other voters, right? Especially if you are someone like in Michigan with Abdul El-Sayed, who didn't win 50%, right? You did not get 50% of the electorate of Democrats in that vote. And so when you are thinking about what it looks like to kind of coalesce and get it together, there's pressure on progressives, but there's also progressives pressure on the moderates. You have to figure out what is the thing that your opponent, who maybe there's a lot more excitement on their side during the primary, what were they tapping into and how do I do that? Francesca Hong, for example, there are a lot of things that she's talked about. There's a lot of things the media has talked about, focused on the tweets, whether or not the woman wants to cancel Thanksgiving. But at the end of the day, what she has talked about the most and what's resonated in her state is data centers. And so how does Crowley, if he is the winner tonight, how does he talk about data centers in order to go across party lines? Because Democrats, Republicans, and independents have strong feelings about data centers. And this is something that moderates aren't always great at. They say vote blue no matter who, and then they just expect it to happen in November. And then they see the times in which it doesn't. And when you're in a state like Wisconsin, you have to both get like the moderate, the folks that are center right and center left who maybe don't like Trump and now are not going to be a fan probably of Tom Tiffany. But also, how do you get young voters out? Are there things that you can also say that Hong was saying, that your opponent was saying, that they will actually, that will mean something to them? Because at the end of the day, these voters are telling us we want someone who fights for us. That fight looks different in every single state. That excitement looks different in every single state. But what they are saying is we want something different. And if Democrats or Republicans don't take that seriously, they do that to their detriment.
Yeah.
So, Abby, while we're talking about this fight looks different in every single state, you're from an interesting state. You're from Texas. We know that Tallarico is running a hell of a fight there, right? And we also know that Texas can be a mirage for Democrats. It's hard for Texas to win statewide. But what's interesting to me is recent polling, and it's high margin of error polling, but this week has shown competitive races for governor and lieutenant governor in Texas. Those two things were not in play in March when we were talking about the Texas primary. They may also not be true. It's one poll. It is a rigorous poll, but it's got a high margin of error.
So the interesting thing, I mean, one, with Texas, we're all kind of holding our breath, waiting to see when the Republican onslaught of spending comes against Tallarico. Greg Abbott has almost unlimited money, and he's actually focused a lot more on Tallarico than his actual opponent, State Rep Gina Hinojosa. Yeah. The interesting thing about this is when Congressman Beto O'Rourke ran, he didn't have much help on the ticket. Like his gubernatorial candidate was very weak. Gina Hinojosa is, I have not heard one negative word about her campaign. She's not like a grand slam hitter, but she gets on base.
She's feisty. She's out in front of all the
She gets on base, and she's doing no harm, but she also seems to be a cohesive figure within the Texas Democratic political class. So stranger things can happen, but we're really just waiting until the advertising starts to see where the race really will be.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, the candidate quality thing is an issue in Texas too. I mean, I think there are a whole lot of Republicans who'd rather that Ken Paxton not be their nominee for governor. This is a bit of a problem, Michael Schur, that there are these guys like Ken Paxton and there are guys like Tom Tiffany. In a moment where you're fighting against. I'm sorry. My control room's telling me something. Can I just ask who?
Students.
Francesca Hong is speaking. Let's listen in.
On the line.
Okay.
In the dish pit. In the dish pit. Folks in cubicles. To the regular, everyday people of every age, faith, zip code. To people in every corner of this state. It is an honor of my lifetime to be your candidate for governor. Wisconsin, we have built something that will change politics forever. The work we have done will be remembered forever. I know we don't have the final results right now, but what I do know is that we are ready to keep fighting, and I feel confident. But more importantly, I am so deeply, deeply grateful to my core for how hard you have all fought, and for what this fight, our movement, means for all of Wisconsin. We are fighting to become once more what Wisconsin has always been, a place where our future is determined not by corporations and billionaires, but our future that's determined by the working class people who live here. We fought through this primary because Wisconsinites have rejected the politics of fear, of apathy, and division. We are here tonight because thousands and thousands of Wisconsinites across this great state came together in living rooms, in backyards, in bars, in church basements, in community centers. And we came together to demand something new and something better. People across this state have given themselves in ways we have never seen before in this state. We love you too. And so many of you, so many people across this state have given themselves because they see themselves in our movement. I can't tell you enough how much it means to see you all here. And then to have seen all the art, the music, the community, bracelets, mutual aid. We are growing community through a campaign and through hundreds and thousands of conversations that we've had in places that I don't think folks were expecting to talk about a gubernatorial campaign. I met so many folks who knocked their first door with this campaign. Folks who organized their first event, made their first phone call, text. Hey, they may have even broken no contact to tell their exes to make a plan to vote. And they did it, you did it, because you truly care for the people of this state, and you care about our shared future, and you care about opportunity for others, for strangers. We have built a beautiful, multi-generational, multi-partisan, multi-racial, working-class movement. And it is a movement that meets the moment. This is unprecedented here. And this is how we're going to win together in November and for Novembers to come. The fight continues no matter what. Because no matter who wins this primary, we're going to continue to fight for each other. We are going to collectively reject despair, and we are going to unite. We're fighting for our communities whose land Tom Tiffany happens to be selling to big tech and big oil. Where it's Tom Tiffany's Medicaid cuts that are shutting down our hospitals. And when our neighborhoods defund Tom Tiffany. And when our neighborhoods and our neighbors are disappeared by uncontrolled ICE fascists, it's Tom Tiffany who shows up in support. And while he's doing that, we are fighting for hope. We are fighting for the freedom to show compassion to one another and to show care for the people around us. But our compassion is not soft. It is resolute. It is tenacious, and it will never yield. It is a demand that we are fighting for each other. And in 11 weeks, no matter who's on this ballot, y'all, we are going to fight to win for one another. We will win together, united. Because everyone who's running in this race, they know that we can make better possible. And we must make better possible. And together, with each other, and for each other, we will make better possible. Thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Francesca Hong speaking in her hometown of Madison, Wisconsin. That is a county that she has won tonight. However, you can see on the screen, she's a little behind David Crowley. He's leading by just under 3,000 votes. I will remind you there are 85,000 votes outstanding in Wisconsin, so it is too close to call at this point. We don't know. She did say something that caught my attention. She said, "It's the honor of my lifetime to be your candidate for governor," which made me wonder what was going on, because we certainly haven't made that call. So I quickly called Kabir Kanayan, our director of data and analytics, and he was saying she has been a candidate for governor for a long time. So that's probably the honor she was speaking about. We were wondering whether she was declaring victory or not, but that is not the case. It's too early to do that. No one has called this race, including us and the Associated Press. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to have a conversation with somebody in Wisconsin about what all of this that's happening right now means for that state and the country. We'll be right back. Hi, joining me now is Ruth Conniff. She's the editor-in-chief of the Wisconsin Examiner. She's also the author of possibly the book with the best name in America, Milked: How an American Crisis Brought Together Midwestern Dairy Farmers and Mexican Workers. Ruth, thank you for being with us. I know we had other plans to talk to you about, but Francesca Hong just spoke. We are looking at a race right now that is separated by 2,800 votes. David Crowley's in the lead. Looks like there's still probably 80,000 votes outstanding in Wisconsin, including in Milwaukee County. We don't know how those are going to break. What do you make of the moment that we're in right now?
It is unprecedented, and this is the last phase of what has been the most unusual, unprecedented roller coaster ride of a primary that Wisconsin has ever seen. And so it's fitting, I guess, that we're having a few more massive drops and twirls at the end, because it's been a crazy, crazy primary. In what seemed like an easy win year for Democrats, we had a field that just imploded, basically. And Hong has steadily benefited from the implosion of the lieutenant governor, the former lieutenant governor. It's been, one person after another dropping out. And then our current governor deciding to endorse someone who had dropped out and get him back in the race, much to the dismay of Hong supporters, but also sort of the sense that if he was going to endorse somebody, could he have endorsed somebody who was still in the race maybe? It just seemed like this crazy last-minute Hail Mary. And now it looks like Crowley is potentially on track to win, which is very unexpected if people were following the polling that showed Hong 20 points up. So, I think one of the biggest takeaways of this is that those polls, which make headlines and people are making decisions about who to vote for based on them, were really far off. And I think in primaries like this one, where people, you know, basically everybody I knew personally couldn't decide who to vote for right until the last day, it was pretty clear that there was something fishy about putting too much stock in those polls. And I think, you know, that would be good to remember, though. Yeah, who knows? Well,
Ruth, a week ago we were dealing with Michigan, which was actually your race has, weird though it has been, it certainly hasn't been that bruising. It hasn't been what Michigan was. And there were a whole bunch of Democrats who said, oh my God, this has done so much irreparable damage. We're never going to fix it. And in 7 days, these Michiganders have pulled it together and appear to be working together to get a victory. Wisconsin's complicated, right? It's a true swing state. It is really a place where you got to get everything right to succeed. What happens next, regardless of whether it's Crowley or Hong? Is there a way to move forward to for Democrats to win in a place like Wisconsin in the next cycle?
yes. And I mean, you know, this is a state that is so closely divided that all statewide elections basically are, except for our recent state Supreme Court elections, which were overwhelmingly won by the Liberal Democratic Party supported nominally nonpartisan candidates. So that, you know, those were backlash elections against a very right-wing trend in Republican Party politics here. There's a long tradition of a more congenial brand of Republican politics that is almost hard to remember in the Trump era. But yes, I think that Democrats will come together behind either one of these candidates. And you could already see that movement starting. You know, there are many voters for Francesca Hong who are first-time voters and who are really energized by her particular message and the aura around her. And they may or may not vote in the general election if it's not her, but also don't seem to be voting in the numbers that were predicted in this primary race. So, you know, that's a different matter. And I think that her message is a much more assertive message against Tom Tiffany, who is an absolute Trump loyalist. She calls him a traitor. That is a bracing moment when you hear her say that in her speeches. But in some ways, I think for the younger voters who support her, feels more in step with where we really are as a country right now, as people are being pulled out of their cars by ICE agents in Milwaukee. It feels like really gratifying to hear somebody talk that way. And at the same time, I think there is a very genuine worry, including among very progressive people in Wisconsin, that it's going to be hard to win a state that voted for Trump twice with that very left-wing, very proud socialist message, and just with sort of the personal characteristics that are so much outside the mainstream of politicians. So, you know, that's the debate. And Crowley is not the establishment backed candidate in Michigan. He's a guy who the governor is backing, but he grew up in poverty in Milwaukee, and as county exec there, he has made human services, and really particularly services for people who are evicted from their homes, as he had been repeatedly as a child. Important issues for him. So he would be the first Black governor of Wisconsin. So it feels different from sort of the template of establishment versus outside.
You're totally right. This has got a different feel. Every week it's a different feel, and it's an exciting race one way or the other. Ruth, thanks so much for being with us. You really encapsulated this very nicely for us. Ruth Conniff is the editor-in-chief of the Wisconsin Examiner. We continue to follow the breaking news. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, I'm here with my panel with Basil, Abby, and Michael. And joining us now is Barry Burden. He's a political science professor and director of the Elections Research Center at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Michael, Basil, and Abby just signaled to me if you got a question for Barry. But Barry, I'm going to ask you, thank you for joining us, first of all. I want to ask you what I was just talking to my panel about. How do you account? We've now had Michigan last week and Wisconsin this week, where the results do not match what the very steady polling has indicated. What are we not getting about these races?
Well, in Wisconsin's case, I think the polling was pretty accurate on Hong, and it was not accurate about anyone else. And part of that reflects, I think, just changes in the Democratic Party's stance over the last week or so. It has really coalesced, at least the establishment part of the party, behind Crowley. Governor Evers has hit the trail with Crowley. Some other prominent figures, Congresswoman Gwen Moore, endorsed him. He's been spending like crazy on television advertising that's really helped his visibility, and he's become the clear alternative to Hong. Much of that activity happened after the last poll, so maybe the polls were off in Wisconsin in a way that mimics Michigan, but I think more of it actually is that the campaign has mattered over the last week or so.
I don't know if you have an answer to this or not, but Crowley's leading by about 2,800 votes with something like 75,000 votes outstanding. Care to prognosticate on what's going on and what might happen?
Some of those are scattered in various counties around the state, but the biggest batch is the central count absentees in Milwaukee, which always come in late and always matter. It seems in Wisconsin elections, there are something like 25 or 30,000 votes there. They could come in any moment. They're at the county facility, haven't been driven there from the city. They're likely to favor Crowley more than Hong, though it's a little confusing because a lot of those ballots were cast when Crowley was out of the race. Even though it's his home base, he's the county executive there, well-known African-American candidate in a place with a lot of African-American voters. The timing of it does raise some questions about whether Hong may have grabbed a bit of a foothold there, but I think they're expected to be in his favor.
Abby?
Dr. Burden, I was watching the Michigan results last week, and El Sayed underperformed the polling. And one of my questions in my mind was, is because it's summer school and not the traditional school year, did he maybe underperform somewhere like Ann Arbor? I'm curious, do you think if school had been in session, Hong would have done better in Madison?
It is a challenge for her because the backbone of her campaign is young voters. They are the volunteers that have made her campaign happen. They are her strongest base of support in every poll that we've seen and are really essential to her pulling this out if that were to happen. But it is summer, and our biggest university where I work is out of session. There are very few students at polling places in Madison that I saw today. So that's just a challenge for her in terms of organizing, which is the strength of that campaign. The face-to-face activity just can't happen in the way it could if the primary were just a month later. So there are a lot of what ifs in this campaign season in Wisconsin. Everything you can imagine happening, candidates dropping, candidates reemerging, endorsements and so on. This is another one of those. What if the primary had been a few weeks later? Would Hong have gotten enough of an advantage to put her on top?
Barry, what do you make of the lingering concerns that mainstream Democrats have about some of the things that Francesca Hong has posted and tweeted and said? The most controversial of which, abolishing the police and abolishing Thanksgiving, she's walked back. Those are not true of what she's done. We are in 2026. People post things that come back to bite them. But what effect does that have in a state that's as tight as Wisconsin on her electability were she to pull through tonight?
Well, I think that's part of what happened in the campaign since the last polls were released. Those tweets from 2019, 2020, 2021 got brought back to the surface. She went on national television programs, including this one, to talk about those and handled it in different ways at different times, sometimes talking around, sometimes saying that she had evolved and changed her position. And I think that worried some Democrats about how she would handle it during the fall campaign, that might be a pattern they would see in September and October and November, and it would take the focus off Donald Trump and Tom Tiffany, who they want to defeat. So I think the electability concern was a real one for Democrats and part of what caused them to really coordinate behind David Crowley.
Michael Schur, you got a question for Barry? Because if you don't, I do. But if you do, I always like your questions better than mine.
Thank you, Ali. Yeah, Dr. Burden, I'm very curious about, we're talking a lot about the Democrats, talking about Crowley and Hong. Tom Tiffany has a lot at stake tonight in what happens. And what do we know about the way Tiffany is going to run his campaign? How different it would be against Crowley versus Hong? Clearly, if he's talking about, and I mentioned this earlier, socialism ending here, or communism, I think he said socialism, this is where socialism ends. This becomes a very difficult race for him against Crowley in a way because of, his 100% voting record with Trump and what he is setting out to do in your state. Is that all right?
Yeah, I think you have that exactly right. Crowley is an executive. He's been running Milwaukee County. It's the same job that Scott Walker had before he ran for governor in Wisconsin. It's the state's biggest county. He's managing budgets and sometimes cutting deals with Republicans. There were some deals made to protect the Brewers baseball stadium and upgrade it. There were deals made to raise taxes in Milwaukee and provide for benefits for public employees there. So he's willing to compromise and is very much a manager of government. Francesca Hong was more of a visionary for what government might look like, and that put her, out there as a kind of target, along with the tweets and other things that make her kind of vulnerable in the general election. So Crowley, I think, is just going to be slipperier for Tiffany to target, and it'll be easier to turn the tables, I think, to focus on him, his connections to the Trump administration, his positions on abortion, other things that will be unpopular that Tiffany will have to explain his way out of during the general election.
Barry, I want to ask you, we've still got this, it's a pretty stubborn David Crowley 3,000 vote lead while the outstanding votes diminish. This Milwaukee County absentee ballot thing, what's the situation there, if you can tell us in about a minute?
Yeah, the absentee ballots in Milwaukee are counted at one central location, regardless of where they were cast in the city. All of those get counted sort of at the end of the night and then transmitted to the county. They'll get added as a batch. This often happens actually later at night than it's happening tonight, so we're a little ahead of schedule from where we were in the governor's race or the last presidential race. Looks like it's about 25,000 votes. Who knows what those look like, because it was happening during a really fluid time in the campaigns, but it is Crowley's home base. There might be some votes for Mandela Barnes, who was in the race at the time as well. We're just going to have to wait and see. Milwaukee always keeps us on the edge till late in the evening.
Well, wait and see is what we do. Barry Burden, thank you for your time tonight and your expertise. We really appreciate it. Barry Burden. And I'm going to finish it off with Basil and Abby and Michael. Thank you all for being here tonight. Does not appear that we will leave the night with a decision. We're running 40 to 39.5 in Wisconsin. Crowley is currently ahead by 3,000 votes. Francesca Hong right behind. We will keep on watching and keep on counting and trying to get you an answer as soon as we can. Thank you for being with us. Our coverage continues after this.